Chapter 1521. What a strange sword skill. Yanhuang Academy, in front of Guanghua Tower, Wu Jie's full-strength attack was reduced by half by Mo Huai's ink snow sword. This made him a little dissatisfied, but at the same time, he was also a little surprised. Being experienced and knowledgeable, he almost instantly understood that there was something wrong with Mo Huai's sword technique. Mo Huai sighed lightly, but didn't say anything because he wasn't feeling well at the moment. Although he had reduced a large part of Wu Jie's attack, the gap in strength between the two of them was too great. Even if he had reduced a portion of the force, the remaining force was enough to make him suffer. Coupled with the fact that Mo Huai had already suffered heavy injuries in the previous rounds, it was already a miracle that he was still standing. He didn't know if he could block Wu Jie's next attack with his Taiji sword skill. However, it was also thanks to Li Zishuan's Taiji sword skill, otherwise, he would have already fallen. Let's see how many more rounds you can last under this master's hands. Wu Jie's eyes were like lightning as he saw through Mo Huai's current physical condition. With a cold snort, he soared into the sky and smashed his mace towards Mo Huai's head. The same move was used again by Wu Jie, causing Mo Huai to grumble in his heart. At the same time, a Taiji sword skill flashed through his mind. Taiji sword skill's 38th form, Phoenix Wing Spread. This time, Mo Huai had enough time to prepare his sword. He stepped back, circled his sword, and fell to the ground to avoid the mace. His body was at an extreme angle to the ground, and his left hand formed a sword finger to support his body. Then, his right hand raised his sword and sucked the mace in. Because he had more time to prepare than last time, Mo Huai's ink snow sword really sucked Wu Jie's mace this time. Taiji sword skill was a sword skill that allowed the weak to defeat the strong. It had nothing to do with one's internal strength, but rather the depth of one's understanding of Taiji. Mo Huai being able to use the 38th form of Taiji sword skill to this extent proved that he had a very deep understanding of Taiji. Of course, this wasn't the end. Next, Mo Huai's entire body rotated 180 degrees around his feet, and with the force of this rotation, he soared into the air like a phoenix spreading its wings, carrying his mace and launching a probing counterattack towards Wu Jie. At the same time, Mo Huai also used the Mahist family's famous skill, Love Without Offense. The air instantly became stagnant, and the two sword techniques fused together. There seemed to be a subtle, chemical reaction. The power of Love Without Offense became even greater, and the attack power of the Taiji sword, Phoenix Spreads Its Wings, became even stronger. Wu Jie's eyes couldn't help narrowing. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Mo Huai's counterattack seemed ordinary to him. What he cared about was that this ant in his eyes was actually able to resist his attack. Mo Huai had switched from defense to offense twice. The first time was when he used Love with Impartiality, non-offense, and failed. The second time was when Mo Huai used Love with Impartiality, non-offense, and Phoenix Spreads Its Wings, and he succeeded. For Mo Huai, such a record was something to be proud of, but for Wu Jie, it was a disgrace. To think that he, a dignified martial grandmaster, couldn't even defeat a small fish at the peak of martial grandmaster in 3 moves. If this spread out, wouldn't Wu Jie's reputation be ruined? Therefore, Wu Jie was furious. Roar! With a loud roar, Wu Jie poured all of his internal strength into his mace, and his whole body spun rapidly in the air. Soon, the mace was seized by Wu Jie again. At the same time, the majestic true qi gathered on the mace exploded, and the ink snow sword let out a mournful cry before breaking. Mo Huai was also sent flying by Wu Jie's counterattack. Pooh! Mo Huai slid on the ground for several meters before finally stabilizing his body. At this moment, he couldn't bear it anymore and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wu Jie's counterattack had directly injured Mo Huai's internal organs. The situation on the battlefield was really changing rapidly. At first, Mo Huai was at a complete disadvantage, but later, Mo Huai used his Tai Chi sword and was finally able to barely resist Wu Jie's attacks. He even faintly turned from defense to offense and launched a counterattack. However, his counterattack failed, and in the blink of an eye, he was forced back by Wu Jie's super powerful internal strength and was directly injured. Ho ho! What other moves do you have now? After Wu Jie landed, he flashed and appeared in front of Mo Huai. He looked down at Mo Huai condescendingly and said in a hoarse voice, as if he was pronouncing Mo Huai's death sentence. Mo Huai looked at the broken sword in his hand with some sadness. He used all of his strength to stand up from the ground and said with a tragic expression, "My ink snow sword is broken, and the Mo family's great master is dead. Today, this old master will not rest until you die." Ha! You overestimate yourself. Wu Jie sneered and swept the mace in his hand directly towards Mo Huai's chest. The ink snow sword in Mo Huai's hand was broken, so he definitely couldn't use it to block. He took half a step back with his right leg and drew a circle with his hands, starting the Tai Chi fist. He was going to use the Tai Chi fist to block the mace with his bare hands. Wu Jie's mace directly landed on Mo Huai's chest. Then, Mo Huai's whole body bent backwards, and his hands moved with the flow of true Qi, guiding the mace to the right of his back. Wu Jie's killing blow was like hitting cotton, making him feel like he couldn't exert any strength. Who is so bold to cause trouble in Yanhuang College? Quickly take him down. At this moment, just when Mo Huai was about to completely collapse, a group of Yanhuang College guards, led by Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, finally rushed over after hearing the commotion. More than 20 college guards surrounded Wu Jie and Mo Huai. After seeing Mo Huai covered in blood, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun couldn't help but be shocked. They hurried forward to support Mo Huai and asked, "Great Master, what happened to you? Are you okay?" Mo Huai waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about me. This person is the Tuju's imperial teacher, Wu Jie. Quickly go down the mountain and deploy the troops. I'll hold him down here." In order to allow Mo Zhong and Mo Yun to carry out the order as soon as possible, Mo Huai forced himself to act as if nothing had happened. However, the fresh blood on his clothes had already betrayed him. Even an idiot would know that he was currently heavily injured. What? He's the Tuju's imperial teacher? Mo Zhong's eyes widened, a huge wave of shock surging in his heart. When he finally reacted, he hurriedly shouted at Mo Yun, "Go down the mountain and deploy the troops. I'll stay here and help Great Master deal with Wu Jie." Although he knew that he would undoubtedly die if he faced Wu Jie, in the face of life and death, Mo Zhong did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to protect his brother. "No. Big brother, go and deploy the troops. I'll protect Great Master." Mo Yun's eyes were red as he shouted crazily. Mo Zhong was flustered and exasperated, "Get out of here. Don't cause trouble here. Go and get reinforcements." "Humph. None of you will leave the mountain tonight, you'll stay here forever." Wu Jie, who was standing on the opposite side, couldn't help sneering. Saying so, he no longer spoke any nonsense and directly raised his mace and smashed it towards Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the others. "Back off." Mo Huai used all his strength to push Mo Zhong and Mo Yun away, while he took the opportunity to pull out the long sword at Mo Zhong's waist and slashed at the mace that Wu Jie swung at him. Because Mo Huai's preparation time for this move was too short, coupled with the fact that he was seriously injured and his strength was much weaker than before, Wu Jie's attack landed solidly on Mo Huai's Moon Hall and sent him flying to the front door of Guanghua Hall. Terrifying. This kind of strength, in the eyes of Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the others, was simply shocking. In the past, Mo Huai was a god in their hearts, but now, the god in their hearts had been easily knocked down from the clouds by another person. This gave them a clear understanding of Wu Jie's tyrannical strength. Pung! Mo Huai fell heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, and could no longer stand up. "Juzi!" Mo Zhong screamed at the top of his lungs, then shouted to Mo Yun behind him, "Quick! Go down the mountain and deploy the troops, or else Juzi and I will be killed by you." In order to get Mo Yun to agree as soon as possible, Mo Zhong had no choice but to threaten him. "Big brother, take good care of Juzi, I'll go down the mountain and deploy the troops. Mo Yun wiped his tears and made a prompt decision. He turned around and was about to go down the mountain when he was blocked by Wuxia. Humph. Your opponent is us. Mo Zhong picked up the long sword on the ground and stabbed at Wuxia without thinking. At the same time, he shouted to the people around him, the Turkic state teacher has infiltrated our Yanhuang college, he must be up to no good. We Han people should work together to kill him. Brothers, go. Buy time for Mo Yun. Wuxia was furious. He didn't expect that a weakling like Mo Zhong, who couldn't even be considered an ant, would dare to stab him with a sword. In his eyes, this was simply a humiliation. Therefore, Wuxia didn't hesitate to smash the mace in his hand towards Mo Zhong. Pooh! Mo Zhong didn't have Mo Huai's profound internal strength, nor did he have Mo Huai's understanding of the Taiji sword. Facing Wuxia's angry attack, he couldn't even put up a decent defensive move and was sent flying by the mace. Big brother. Mo Yun, who had just run 2 steps forward, took a peek and suddenly felt like his courage was being torn apart. He and Mo Zhong were blood brothers, and at this moment, he only wanted to rush forward and fight Wuxia to the death. But he knew that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders and couldn't act rashly. Quickly go down the mountain. Pooh! Mo Zhong supported his body and hurriedly shouted at Mo Yun. At the same time, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Mo Yun wiped away his tears and then resolutely ran towards the entrance of the Cloud Mountain. Wuxia wanted to chase after him, but the surrounding Yanhuang College guards didn't give him the chance. More than 20 guards poured all their internal strength into their swords and stabbed towards Wuxia. Even though they knew they weren't his match, they still didn't hesitate. Because their big brother had fought against the outsiders and was currently in a state of limbo, and when they saw Mo Huai and Mo Zhong knocked unconscious, the grief and indignation in their hearts couldn't be held back any longer. 23 sharp swords, filled with boundless true qi and surging anger, slashed towards Wuxia from all directions. Faced with such a concentrated attack, Wuxia had no time to deal with the escaping Mo Yun and could only focus on dealing with these ants around him. Chapter 1522. Will someone come to Yunshan Mountain to cause trouble at night? In Yanhuang College's dormitory 001, Li Tai sat up from his bed and looked out the window with a worried expression. The college has been standing aloof from worldly affairs for the past year, and there are more than 2,000 imperial guards at the foot of the mountain. If there's a ruckus at the gate, it's probably not a small matter. Qingke, why don't we go out and take a look? Qin Huayu frowned and suggested. Sure. Let's go out and take a look. Call Baolin. Li Tai thought for a moment and made a prompt decision. He didn't forget to think of Yuchi Baolin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. After all, Qing Chumo was out of town with Li Zishuan to kill locusts. The strongest fighter in their dormitory was Yuchi Baolin. A few days ago, when they were chasing Yi Hong outside the city, Yuchi Baolin showed his prowess at the crucial moment. Hey! Baolin! Wake up! There's drumsticks to eat. Seeing that Yuchi Baolin was still sleeping soundly, Sun Zifen, who had just gotten out of bed, couldn't help but push his arm and say. Huh? What? Where's the drumsticks? I want to eat drumsticks. Yuchi Baolin sniffled and propped his fat body up from the bed. He closed his eyes and said in a daze. Even though they knew that there was something wrong with the college, they couldn't help but laugh. Li Tai said angrily, the drumsticks are right in front of the gate. If you want to eat, put on your clothes quickly. Pfft. Sun Zifen tried hard to hold back his laughter, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Li Tai waved his hand in annoyance and said, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead, opened the dormitory door, and walked out. It was summer and they didn't have much to wear. After a while, Yuchi Baolin, Qin Huayu, Sun Zifen and the others followed them out of the dormitory area. However, they didn't see a single academy guard on night patrol. Li Tai couldn't help but frown. How strange. Along the way, he didn't see a single person. Usually, the academy would have guards on night patrol to prevent the students from not sleeping and wandering around the dormitory. What happened tonight? Qin Huaiyu frowned and listened for a moment. He said, Qingke, it seems that there are fighting sounds at the gate of the academy. I'm afraid the academy is in big trouble. Let's go and take a look. Remember, we have to observe the situation clearly before deciding whether to go out and help or go down the mountain to call for reinforcements. Qin Huaiyu had a quiet personality and was very calm in the face of trouble. In an instant, he understood the severity of the situation and hurriedly said in a low voice. Yuqi Baolin was already awake. As a warrior, his hearing was sharper and he could hear the fighting sounds at the front of the academy even more clearly. After Qin Huaiyu finished speaking, Yuqi Baolin said anxiously, there are people fighting at the gate of the academy. That person is very strong. I also heard Mr. Mo's voice. Qingke, Huaiyu, Zifen, don't go. I'll go save Mr. Mo alone. After saying that, Yuqi Baolin didn't wait for them to react. He took a big stride and ran quickly in the direction of Guanghua Tower. Hey! Baolin, wait! Li Tai's heart sank. By the time he reacted and wanted to stop Yuqi Baolin, the latter had already run far away. He was puzzled. A great master. Baolin said that person is a great master. I heard from Yamacho that Mr. Mo's martial cultivation has reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Few people in the world can compare to him. Could it be that even Mr. Mo can't deal with this great master? Then who is this person? Qin Huaiyu thought for a moment and said, Qingke, none of us know martial arts. If Mr. Mo can't deal with this great master, we'll just be adding to the trouble if we go. Why don't we climb over the side wall and go down the mountain to get reinforcements? I heard from my father that His Majesty has arranged for 2,000 imperial guards at the foot of the Cloud Mountain to ambush us. Li Tai nodded, then shook his head. Why go through so much trouble? Zifen, I remember that you hid 2 fireworks under your bed, didn't you? Son Zifen heard this and couldn't help but be stunned. Qingke, how did you know? Before the Lantern Festival this year, Li Zishuan had secretly rubbed a few fireworks when he had asked the servants to make them in the Cloud Mountain residence. He usually couldn't bear to use them, so he hid them in the wooden box under his bed. Li Tai said unhappily, How would I know? You hid such dangerous things in the dormitory. We'll deal with you later. Go and get the 2 fireworks now. We'll use them to inform the Imperial Guards at the foot of the mountain to come up and help. Qin Huaiyu also looked at Sun Zifen with a slightly ugly expression. After all, anyone who knew that they slept on a bed with fireworks every day would be in a bad mood. Fine. You wait. I'll go and get the fireworks now. Feeling Qin Huaiyu's dangerous gaze, Sun Zifen shrank his neck and cleverly chose to escape. At the same time, in front of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building. Mr. Mo. Brother Mo Zhong, what happened to you? Who hurt you? Yuqi Baolin came to the front of Guanghua building and saw blood everywhere. College guards were lying on the ground, and Mo Huai was also lying on the ground. His clothes were all stained red, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Yuqi Baolin couldn't help but panic. He hurriedly walked over to Mo Huai and helped him up as he asked anxiously. Under Yuqi Baolin's shaking, the unconscious Mo Huai finally woke up. Seeing that the person in front of him was Yuqi Baolin, he quickly said, Baolin. Quick. Quick, tell all the students to hide in the back of the mountain and don't come out. Quick. Go. As he spoke, he even pushed Yuqi Baolin's arm. Feeling the weak force on his arm, Yuqi Baolin couldn't help but grieve. He was a warrior, and he knew better than anyone how powerful Mo Huai was. But now, Mo Huai didn't even have the strength to push someone. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. Boo-hoo. Mr. Mo. Who was it that injured you? I'll avenge you. Yuqi Baolin was a straightforward person. Seeing that Mo Huai's breath was weak, he couldn't help but cry and say angrily. Baolin. Listen to me. Quick. Go. With that, Mo Huai couldn't hold on anymore and finally fainted again. Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo. Wake up. Wake up. Seeing this, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but cry loudly. At this moment, the door to Guanghua building was pushed open, and a tall and thin man in a black robe walked out with a pile of books and manuscripts. At a glance, he saw that there was another person in the room, a very young boy. You're a student of Yanhuang College? The black-robed man was naturally Wuxia. He stopped in his tracks and asked with interest. Hearing this, Yuchi Baolin raised his head to look at Wuxia. When he saw the bloody mace on Wuxia's back, Yuchi Baolin's eyes immediately turned red. Gently placing Mo Huai on the ground, Yuchi Baolin stood up and looked straight at Wuxia, enunciating each word clearly. Was it you who injured Senior Mo? Yuchi Baolin was a simple and honest person. Usually, even if others made fun of him, he wouldn't get angry. Now that he saw his teacher seriously injured on the ground, how could he hold back his anger? Even if he knew that he wasn't a match for the black-robed man in front of him, he still had to stand up and avenge Mo Huai. He liked Yanhuang College and respected these teachers who were like family elders to him. This teacher didn't want to hurt anyone. These people overestimated themselves and wanted to ruin this teacher's good fortune. Facing Wuchi Baolin's bloodthirsty gaze, for some reason, Wu Jie didn't directly draw his sword, instead frowning slightly as he explained. You hurt Mr. Mo, you deserve to die. Ah. Yuchi Baolin clenched his fists and like a mad bull, charged towards Mo Huai. He didn't have a weapon in his hand, so he used his own body as a weapon. He didn't want to kill Wu Jie. As long as he could injure Wu Jie slightly, he would be satisfied. He knew that he couldn't avenge Mo Huai, all he could do was collect some interest in advance. Wu Jie frowned. He had many books under his arms, so he couldn't pull out the mace from his back, nor could he use any moves to block Yuchi Baolin's charge. In the end, he chose to do nothing and just stood there motionless, waiting for Yuchi Baolin to hit him. Because in his opinion, a little chi transformation cultivator wouldn't be able to break through his aura shield even with a sword, let alone this Yuchi Baolin who didn't even have a single weapon in his hand. However, he had to admit that this student in front of him was really brave. Pung! In the blink of an eye, Yuchi Baolin arrived in front of Wu Jie. Wu Jie had thought that this dark and fat boy didn't have much strength, but this collision actually forced him back half a step. Don't underestimate this half step. Wu Jie was a martial grandmaster level master, even Mo Huai couldn't escape from him. Yuchi Baolin, on the other hand, was just a brat who had just broken through to the chi transformation realm. The gap between their realms was enormous, yet he was able to force Wu Jie back half a step. If this were to spread out, no one would believe it. Humph. Wu Jie coldly snorted in anger. His vigorous internal force exploded, and Yuchi Baolin was unable to control his body and was sent flying 4 or 5 feet before crashing heavily to the ground. This young man has great strength, his body is even stronger than a Turkic man's. He's a good seedling. Although Yuchi Baolin was sent flying, Wu Jie didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked at Yuchi Baolin thoughtfully. Chi. Pung. Pung. At this moment, behind Yanhuang College's Guanghua building, 2 gorgeous fireworks suddenly rose, lighting up the night sky. Shit! Wu Jie's expression changed. Without hesitation, he squatted down, took off the robes of one of the college guards, wrapped the book in the robes, threw it on his back, and walked directly to the college's main entrance. Because these 2 fireworks would not only alert the Imperial Army at the foot of Cloud Mountain, it might also alert the surrounding soldiers, or even the other armies of Cheng and City. If that really happened, it would be difficult for him to leave. According to his original plan, after stealing the college's technology, he would take advantage of the Great Tang's imperial court to rush back to the Turks. If the imperial court reacted too quickly and mobilized the armies of the various states to intercept him, then he might not be able to leave the Great Tang. Stop! Who dares to harm my Yanhuang College's students? Chapter 1523. In the silent night, 2 fireworks exploded. Not only did it disturb Wuxia, who was fighting with Yuqi Baolin, but it also woke up the Yanhuang College students from their dreams. The students originally thought that someone from the academy was secretly setting off fireworks for fun, but when they put on their clothes and came out to take a look, they immediately felt that the atmosphere of the academy was a bit strange. There were no guards outside the academy's dormitory, and some students could even faintly hear the sounds of fighting coming from the academy's entrance. Thus, the students who were woken up walked out of their dormitory and headed towards Guanghua Building. When they were about to reach Guanghua Building, they met Li Tai's group. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and Qin Huayu had already been observing the situation from the bushes beside Guanghua Building for a while. When they saw more students coming, they hurriedly had the students squat down to avoid being discovered by Wu Jie. Because from their previous observation, they already knew that the black-clothed man in front of Guanghua Building was extremely terrifying. If they went up, they wouldn't be of any help, and would only be delivering their heads. Thus, when they saw the students coming, Li Tai had them quietly hide behind the bushes for the time being. But when they saw Li Gang arrive, and the black-clothed man had the intention to make a move against Li Gang, they couldn't bear it anymore. They all stood up with Li Tai, wanting to protect Li Gang. Not to mention Li Gang's prestige in the Tang dynasty's literary world, just in Yanhuang College, his prestige was unmatched. There was no student or teacher who didn't respect him. Moreover, the old teacher was the teacher of 2 crown princes. His conduct was noble, and although he was once an official in the imperial court, he had always been clean. It could be said that he was the leader of the Tang dynasty's literary world. Now that someone wanted to harm the old teacher, how could the students stand it? Although they knew that they weren't a match for the black-clothed man, they still chose to stand up. They wanted to protect Li Gang, the respected old teacher, and protect Yanhuang College. Qin Ke. Quickly bring them back. Li Gang's weathered eyes were somewhat moved, but after a moment, he restrained this feeling and said to Li Tai in a stiff tone. Humph. A bunch of kids still wet behind the ears and a white-haired old man. Yanhuang College wants to stop me with just these? Humph. Wu Jie looked at the 100 or so students who had just arrived, then turned to look at Li Gang, who was still standing tall and proud, and couldn't help but coldly snort. As his voice fell, his clothes fluttered without any wind. The surrounding students and Li Gang couldn't help but take a step back. This was Wu Jie releasing his qi. He wanted to shake off the people around him so that he could take all the technical information and leave Cloud Mountain as soon as possible. Because at this moment, he could faintly hear the dense footsteps coming from the mountain path. He was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. If you want to leave Cloud Mountain, you can, but leave behind the bag on your back. Wu Jie was just about to take the opportunity to walk out of the gate when suddenly, a tower-like youth appeared in front of him. It was Yuqi Baolin, who had just taken a palm from him. HM? You're still not dead? Get out of my way. Don't overestimate yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Jie was slightly surprised, but on the surface, he coldly snorted. No. I won't let you. Even if you beat me to death, I won't let you. Yuqi Baolin opened his arms and said stubbornly. Finally, he turned to look at Li Gang and said, Mr. Li, this Turkic imperial teacher stole many books from our school, you can't let him go. Li Gang's face changed as he quickly stepped forward and said sternly, as the Turkic imperial teacher, you actually ignored the treaty between the 2 countries and snuck into our Tang Yanhuang College to steal books. Are you representing Shili to declare war on our Tang Empire? Li Tai and the other students were shocked. Only now did they realize that this black-robed man in front of them was the legendary Turkic imperial teacher. When they finally reacted, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. After all, Wu Jie was one of the world's 2 martial grandmasters and had a certain amount of fame. At this time, Wu Jie coldly snorted and said, Humph. Ever since the Tang Empire's army killed our Turkic army, the 2 countries have been in a state of war, don't you know? Li Gang was so angry that he laughed and said, shameless. At that time, it was you who took the initiative to violate the treaty and send troops to support Liang Shi to fight against our Tang Empire. Now, you dare to make false accusations? You really can't tell right from wrong. No matter what, don't even think about taking away Yanhuang College's books and information tonight. So what if I want to take it away? With just the few of you, how can you stop me? Wu Jia snorted and raised his foot to charge at Yuchi Baolin. Humph. If you want to take away the books of the academy, you'll have to step over this Li Gang's corpse. Li Tai shouted in grief and indignation. The books and information of the academy were the result of Li Zishuan and the teachers and students of the academy. Moreover, these books and information contained the technologies of powerful countries and powerful armies. If the imperial teacher of the Turkic Empire stole them, it would be an immeasurable loss to the Great Tang. In addition, before Li Zishuan left, he had entrusted the entire academy to Li Gang. Therefore, the old teacher absolutely could not allow Wu Jia to steal the hard work of Li Zishuan and the teachers and students of the academy. He would rather die than let it happen. The old teacher would use his life to fulfill the responsibility on his shoulders. Teacher Wenji, let me. I'll fight with him. Yuchi Baolin strode forward and stood in front of Li Gang. Protect Teacher Wenji. Li Tai also quickly stepped in front of Li Gang. Protect Teacher Wenji. The other students followed suit and stood over as well. All of you, get out of the way. At this moment, Li Gang pushed through the crowd and said. Although his voice was soft, it was firm. Although the students were unwilling, they still involuntarily opened a path. Li Gang walked to the front of the students, his hands clasped behind his back. Facing the murderous Wu Jia, he showed no fear and righteously said, this old master was originally a scholar, familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, familiar with the records of the grand historian, and the Book of Han. Writing nourishes one's qi, reading poetry nourishes one's spirit. I only have a few plain clothes and no money. Only the hundreds of students are my greatest capital in this life. This old master respects the heavens and earth, respects morality, and fears the hearts of the people. You are just a barbarian martial artist, how could I be threatened by you? I know that my martial arts are high and I am invincible, but today, I want to see what you can do to me. Chapter 1524. Thundercloud Overlord Mace. In the open space in front of Yanhuang College, Wu Jia, who had been attacked by more than 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers, was finally enraged. The momentum around his body suddenly changed, and the mace in his hand began to glow with the light of thunder. A powerful and magnificent true qi exploded, and all the Imperial Army soldiers around Wu Jia were sent flying. At the very beginning, the mace was not called a mace, but a mace. This weapon had a very long history. It was a weapon with 3 sharp edges and 2 protruding parts. It was widely used in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. In the novel, Water Margin, the fiery thunderbolt Qin Ming used this weapon to become famous all over the world. After sending several hundred Imperial Army soldiers flying, Wu Jia aggressively waved his mace and flew towards the 2 brothers, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. To catch the thief, first catch the leader. Wu Jia was very clear that if he wanted to get rid of this annoying group of Imperial Army soldiers as soon as possible, he would have to cripple the top 2 fighters. Otherwise, if he tried to escape, he would definitely be pursued and harassed by the 2 masters, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. At the time, he was still a little surprised by Dugu Xian's cultivation. Dugu Xian looked to be in his 20s, and a grandmaster in his 20s was considered rare in the entire world. He had not expected that besides the monster Li Zishuan, there would be such a character in the younger generation of the Great Tang. However, he was only slightly surprised. He didn't even put Mo Huai, a peak grandmaster, in his eyes, let alone Dugu Xian, a rookie, who had just entered the grandmaster realm. At this moment, dark clouds covered the dim crescent moon, and the night became even darker. Everyone could clearly see that the mace in Wu Jia's hand was flashing with lightning as he viciously swung it towards Dugu Xian's head. Big brother, be careful. Dugu Feiying's eyebrows jumped as he hurriedly shouted. At the same time, 5 Xian leaf-throwing daggers flew out, locking onto Wu Jia's limbs and heart. In the past, Dugu Feiying could only use 3 mystic leaf flying daggers at the same time. But after a year of training, Dugu Feiying's flying dagger technique had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only could he use more flying daggers at the same time, the speed of the flying daggers had also increased. The distance of 3 to 4 meters was covered almost instantly, even faster than Wu Jie's speed. Feeling the incoming threat, Wu Jie's eyes couldn't help narrowing as his heart trembled. He had thought that between the two brothers, only Dugu Xian was a bigger threat, but he had never imagined that Dugu Feiying, who wasn't even a grandmaster, would actually possess such amazing flying dagger techniques. Yes, it was stunning. These 5 profound leaf flying daggers had basically locked down all possible escape routes for Wu Jie, because the speed of these flying daggers had reached the pinnacle. No matter which direction he fled in, he would still be hit by the flying daggers. If Dugu Feiying's flying daggers were to be described in one word, it could only be described as pure. This was a flying dagger technique that had reached the pinnacle of perfection, as if his flying daggers had a life of their own. Wu Jie had never seen such fast flying daggers before, or rather, he had never seen anyone who could use flying daggers with such spirituality. Just by relying on this flying dagger technique, Dugu Feiying had the strength to contend with an average grandmaster. In this respect, Dugu Feiying and Wu Jie had some similarities, that was, they both had an almost crazy obsession with the same thing. They were both people who pursued their passions to the pinnacle. At this moment, although these 5 profound leaf-flying daggers had locked down all possible escape routes, this wasn't a problem for Wu Jie because he didn't intend to retreat at all. Waving his mace like a bolt of lightning, Wu Jie created an impenetrable lightning net in front of him. The 5 flying daggers hit this net, making a few ding-ding-ding sounds before flying off in all directions. Ah! The flying daggers that were shot down didn't have eyes. A few of the Imperial Guards were unlucky enough to be hit by the flying daggers. Fortunately, they didn't injure their vital parts. However, what was more bizarre was that those who were hit by the flying daggers all had their bodies convulsing. There was a faint flash of electricity on their bodies, as if they were struck by lightning. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying's expressions couldn't help becoming heavier. This Wu Jie in front of them, not only was his cultivation extremely high, his martial arts were also extremely strange, even accompanied by lightning, making him even more difficult to deal with. Humph. Little boy, your flying dagger technique is quite impressive, but if you want to use it against this master, you're far from enough. Wu Jie's first attack was interrupted, and after landing, he glared at Dugu Feiying and said coldly. Saying so, he raised his mace and swung it towards Dugu Feiying. The same move, targeted at a different person, but this time, Wu Jie's speed was even faster, even creating a sonic boom. Bastard. You sneaky little bastard, do you dare suppress your cultivation to the same level and fight this grandpa here for 300 rounds? Aren't you taking advantage of your position to bully me? Seeing Wu Jie change the target of his attack to himself, Dugu Feiying couldn't help shouting in anger and cursing loudly. But cursing was one thing, he still had to hurry up and escape. This time, he didn't have time to activate his profound leaf-flying dagger, because Wu Jie's speed was even faster than before, and he was also heading straight for him. Dugu Feiying didn't dare risk his little life. If his profound leaf-flying dagger missed and couldn't stop Wu Jie for even a moment, wouldn't he die? So, almost at the first moment, Dugu Feiying had already fled. But how could his escape speed compare to the speed of a martial grandmaster like Wu Jie? In the blink of an eye, Wu Jie had already caught up to him, and Dugu Feiying could even faintly feel the wind from the back of his head. Fuck. This old dog won't cut open the back of this young master's head, right? Wouldn't that ruin this young master's handsome image? Dugu Feiying secretly complained in his heart. He was just a small fry at the peak of Qi transforming stage, but now he was facing off against one of the world's top martial Dao masters. What kind of sin had he committed? Humph. Dugu 9 swords, broken spear form. At the critical moment, Dugu Xian didn't disappoint Dugu Feiying. Taking advantage of this moment, Dugu Xian had already condensed his sword intent and leapt into the air, using a series of complex sword moves. His speed also increased by about 60%, directly taking the lead and disrupting Wuxia's onslaught. Dang dang dang. The expected scene of sword and staff colliding didn't happen. Wuxia's mace was filled with violent true qi, so it was reasonable to say that as long as Dugu Xian's sword collided with it, he would be sent flying, but this wasn't the case. Dugu Xian's swordsmanship seemed to be specifically designed to restrain Wuxia's mace. Faced with Dugu Xian's dazzling swordsmanship, Wuxia felt as if his mace was unable to exert any strength. This shocked him greatly, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of swordsmanship Dugu Xian was using. One had to know that the broken spear form of Dugu 9 swords was specifically designed to counter all kinds of long spears, halberds, snake spears, chi mace sticks, wolf tooth maces, white candles, Buddhist staffs, shovels, and all kinds of other long weapons. Wuxia's movements with his mace were all dissected in the broken spear form, allowing Dugu Xian to predict Wuxia's next move based on which part of his body and muscles showed signs of movement. This was the so-called foresight, the true essence of Dugu 9 swords. This was a way to foresee the enemy's moves and quickly counter them. It had nothing to do with the depth of one's cultivation, only with one's perception. It was for these reasons that the martial grandmaster Wuxia felt that his mace was completely suppressed by Dugu Xian, who had just broken through to the martial grandmaster realm. Haha. Old dog. Who told you to chase this young master? Now I'll let you have a taste of this young master's strength. Perceiving that he was no longer in danger, Dugu Feiying began to play dirty again. Not only that, but he also pushed his speed to the limit, circling the battlefield, and whenever he found a good position, he wouldn't hesitate to throw a few profound leaf-flying daggers at Wuxia. In modern terms, Dugu Xian was a melee tanker, while Dugu Feiying was a ranged attacker. Under the exquisite coordination of these two brothers, they were actually able to faintly resist Wuxia's fierce offensive, but this was only temporary because Dugu Xian felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Every time the long sword in his hand collided with Wuxia's mace, he could clearly feel a bolt of lightning pass through his right hand. At first, he was able to grit his teeth and resist, but as the number of times he was struck increased, he was gradually reaching his limit. He felt that if he was struck by Wuxia a few more times, his right hand would lose all feeling. Although Dugu Xian had suppressed Wuxia in terms of moves, in terms of strength, Dugu Xian was directly suppressed by Wuxia. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Moreover, Wuxia's true qi seemed to contain a trace of the power of lightning. This was simply too strange, something that Dugu Xian had never even heard of before. All soldiers listen to my order, continue to form the formation and kill the Tujue imperial teacher. Taking advantage of the gap between retreating, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. There's an urgent report from Cloud Mountain. Late at night, Imperial Palace West Court. Zhao Song hurriedly arrived at Empress Jianghu's bedroom in the Lijing Palace, carefully poking his head inside and shouting. If it wasn't for an urgent matter, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't have come here to disturb Li Heir and Empress Jianghu's sweet dreams. After all, an emperor was also a person, and anyone who was disturbed while hugging their wife to sleep would naturally be angry. And once an emperor was angry, the consequences would be more serious. Therefore, in the entire imperial palace, basically no one dared to knock on Li Heir and Empress Jianghu's door at this time. Zhao Song was more senior, and in addition to the urgent matter, he dared to do so. After a long silence in the bedroom, Li Heir's voice finally came. What's the matter? Your Majesty, half an hour ago, 2 fireworks rose from Cloud Mountain. At first, this old servant thought that it was just a child playing around, but just now, General Dugu sent a messenger to Chang and City on a fast horse, saying that Yanhuang College was attacked by a great grandmaster expert and requested for Your Majesty to send troops to help as soon as possible. Zhao Song said with a worried face. Dugu Xian, who was guarding at the foot of the Cloud Mountain, had received Moyun's report that the academy had been attacked by the Tujue nation master. He hurriedly led his men up the Cloud Mountain to rescue the academy. At the same time, he also sent 2 soldiers to Chang and on horseback to ask for help. Firstly, Dugu Xian had never faced a great grandmaster expert before, so he wasn't sure if the 2,000 people he brought with him could take down Wuxia. Secondly, the Tujue imperial teacher, who was second only to one person, suddenly appeared near the Great Tang's capital. This could easily lead people to think that there were Tujue troops in other places nearby, so to be safe, Wuxia Xianxia had to ask for help from Cheng and City. Chapter 1525. Humph. Junior. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? This master wants to see just how long you can last. On the summit of Cloud Mountain, more than 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers had surrounded Wuxia, but they couldn't display the full power of the Mo sword array because Wuxia was currently launching a fierce barrage of attacks towards Wuxia Xianxia. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle, flying up and down, and the bystanders simply couldn't intervene. Even Wuxia Xianxia, who had been looking for opportunities to throw flying daggers, didn't dare to intervene because the battle between the two was too intense. If he threw a dagger, it was very likely that it would hit Wuxia Xianxia's face. The two of them had fought for an unknown number of rounds, and Wuxia Xianxia's right hand was gradually becoming numb. Seeing this, Wuxia couldn't help calling out coldly. He had deliberately kept a very close distance from Wuxia Xianxia in order to prevent himself from being surrounded by more than 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to directly cripple Wuxia Xianxia so that when he escaped, he would have one less tail to tail. The facts proved that his decision was correct. Because at this moment, Wuxia Xianxia's face was pale, obviously he couldn't hold on any longer. Wuxia Xianxia pursed his lips and didn't speak because he really didn't have the strength to speak at this moment. In fact, with his martial Dao cultivation that had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm, it was already a miracle that he could last this long against Wuxia. If it weren't for the Wuxia Nine Swords broken spear style, which naturally countered Wuxia's mace, he would have already fallen like Mo Huai. But even so, Wuxia Xianxia was already exhausted. The main reason was that Wuxia's mace was constantly sending out faint lightning bolts. In order to resist these lightning bolts, Wuxia Xianxia had to use a portion of his true qi to dissolve them. As a result, although the Wuxia Nine Swords didn't consume much true qi, the amount of true qi consumed to resist the lightning bolts was more than enough for Wuxia Xianxia to bear. In fact, the amount of true qi consumed was far greater than the amount consumed by the Wuxia Nine Swords. Big brother. Get out of the way. I'll deal with this smelly old man. Wuxia Xianxia also saw that Wuxia Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer, so he quickly shouted out. Wuxia Xianxia smiled bitterly. If he could get away, would he have waited until now? Wuxia Xianxia, on the other hand, couldn't wait any longer. He knew that if he waited any longer, his big brother would either die or be crippled. Rather than that, he might as well give it his all. Perhaps he could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. No, he could find a chance to live. At some point, Wuxia Xianxia had summoned 5 flying daggers into his hands. At this moment, Wuxia Xianxia's aura changed, becoming like a proud and aloof eagle, his eyes fixed on Wuxia Xianxia and Wuxia as they flew through the air. Dong dong dong. Wuxia Xianxia's ears were no longer filled with the noises of the battlefield. All he could hear was his own heartbeat. He blocked all the sources of noise from the outside world and focused all his energy, vigor, and soul, looking for an opportunity to cut into the battle. Now. Suddenly, Wuxia Xianxia's eyes flashed and the profound leaf dagger in his hand shot out like lightning towards Wuxia Xianxia. And, that's right, it was aimed at Wuxia Xianxia. The profound leaf dagger silently cut through the air, instantly arriving within 5 meters of Wuxia Xianxia and Wuxia. Wuxia Xianxia's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Wuxia Xianxia, this bastard, had actually caused the profound leaf dagger to miss its mark. Wuxia Xianxia's flying daggers were already fast to begin with. In addition, the 5 flying daggers in the air seemed to be driven by Wuxia Xianxia's extraordinary performance. Their speed was at least 30% faster than before. Wuxia Xianxia, who had exhausted all his qi, would not be able to dodge these 5 flying daggers no matter what. Ha! Dying at the hands of Xianxia is better than dying at the hands of Wuxia. I just hope the family elders won't blame him for this. Death is at hand, Wuxia Xianxia muttered in his heart as he gave up resisting. On the opposite side, Wuxia also caught a glimpse of the 5 profound leaf daggers thrown by Wuxia Xianxia from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but sneer proudly, thinking that although Wuxia Ying's foundation wasn't bad, his mental state was really lacking. In his opinion, the 5 profound leaf daggers that Wuxia Ying had sent out were obviously due to his poor mental state, causing him to miss his mark. As such, he withdrew his attack on Wuxia Xianxia and decided to watch these 2 great Tang youngsters kill each other with his own eyes. The surrounding Imperial Army guards and Yanhuang College's teachers and students all stared with wide eyes at the profound leaf dagger flying towards Wuxia Xianxia in horror. Sun Zifen was also dumbfounded. Fuck. General Fei Ying, how could you miss like that? Where's the mark? What AF * king trap? Fuck. Amazing. Amazing. But did Wuxia Ying really miss? Obviously not. Just as Wu Jie gave up on attacking Wuxia Xianxia and was about to stop and watch the show, the 5 profound leaf daggers in the air suddenly changed direction and flew straight towards Wu Jie. Wu Jie was stunned at first, but when he reacted, he hurriedly swung his mace to block the incoming profound leaf daggers, but it was already too late. Ding ding ding. Pu pu. Of the 5 profound leaf daggers, 3 of them were knocked away by the mace, but there were still 2 profound leaf daggers that couldn't be blocked. One of them cut Wu Jie's shoulder, while the other cut Wu Jie's trousers. Silence. The previously noisy Yanhuang College entrance suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone except Wu Jie stared at Wuxia Ying with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Wu Jie only suffered a minor injury, in this world, martial grandmasters were almost invincible existences. As long as they weren't surrounded by an army, almost no one could injure a martial grandmaster. But now, Wuxia Ying, a little brat who hadn't even reached the martial grandmaster realm, had actually injured the dignified martial grandmaster Wu Jie. If this news were to spread, wouldn't it cause an uproar? Ah. Shameless Junior, you dare to sneak attack this martial grandmaster. Feeling the sharp pain in his shoulder, Wu Jie couldn't help but feel shocked. How long had it been since he was last injured? But now, not only was he injured, but he was also injured by a 20-year-old junior who hadn't even reached the martial grandmaster realm. This was simply a great humiliation. Bah! What sneak attack? This young master was just playing with profound leaf daggers in broad daylight. If you don't have the ability to dodge, who can you blame? Seeing that the profound leaf daggers that he had condensed all of his spiritual strength had successfully hit their target, Wuxia Ying felt a little smug. Facing Wu Jie's anger, he retorted. Junior. This martial grandmaster will kill you today. Wu Jie's eyes widened in anger, his aura rising once again. Wuxia Xianxia, who had taken the opportunity to withdraw from the battle, couldn't help but feel shocked. He discovered that Wu Jie hadn't even used his full strength just now. The current Wu Jie was more than twice as terrifying as before. Fei Ying, be careful. Imperial guards, quickly get into formation. Wuxia Xianxia hurriedly shouted. Yes. The Imperial guards who had already formed a formation quickly moved towards Wu Jie, but Wu Jie didn't care about them at all. He directly rushed forward, wanting to smash Wuxia Ying's head with his club. Fast. At this time, Wu Jie's speed was as fast as lightning. Just a moment ago, he was still 100 feet away from Wuxia Ying, but in the next moment, he was already above Wuxia Ying's head. The spiked club, which was flickering with blue lightning, smashed directly at Wuxia Ying's head. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone held their breaths and closed their eyes, because no one could bear to see what would happen next. However, Wuxia Ying's eyes didn't close because he hadn't given up resisting. In this life and death crisis, Wuxia Ying pulled out 5 more profound leaf daggers from his sleeves and quickly retreated while facing Wu Jie's attack. Ding ding ding. Unfortunately for Wu Jie, these hastily summoned flying daggers didn't pose any threat to him and all of them fell to the ground. Wu Jie's mace still continued to swing towards Wuxia Ying. Pung! At this moment, everyone only heard a loud bang and the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, but they didn't hear Dugu Fei Ying's miserable howl. Curious, they couldn't help but open their eyes and look forward, only to see Dugu Fei Ying lying motionless several meters away from Wuxia. Just now, although the profound leaf daggers Dugu Fei Ying had hurriedly shot out weren't very powerful, they had still managed to delay Wuxia for a moment. Using this moment, Dugu Fei Ying had retreated a short distance, allowing Wuxia's killing blow to land less than half a meter in front of Dugu Fei Ying. However, even if this club didn't hit Dugu Fei Ying, the huge amount of true qi it released had sent Dugu Fei Ying flying. Not only that, Dugu Fei Ying's 5 viscera and 6 bowels had also suffered internal injuries. The angry strike of a martial grandmaster was truly terrifying. With one strike, Dugu Fei Ying had lost all ability to fight. Fei Ying. Dugu Xianxia's face was filled with nervousness as he hurriedly shouted to the surrounding imperial army, "Get into formation. Capture the Tujue imperial teacher." Yes. In such a short time, Wuxia had once again fallen into the imperial army's encirclement. The Mo sword formation was activated once again, and countless Mo swords continuously slashed towards him, but they didn't cause him much pressure at all. This was because at this moment, without the Dugu brothers holding the line and launching sneak attacks, Wuxia was completely at ease. Moreover, he didn't intend to fight to the death with these imperial army soldiers. As he fought, he retreated towards the edge of the formation. Don't let him escape, his bag contains the secrets of the academy. At this moment, Yuchi Baolin shouted from the side. Saying so, he didn't stay idle and directly joined the battle. Huayu, Ziffin, you two stay here and watch. I'll go back to the dormitory and use the telegraph to inform the Yamacho. I estimate that we won't be able to hold the Tujue imperial teacher back tonight. Li Tai suddenly said to Qin Huayu and Sun Ziffin outside the battle. Qin Huayu nodded and said, "It's good to be prepared. Moreover, we should inform the Yamacho as soon as possible. Qin Kei, you go." Okay. Li Tai nodded and then turned to leave. On the other side, Li Gang stood outside the battlefield with the support of the teachers of the academy. The old teacher's face was filled with anxiety because most of the technical information hidden in the academy was in the bag on Wujia's back. If Wuxia successfully escaped tonight, whether it was for Yanhuang College or for the entire Great Tang, it would be an immeasurable loss. Chapter 1526. Fast. The 3 arrows were as fast as lightning, arriving in front of Wuxia in the blink of an eye. Facing these 3 soul-stealing arrows, Wuxia had 2 choices. One was to pull Wang Ji over to block the arrows for him, the other was to ignore everything and retreat. However, the reality of the situation was that the 3 arrows were too fast, so fast that Wuxia didn't have time to react and could only choose to retreat. He could pull Wang Ji to his side to block the arrows, but even if he could, with the speed of these 3 arrows, after piercing through Wang Ji, it was very likely that they wouldn't stop and would continue flying towards Wuxia. Therefore, Wuxia chose to retreat directly. Ding ding ding. Wuxia retreated at an extremely fast speed, and as he did so, he pulled out his mace and blocked the 3 arrows, the powerful recoil causing his arm to go slightly numb. It was obvious just how much strength had been used to shoot these 3 arrows. Almost at the same time, the burly man who descended from the sky took a big stride forward and arrived in front of Wang Ji like lightning. He grabbed Wang Ji's shoulder and in a flash, he brought Wang Ji back to the back of the Imperial Guards. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. While Wuxia blocked the 3 arrows, the big man had already brought Wang Ji to the back of the Imperial Guard. Wang Ji, who had just survived, was completely stunned. He wasn't scared silly, but when he saw the big man's face, he was stunned. Brother Zhang. How could it be you? Wang Ji's eyes widened, his face full of shock. That's right, this man was the bearded man who had left Chang'an 10 days ago and sailed to North America. Who would have thought that Mr. Zhang San, who had already left, would return to Yanhuang College? Originally, Yanhuang College only had 1 martial scholar left, but now it had gained a fierce general, a half-step martial scholar. Brother Wang, are you all right? Zhang Zhongjin patted his former drinking buddy's shoulder and asked with concern. In all of Cloud Mountain, Wang Ji could be said to be his best friend. Now that Wang Ji was in trouble, how could he not be concerned? Many people might not believe this because Zhang Zhongjin was a half-step great-grandmaster. Shouldn't the friend of such a person be a martial artist at the very least? On the other hand, Wang Ji was just a weak scholar who couldn't carry anything on his shoulders and couldn't lift anything with his hands. He had nothing to do with Zhang Zhongjin. How could such two completely different people become best friends? However, the reality was that the two of them had really become close friends. Otherwise, the bearded man wouldn't have tried his best to save Wang Ji. I'm fine. Brother Zhang, are you a human or a ghost? Could it be that you met with a mishap at sea, and your ghost returned to Cloud Mountain to save me? Wang Ji glared at the bearded guest and said incoherently. He was both happy and surprised. His words made Ma Zhou, Li Gang, Su Hongji, and the others around him not know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, the bearded guest was a broad-minded person and did not get angry because of Wang Ji's incoherent words. Instead, he laughed and said, I originally wanted to go out to sea, but before I left, I felt uneasy. I thought that since Yamacho had already left Cloud Mountain, if I left too, wouldn't Brother Mo be the only one guarding Cloud Mountain? Although I am only a martial arts teacher in the academy, I also know that Cloud Mountain hides many secrets that everyone covets. Once I leave, it's inevitable that there won't be people who have designs on the academy. Therefore, I stayed around the academy for a few more days. For a full 4 days, everything was calm. On the 5th day, when I was about to leave completely, I suddenly felt a faintly discernible aura locking onto the academy. I felt that something was wrong and postponed my plans to go out to sea. Fortunately, I didn't go out to sea. Otherwise, Brother Wang would have been killed today. Hearing this, everyone rejoiced in their hearts. Li Gang said with a gratified face, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." After sighing, the old man's face suddenly changed and he said, "Mr. Zhang San, the hard work of all the teachers and students of the academy this year is all in the bag carried by the Turkic imperial teacher. I hope that Mr. Zhang San can take it back and not let outsiders steal our Yan Huang divine artifact." Hearing this, the bearded guest nodded and said with a dignified face, "I will do my best." Although those 3 arrows had forced Wuxia to retreat, if it was a real battle, the dragon-bearded guest wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. However, he wasn't afraid at all. After drifting on the sea for so long, the word adventure had been deeply engraved in his bones. For him, adventure meant opportunity and great harvest. Specifically speaking, facing Wuxia was indeed a big risk, but currently, there were only 2 martial grandmasters left in the world. To be able to exchange blows with a martial grandmaster was a rare opportunity in the bearded guest's eyes. Moreover, the abbot of the Shaolin Temple didn't care about worldly affairs and only knew how to pray and recite scriptures all day long. He, the bearded guest, couldn't directly challenge him. Now that Wuxia had taken the initiative to deliver himself to his door, to the bearded guest, this was an excellent opportunity to hone his martial arts and improve himself. If he could gain some enlightenment in this battle, he would very likely directly step into the martial grandmaster realm. However, although the harvest was great, the risk was also great, because if he made a mistake, he could very well die. Half-step martial grandmaster? You're Zhang Zhongjin? Wuxia, who had just stabilized himself, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask the bearded guest. Obviously, before attacking Cloudy Mountain, he had done a certain amount of research on the peak strength of Cloudy Mountain. It's this one. Zhang Zhongjin stepped forward and laughed heroically. The dignified imperial teacher of the Turks, one of the world's top masters, actually likes to take advantage of other people's perilous state and steal their chickens and dogs. If this were to spread out, wouldn't the world laugh their heads off? Wuxia coldly snorted, "Winners are kings while losers are bandits. In this world there are only 2 kinds of people, those who succeed and those who fail. As long as the Turks can become stronger, this imperial teacher can kill all those who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. You dare? Blood sea tyrannical saber." The bearded guest roared, directly unsheathing the saber on his back and leaping towards Wuxia. Facing someone whose cultivation was higher than his, the bearded guest actually chose to take the initiative to attack. This kind of courage, was truly something few people could match. Bold. Wuxia was furious. Although the bearded guest's cultivation was higher than Mo Huai's, in the eyes of a martial grandmaster, he was at most a wolf that was slightly stronger than an ant. A small wolf actually dared to take the initiative to attack him, a fierce tiger. Wasn't this simply looking down on him? How could he possibly endure this? Thunder Overlord Saber. Wuxia raised his mace and roared, causing the clouds to change color. The mace carried an even more powerful chi and lightning as it fiercely smashed towards the bearded guest's saber. This was an ultimate collision of strength, without any fancy moves, just the most simple of head-on clashes. Dang! The saber and mace collided, and a loud metallic sound exploded in front of Yanhuang College, truly deafening. All the Imperial Guards and Yanhuang College teachers and students present couldn't help but cover their ears, their faces filled with pain. Immediately after, Wuxia and the bearded guest were both pushed back by the powerful force of this collision, but the bearded guest only retreated 10 steps while Wuxia only retreated 4. In this first confrontation, the difference in strength between a half-step martial grandmaster and a martial grandmaster was obvious. Pung! The bearded guest fiercely stomped on the ground, and a deep hole appeared where his foot landed, but he finally stabilized himself. Whirlwind Wave Saber. The bearded guest, who was at a disadvantage, didn't have the slightest intention of stopping to catch his breath. Just as he stabilized himself, he once again activated the saber in his hand, and his entire body soared into the air. Together with his saber, he was like a rapidly rotating killing machine, rapidly spiraling towards Wuxia's direction. This move wasn't a move that the bearded guest learned from saber manuals, but a saber technique that he created himself based on Li Zishuan's 9 Taishian sword's 4th sword, Wave Breaker. The two saber techniques were actually different methods of achieving the same result. They both relied on the powerful impact of spiraling rapidly to break through the opponent's defense. But to deduce a saber technique based on someone else's sword technique, it had to be said that the bearded guest was truly a martial arts genius. Something that others didn't even dare to think of, he actually succeeded. When this whirlwind wave saber was used by him, it looked even more powerful than Li Zishuan's 9 Taishian sword's 4th sword, Wave Breaker. Moreover, it was filled with an indomitable domineering aura. The spectating Imperial Army soldiers and Yanhuang College teachers and students only felt a gust of wind in front of them, sweeping up all the grass and leaves on the ground. They had no choice but to close their eyes to prevent debris from being blown into their eyes by the wind. Chaotic Thunder Body. Perceiving that the bearded guest's whirlwind wave saber was indeed extraordinary, Wuxia's face finally showed a trace of seriousness. He roared, and his shoulders and arms instantly bulged with strong muscles. What was even more terrifying was that his body was also suffused with a faint blue light of lightning. When everyone saw this, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Even a fool could see that the current Wuxia was even stronger than before, so strong that it made people feel despair. The most important thing was that up until now, no one knew where Wuxia's limit was. How many cards did he still have up his sleeves? This person's strength was like a bottomless pit, unfathomable. Wuxia's momentum rapidly rose, and at the same time, he didn't stay idle. His whole body soared into the air, and he viciously smashed his mace towards the whirlwind. Smash! In Wuxia's world, there seemed to be only one action, simple and violent. In his hands, the mace was simply used as a sledgehammer. He didn't have any fancy moves, nor did he have any secret of using softness to conquer strength. His world only needed this kind of powerful strength, so powerful that no one could resist. Pung! Another deafening sound rang out, but this time, it was even more serious than the previous one. Chapter 1527. Beep, beep, beep. Taiyuan Prefecture, an inn in Shouyang County. Li Zishuan had just fallen asleep in the dead of night when a series of rapid, d-d-d, sounds suddenly came from a metal box on the table. Li Zishuan, who was in the middle of his sleep, was immediately roused from his slumber. He rushed to the front of the table in a flash. Qingke? Why is this child sending me a telegram at this hour? After verifying the sender's identity through the header code, Li Zixuan couldn't help but frown. It was almost 11 p.m. at this time. In modern times, this time wasn't considered late. Many 996 coders hadn't even gotten off work yet. However, in ancient times, most people would be asleep at this time. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. His expression changed slightly. Could it be that something happened at the academy? Li Zixuan hurriedly sent a string of codes to verify his identity. He then asked, Qingke, why are you sending me a message so late at night? Is there something urgent? After sending the message, Li Zixuan waited anxiously for a long time. However, he still didn't receive a message from Li Tai. It couldn't be helped. There was a huge difference between their reaction speed and the speed at which their brains processed information. Li Zixuan didn't need to flip through the password book to translate and send the message, but Li Tai couldn't do that. As a result, Li Zixuan had to wait even longer. It was just like when one was typing fast and the other was typing slow on QQ. This feeling made Li Zixuan a little unhappy. He thought to himself that after dealing with the locust plague, he should hurry up and start the development of a telephone. With a telephone, communication wouldn't be as inefficient as it was now. Hundreds of miles away, Li Tai immediately translated the message after receiving it. Then, he hurriedly sent another message to the password book. Yamacho, Turkic state preceptor Wu Jia attacked the academy tonight. Mr. Mo was seriously injured. The academy's guards also suffered heavy casualties. Mr. Li Gang suffered light injuries. Wu Jia stole all the academy's confidential documents. Currently, General Dugu is leading 2,000 imperial guards to surround Wu Jia at the mountain pass. Mr. Zhang San, who was originally far away, suddenly returned to the academy to provide support. However, Wu Jia is too strong. This student feels that the Yamacho's people aren't enough to stop him. Please return to Yunshan as soon as possible. Beep, beep. After waiting for a long time, Li Zixuan, who was far away in Shouyang County, finally received a message from Li Tai. However, after translating the message in his mind, Li Zixuan's expression. Turkic state preceptor attacked Yanhuang College at night and stole all the academy's confidential documents. Mr. Mo was seriously injured, Mr. Li suffered light injuries, and Yanhuang College's guards suffered heavy casualties. In front of Li Zixuan's eyes, a bloody scene appeared. He didn't really care about the academy's confidential documents. What he cared about were the people. Everyone in the academy was important to him. Mo Huai was like that, and you were even more so. As long as the people in the academy were fine, those so-called confidential documents would be lost. As long as there were people, the Yanhuang Academy would be able to create things with a higher level of technology. In the past year, Yanhuang College had mainly developed basic science. Although there were some confidential documents, they weren't of a high level. Even if they were leaked, the other party might not be able to understand them. Even if they saw them and imitated some of the more basic scientific products, Li Zixuan wasn't afraid. He firmly believed that Yanhuang College would become the origin of the world's science. The development of science and technology here would always be faster than other places. Seeing that there were people injured or even killed because of the academy's confidential documents, Li Zixuan felt extremely pained. Did the imperial court send reinforcements? Although he was extremely anxious, as the saying goes, distant water couldn't quench a present thirst. Li Zixuan could only ask about the specific situation first through a telegram. After a long time, Li Tai sent a message and replied. Before General Dugu led the army to climb Yunshan, he sent a messenger back to Cheng and to ask for reinforcements. The reinforcements sent by my father should be on their way now. But now that both Generals Dugu are seriously injured, it's still unknown whether Mr. Zhang San can hold on until reinforcements arrive. After receiving the message, Li Zixuan's expression changed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and tapped his finger lightly to send the message, quickly carry away the seriously injured for treatment. The academy's confidential documents are lost. As long as I'm here, as long as the Yanhuang College's teachers and students are here, these documents can be rewritten. The academy can also create greater glory. Human lives are important. There's no need to let Mr. Zhang San die to save Wuxia to avoid accidents. In addition, I'll immediately set off and return to Chang'an. Li Zishuan was actually very surprised by the sudden appearance of the bearded guest. However, to let the bearded guest, a half-step great-grandmaster, take something from a great-grandmaster expert who had been famous for many years, this was a bit too much. If things went wrong, the bearded guest might even lose his life. This was a situation that Li Zishuan really didn't want to see. Therefore, instead of letting Wuxia go, it would be better to have the dragon-bearded guest let Wuxia go. Not letting the casualties increase was already the best result. After all, there were still many powerless teachers and students in the academy. If Wuxia was really forced into a corner and he started a massacre, the academy's losses would be even more disastrous. As for Wuxia's night attack on the academy, Li Zishuan would definitely return the favor when he had the chance. The most important thing now was to preserve the academy's strength, not to chase after the academy's confidential documents. On the other side, after Li Tai translated the code, he couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Then, he replied, Tai will go and pass on the Yamacho's instructions. After confirming that Li Zishuan didn't have any other instructions, Li Tai put down the telegraph, turned around, and quickly walked towards the entrance of Yanhuang College. Roar! At the entrance of the academy, the bearded guest lost again and again, but the more he fought, the more excited he became. At this time, he was already in a state of excitement. Although his clothes were torn and he had many injuries on his body, he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. At most, he just consumed a bit of his true qi. Emperor Tsunami Blade. At this time, the bearded guest first used the lion's roar technique, then used his strongest skill, Emperor Tsunami Blade. In today's battle with Wuxia, the dragon-bearded guest had finally experienced a feeling of contentment. Although he had been suppressed in terms of cultivation, this kind of opportunity to fight across realms and display his full strength was a rare opportunity for him to encounter. The lion's roar technique carried a powerful sound wave that indiscriminately penetrated the eardrums of everyone present. Everyone quickly covered their ears. They saw the bearded guest swing his blade 3 times in a row in Wuxia's direction. 3 seemingly solid blade qi flew towards Wuxia like a chain of giant waves on the sea. The bearded guest didn't stay idle at this time. He became one with his blade, and like a stream of light, he chopped towards Wuxia's head. Heaven, earth, thunder. Wuxia circulated his qi on his mace, causing the lightning at the tip of the mace to flicker even more fiercely. His whole body soared into the air, and the mace in his hand rotated into a large airtight disc. When the 3-blade qi of the bearded guest met the disc, they were directly repelled. However, Wuxia didn't have any intention of stopping. He raised his mace and fiercely stabbed towards the bearded guest. The spikes at the tip of the mace collided with the bearded guest's blade in the air. With a keng sound, the blade in the bearded guest's hand instantly let out a sad cry. With a kacha sound, the blade actually split from the middle. Chapter 1528. Everyone stop. Let him go. As soon as Li Tai's words fell, all the teachers, students, and imperial guards on Cloud Mountain turned to look at him. Even Wuxia himself looked curiously at Li Tai. Facing everyone's gazes, Li Tai said, "The Yamacho said to let him go. Today's enmity will be repaid by Yanhuang College in the future. I hope Imperial Teacher and Kan Xieli are ready to face the wrath of our Yamacho." Li Tai's words were powerful and resonant, causing the students and teachers of the academy to rejoice, but Wuxia's eyes were gloomy and he remained silent. By now, Dugu Xian had already recovered, and although his true qi had not yet fully recovered, his limbs were gradually regaining strength. After pondering for a moment, he took 2 steps forward and shouted to the Imperial Army soldiers surrounding Wuxia, "His Royal Highness King Wei has ordered all of you to withdraw." At this point in the battle, Dugu Xian was well aware that if the battle continued, it would only increase the number of casualties, and nothing good would come out of it. Today, all the top fighting forces on Cloud Mountain had been lost at Wuxia's hands. Just relying on the Imperial Guard's battle formation to completely trap Wuxia was no different from ascending to the heavens. The main reason was that Wuxia's combat strength had exceeded everyone's expectations, and the terror of a martial grandmaster was far beyond their imagination. Instead of that, it would be better to go with the flow and listen to Li Tai's orders and let Wuxia go. Shua. Hearing this, the Imperial Guard soldiers all stepped back 3 steps and opened a path for Dugu Xian. They would not doubt any of Dugu Xian's decisions. Wuxia looked at Li Tai with some surprise, probably never having thought that this unassuming little fatty was actually the great Tang's Wei king. If I had known earlier, would have captured him. That way, the Tang army wouldn't have dared to attack, right? Wuxia couldn't help thinking to himself. But with such a large ruckus on Cloud Mountain, the surrounding armies would definitely hurry over. If he didn't want to be trapped in the Great Tang, he had to leave Cloud Mountain as quickly as possible. Therefore, he suppressed the thought of taking Li Tai hostage and left through the path that the Imperial Guards made way for him. With a leap, he disappeared without a trace. Qing Ke, Wuxia is carrying a lot of the Academy's secrets, how can we let him leave Cloud Mountain? Seeing Wuxia leave with the Academy's secrets, Li Gang trembled and said with a pained expression. Li Tai walked up to Li Gang and whispered, Mr. Wenji, Yamacho just told me that Yanhuang College wants people, not confidential information. As long as the teachers and students of the Academy are here, we will definitely be able to develop more advanced knowledge and technology. Yamacho doesn't want the Academy to suffer any more casualties because of those documents. Li Gang was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "Haa. This old man is old, but I can't see through things as clearly as Yamacho. I'm old. Yamacho's idea isn't wrong. As long as the Green Hills last, there's hope." After saying this, Li Gang turned to the students and teachers behind him and solemnly declared, "Today, the Turkic state teacher humiliated my Yanhuang College. All teachers and students of the Academy must remember today's shame. As students of the engineering school, you must create even more advanced tools and weapons for the Great Tang. In the future, when the king's army conquers the Turks, you must avenge today's humiliation." Although the old teacher was a Confucian scholar and usually had a refined appearance, today, the old teacher had twice shown his hot-blooded side to the students. This hot-bloodedness came from his deep love for his country. Avenge today's humiliation. Avenge today's humiliation. Hearing this, the students and teachers of the Academy were all enraged. Their hot-blooded cheers soared into the sky as if they wanted to overturn the night sky. Li Gang gestured with his hands. After the students quieted down, he said loudly, "Now, all students and teachers, return to the dorms to rest. In 3 days, Yanhuang College's final exam will be held. Only then will this old man know your determination to avenge today's humiliation." "Yes. Teacher Wenji." The students responded loudly and encouraged themselves in their hearts. They must do well in this final exam. After a while, the students and teachers returned to sleep. Li Gang, supported by Li Tai and Yuchi Baolin, came to Dugu Xian and cupped his hands. "Thank you for saving us tonight, General Dugu. Otherwise, the Academy's foundation would have been destroyed." Dugu Xian quickly turned around and cupped his hands. "Teacher Wenji's words are too serious. Protecting Yanhuang College is this general's responsibility. But in the end, I couldn't stop Wuxia. This general is truly ashamed." A trace of pain flashed across Li Gang's eyes, but he still waved his hand. "This isn't General Dugu's fault. Wuxia is too strong. The Imperial Army has already suffered many casualties because of this. The most important thing now is to send Mr. Mo and the others to Dr. Sun for treatment as soon as possible. I'll have to trouble General Dugu to send people to help move the injured. That's what this general should do." Dugu Xian nodded and said, "You guys, quickly come and help." 2 teams of Imperial Army guards hurriedly stepped forward and lifted up all the warriors of the Academy, including Mo Huai, as well as the injured Imperial Army guards, including Dugu Feiying, and carefully walked towards Sun Simiao's residence. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a flurry of footsteps came from the mountain path. Li Gang and Dugu Xian looked at each other and said in unison, "Reinforcements are here." Sure enough, as soon as their voices fell, many cavalrymen riding on war horses appeared on the mountain path. All of them were wearing Mingguang armor. Obviously, they were all elite soldiers. The leader of the cavalrymen was a handsome and extraordinary general. The man rode his horse until he was 5 feet away from Li Gang. He quickly dismounted and said, "Greetings, Teacher Wenji." "Greetings, Your Highness King of Wei." Li Gang and Li Tai said in unison, "General Li, there's no need to be so courteous." The one who had come was Li Junxian, who had brought 300 elite cavalry with him. After bowing, Li Junxian looked at the devastated academy gate. It was clear that a great battle had taken place here. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Where is the Turkic state preceptor, Wuxia?" Dugu Xian lowered his head in shame. Li Gang sighed and said, "Wuxia's strength is tyrannical, and the people of Cloud Mountain were unable to stop him. He has already escaped from Cloud Mountain." "What? Wuxia has already escaped?" Li Junxian's eyes widened in shock. He quickly asked, "Then, did Wuxia take away the confidential information of Yanhuang College?" After serving Li Er for so long, Li Junxian knew what Li Er cared about the most, so he asked this question urgently. Li Gang nodded and said sadly, "They were all taken away." "All of them? They were all taken away by him?" Li Junxian's face was filled with shock. Dugu Xian said in shame, "This matter is due to this general's incompetence. 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers were unable to take down the Turkic state preceptor and allowed him to escape unscathed after stealing the Academy's information. When this general returns to Chang'an, he will definitely ask for His Majesty's forgiveness." Li Junxian was just about to console him when Li Tai said, "General Dugu, there is no need to blame yourself. Since this king had you release the Turks, this king will naturally personally explain this matter to Imperial Father." Li Junxian was so frightened that he almost staggered. His mind was in turmoil. The mighty king of Wei had intentionally released the Turkic state preceptor. If this news were to spread, it was inevitable that people would label Li Tai as a traitor. But seeing how confident Li Tai was, Li Junxian didn't ask any more questions. After all, Li Tai was Li Er's son. Even if he had made a mistake, it should be handled by the imperial clan's ancestral temple, not by him. Thus, he cupped his fist and said, "Since Wu Jia has already left Cloud Mountain, this general will lead some men in pursuit and see if we can recover the Academy's secret information." Li Tai nodded. Then generally, you must be careful." Li Junxian grunted and then hurriedly turned around and led the 300 horsemen down the mountain. "Young master, it's so late. Where are you going?" Taiyuan Prefecture, Shouyang County, in an inn, Li Zishuan had simply packed his luggage and was carrying a bundle as he knocked on the door of the room next door. Hu Hanyun sleepily opened the door. When he saw Li Zishuan fully dressed and carrying a bundle, Old Hu couldn't help but ask in confusion. Li Zishuan expressionlessly said, "Uncle Hu, something urgent has cropped up at the academy. I must return now. This way, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the children in the Sky Rooster Brigade and bring them to meet up with Little Ku Sky Rooster Brigade." Hu Hanyun couldn't help but be shocked by these words. "Young master, how is the academy? What urgent matter has cropped up?" Li Zishuan shook his head. "Uncle Hu, you don't need to worry about this. I will take care of it myself. But after I leave, I'll have to trouble you with the children." Hu Hanyun had already recovered from his shock. He helplessly nodded and said, "Young master, be at ease. I, Old Hu, will definitely take good care of the children. Young master can leave without worry." Then I'm relieved." Li Zishuan nodded and turned to leave. Old Hu hurriedly called out from behind, "Young master, be careful." If not for the fact that he had to stay behind to take care of the children, Old Hu would definitely have followed Li Zishuan back to deal with that so-called urgent matter. From Li Zishuan's expression, it was easy to see that the urgent matter at the academy had something to do with martial arts. Old Hu also wanted to help. Li Zishuan, who had just walked a short distance away, couldn't help but pause and reply, "Uncle Hu, be at ease. I'll be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he left quickly without any hesitation. Hiya. Hiya. A moment later, a young man in white riding a large white horse approached the city gate at a high speed. Chapter 1529. Son greets imperial father. Greets imperial mother. In the Lijing Palace, Li Tai, who had heard the attendant's words, quickly walked in and then bowed to Li Er and Empress Jiangsun, who were sitting high above. No need for formalities. Li Er waved his hand and asked impatiently, "Qin Ke, why did you return to Chang'an? What's the current situation on Cloud Mountain?" Li Tai's eyes narrowed slightly as he cupped his fists and said, replying to imperial father, "Wuxia has already escaped from Cloud Mountain. At this moment, General Qiu and Chief Steward Zhao are leading troops to intercept him." Escaped? Li Er's old face instantly became gloomy as he stood up and asked, "Why couldn't Dugu Xianxia's 2,000 imperial army hold out until Zhen's reinforcements arrive? Could it be that 2,000 imperial army soldiers couldn't stop Wuxia?" Subconsciously, Li Er thought that the main reason Wuxia escaped was due to Dugu Xianxia's incompetence in supervising the battle, so his expression naturally became ugly. Li Tai was a loyal person. Previously, the two brothers of the Dugu family had risked their lives for Yanhuang College and were both seriously injured. He had seen it all and remembered it in his heart, so when he heard the dissatisfaction in Li Er's words towards Dugu Xian, Li Tai quickly explained. "Imperial father, it's not that General Dugu was defeated, but that the Yamacho didn't want to see too many people die because of the academy's materials, so they ordered everyone to let Wuxia go." Li Er's eyebrows rose as his expression changed, and he angrily said, "Bastard. The academy's books and manuscripts are the secrets of our great Tang. How could Li Zishuan give them to the Turks? What is this brat's intention?" Although Li Er had always admired Li Zishuan, today, Li Zishuan actually ordered people to let Wuxia go, which made Li Er quite angry. If Li Zishuan was in the hall right now, old Li would definitely have him beaten 30 times and thrown into prison. "Your Majesty, please don't be angry." Empress Jiangsun hurriedly said, "The Marquis of Yong and is benevolent. He just doesn't want to see more innocent people sacrificed. I hope your Majesty won't blame him." Empress Jiangsun didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Zishuan's actions. On the contrary, she faintly admired Li Zishuan. In her opinion, people with a kind heart would be at ease to use. Li Er snorted and said unhappily, "What innocent sacrifice? Pedantic. For the sake of preventing these books from reaching the Turks, even the sacrifice of 5,000 people was worth it. If we allow the Turks to grasp the advanced technology of Yanhuang College, in the future when the Great Tang and the Turks go to war, there will be dozens of times more soldiers dying on the battlefield." Emperors were always ruthless, but at the same time, Li Zishuan was also farsighted. It was hard to say who was right or wrong between him and Li Zishuan. It could only be said that both of them had their own considerations. In Li Er's eyes, the books and information of the academy were more important than anything else. This was because he had seen the magic of the telegraph and the terror of gunpowder. He deeply understood that if the technology of the academy fell into the hands of the Turks, it would bring a devastating disaster to the Great Tang. After a moment of silence, Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Imperial father, Yamacho said on the telegraph that it doesn't matter if the secret documents of the academy are lost. As long as he is here, as long as the teachers and students of Yanhuang College are here, these documents can be rewritten. The academy can also achieve greater glory." In tonight's battle, Teacher Mo and Teacher Zhang San were both seriously injured. More than 10 guards of the academy were killed or injured. Many students were also injured. Even Teacher Wen Ji was slightly injured. If Yamacho didn't give the order to let Wuxia leave, with Wuxia's strength, if he wanted to make a move on the weak students and teachers of the academy, no one would be able to stop him. The teachers and students of the academy would definitely suffer heavy losses. As long as there's life, there's hope. Yamacho said that today's hatred, when he comes back, he will definitely repay it double. At that time, the two Dugu generals, Teacher Mo and teacher Zhang San of the academy were all seriously injured. If they continued to force Wuxia to stay, there would definitely be rivers of blood on Yunshan Mountain. Therefore, this son feels that Yamacho's actions are not inappropriate. Imperial father, please understand. After saying this, Li Tai bowed deeply. The hall instantly quieted down. Li Tai stared at Li Tai. After a while, he said in a bad mood, "Qingke, it hasn't even been a year since you entered Yanhuang College, and you're already speaking up for that brat Li Zishuan? You even dare to disobey this emperor's orders?" At this moment, old Li's mood was very complicated. On one hand, he felt that what Li Tai said was not completely unreasonable. In the current situation of Yunshan Mountain, if they forced Wuxia to stay, it was likely that Wuxia would become desperate and make a move on the weak students and teachers of the academy. But on the other hand, old Li also felt a little jealous. This little fatty in front of him was his most beloved son, but now he was speaking up for someone else. As a father, how could he be happy? Li Tai bowed and said, "This son is not speaking up for Yamacho, but in the situation at that time, Yamacho's decision was undoubtedly the most correct." More than 10 days ago, the mountain elder and Mr. Zhang San left Cloud Mountain one after another. Originally, there were 3 evolved Jing masters in Yanhuang Academy, but in an instant, only Mr. Mo was left. Although Mr. Zhang San unexpectedly returned tonight, when he arrived, Mr. Mo was already seriously injured. That was why Wuxia was able to kill so many people in the academy. Under such circumstances, other than letting him leave Cloud Mountain, we have no better choice. Imperial father, please understand. Hearing this, Li Er finally fell silent. On the side, Empress Zhangsun asked doubtfully, "Teacher Zhang San? Qingke, if Imperial Mother remembers correctly, didn't Teacher Zhang San leave the academy a few days ago and sail out to sea?" Li Tai replied, replying to Imperial Mother, "Teacher Zhang San originally wanted to go out to sea, but before he left, he felt uneasy. He thought that there were many secrets hidden in Yunshan Mountain that the world coveted, so he stayed around the academy for a few days. For a full 4 days, everything was calm and peaceful. On the 5th day, when Teacher Zhang San was about to leave, he suddenly felt a faint aura locking onto the academy. Teacher Zhang San felt that something was wrong and postponed his plan to go out to sea. As a result, Wuxia attacked the academy at night today. So that's how it is." Empress Zhangsun nodded thoughtfully and sighed with relief. "I have heard that Teacher Zhang San is unparalleled in chivalry. Last year, he was forced to agree to your Yamacho's condition of guarding Yunshan Mountain for a year. Who would have thought that even before he left, he would still risk his life for the academy? The reputation of the Fengchen 3 heroes is indeed well deserved." Li Tai agreed, "Imperial Mother is right. Tonight, if Teacher Zhang San hadn't returned in time, Teacher Wang Ji of the academy would have been killed by Wuxia. No matter what, the academy's things cannot fall into the hands of the Turks. Send a telegram to Li Zishuan and tell him to take responsibility for the disaster he caused. Tell him to take back the things Wuxia took." At this moment, Li Er coldly snorted and interrupted. His words contained a tone that would not allow anyone to object, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became heavy. Li Tai couldn't help but feel his heart sink, and he hurriedly advised, "Imperial father, you must not. Your son heard Teacher Mo mention that the Yamacho is only at the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, while Wuxia is at the Great Grandmaster realm. If you let the Yamacho chase after Wuxia, wouldn't that be sending him to his death? Your son asks Imperial father to reconsider." Empress Zhangsun couldn't help but reveal a trace of anxiety, but she didn't say anything. Presumably, she felt that with Li Er's trust in Li Zishuan, he definitely wouldn't send Li Zishuan to his death. Sure enough, Li Er raised his eyebrows and said, "Who said that we would let him go alone? We will order all the soldiers along the way to be under his command. Not only will we take back the academy's materials, we will also make sure that Wuxia remains in the Great Tang." To have all the soldiers between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate under one person's command, Li Er's arrangement was completely based on his trust in Li Zishuan. Otherwise, he, who had taken the throne through a coup, wouldn't have so easily handed over more than 100,000 soldiers to someone who wasn't a member of the imperial family. Hearing this, Li Tai let out a sigh of relief and said, "But the Yamacho has already rushed back to Chang'an from Shoyan County. The journey is bumpy, and if your son sends a telegram now, the Yamacho might not be able to detect it." Li Er waved his hand and said, "Then send it until he notices. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let the Turkic Khaganate leave the Great Tang with the Academy's top-secret materials. In addition, we will send the Imperial Army and cavalry to pursue along the way, and cooperate with Li Zishuan to capture Wuxia." Li Tai knew that there was no turning back, and besides, this seemed to be the best result. He bowed and said, "Your son obeys your majesty." After saying this, seeing that Li Er had no other orders, Li Tai quickly excused himself and left the Lijing Hall. Now, he had to return to Yanhuang College as soon as possible and send the message to Li Zishuan through the telegram. However, Li Tai also knew that for Li Zishuan, there would be several very difficult battles ahead, and if he was not careful, he could easily lose his life. Although Li Er had ordered the soldiers of the various provinces to be under Li Zishuan's command, when it came to a real fight, the role of these soldiers was very limited. For example, in the battle in front of the academy, Wuxia had single-handedly slaughtered everyone. Although the imperial army was well trained, they were unable to effectively surround Wuxia, and the 2,000 imperial army soldiers were unable to display their full strength. In comparison, the soldiers of the various provinces were definitely not as elite as the imperial army, so they were of even less help to Li Zishuan. Unless Wuxia stood still and waited for the soldiers of the various provinces to completely surround him, in that case, there was a chance he would be exhausted to death by the local soldiers. But was that possible? Obviously not. The moment Wuxia discovered that there were soldiers around him, his first reaction would definitely be to use his movement technique to escape, not giving the army a chance to surround him. Thus, in a battle with Wuxia, the key to victory was still a showdown between peak experts. If the Great Tang's elite soldiers could effectively contain Wuxia and create an opportunity for the soldiers of the various provinces to surround him, there was still a high chance they could defeat the Turks. The Turkic imperial teacher is severely exhausted and has also suffered some injuries. He definitely can't have run far. Search. Lantian County, at the foot of Cloud Mountain, Zhao Song was leading several thousand imperial army soldiers to search for Wuxia's whereabouts with torches. Even the remaining 1,000 imperial army soldiers had joined the search. The Cloud Mountain was surrounded by bright torches, and from a distance, it looked like fire dragons were dancing at the foot of the mountain. General Dugu, immediately take some men to Lantian County seat and inform County Magistrate he to send out all the bailiffs to guard the city gates. This is to prevent Wuxia from sneaking in and harming the people. Zhao Song ordered Dugu Xian as he rode forward on his horse. As for Qiu Xingong, he had already led 100 cavalrymen to the counties that Wuxia would have to pass through in order to return to the Turks. He had to inform the counties along the way to tighten their defenses. Once Wuxia passed through, they had to immediately send out soldiers to surround him. Dugu Xian had expended a great deal of energy in the battle just now, and he had also suffered internal injuries. However, he had been unable to hold down Wuxia, and he felt very guilty. Thus, after some simple treatment, he joined Zhao Song in searching for Wuxia. This general obeys. Dugu Xian cupped his fists and turned his horse around to gallop toward the Cloud Mountain. Cloud Mountain had made a big fuss and carried out a carpet search in all directions. With such a big commotion, it was naturally impossible for people to not notice. When the villagers in Plum Village and Han Manor who had woken up at night saw the torches, they were all shocked. "Master! Come out and see. Did something happen at Cloud Mountain?" "Oh. It's the middle of the night, what could happen?" "I'm not looking." "Something really did happen. Look, there are so many torches at the foot of Cloud Mountain." "So many torches? I'll go out and take a look." Heavens, there really are so many torches? Could it be that some bandits had looted the Yanhuang Academy? No, I have to go and take a look myself. "Master, what are you going to do?" "What else can I do? I'm going to help. Not only am I going alone, I have to call the rest of the villagers as well. If bandits really dare to attack Cloud Mountain, we can also lend a hand, can't we? Master, won't that be very dangerous? Pay. What do you know? Marquis is out there killing locusts, so we villagers should help Marquis protect Yanhuang College. Alright, I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Go and get me a hoe, I'll call the others. Similar scenes were playing out everywhere. Half an hour later, almost every household in the two villages had lit up their lights. Then, two groups of strong youths, each carrying shovels, hoes, and other weapons, could be seen marching toward the torches not far away. Reporting. Butler Zhao, the villagers of the Han family villa and Plum Village saw the torches here and thought that Yanhuang College was robbed, so they came over to help. The search area was slowly expanding. At this moment, an imperial guard trotted over and bowed to Zhao Song. Zhao Song frowned when he heard that. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Inform the villagers that the Turkic Grand Tutor has snuck into the college tonight. Ask them to gather the people around to search. Anyone who finds traces of the Turkic Grand Tutor will be rewarded handsomely." Yes. The Imperial Guard received the order and left. Zhao Song ordered the rest of the Imperial Guards around him loudly, "Keep your eyes open and look around for fresh blood or traces of footsteps. We must finish searching the entire Lantian County before dawn." Chapter 1530. Why is it so noisy in the city? Second brother, go out and take a look. Lantian County, Yong and Marquis Manor. Hearing the shouts coming from outside the manor, Lu Feng couldn't help but frown. This group of personal guards of the Marquis' estate would guard the surroundings of the academy during the day. At night, they would retreat into the city to protect the safety of Li Zishuan's family. This could be considered as the last line of protection that Li Zishuan had set up for his family before he left. Yes. Big brother. Lu Yun also faintly heard the noise coming from outside the Marquis' estate. He responded and turned around to leave. Lu Feng stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, frowning. He didn't know why, but his heart wasn't calm tonight. He kept feeling like something was going to happen. So even though he had fallen asleep on the bed, he was still a light sleeper. The moment there was any movement outside, he would be awakened immediately. Now that there was such a huge commotion in the city, how could he not notice it? Thus, he came out with a sword in his hand, which led to the previous conversation. Pass down the order, everyone is to be on guard and protect the safety of the Marquis' family. After a long silence, Lu Feng said to a soldier beside him. Yes. The soldier immediately bowed and said. Instantly, the personal guards who were sleeping soundly in the Marquis' household were all woken up. Many soldiers hiding in the dark appeared in every key corner of the Marquis' household. If someone dared to sneak into the Marquis' household at this time, it would undoubtedly be courting death. Of course, the manor's guards were mobilized. Big brother. Not good. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yun ran in a panic and said with a panicked face, "Big brother, it said that there were thieves in Yunshan tonight. Now, the imperial guards and cavalry sent by His Majesty are searching for the thieves. All the bailiffs in the city have been transferred to the city gate to prevent the thieves from sneaking into the city. That's why there's such a big commotion outside." Lu Feng's expression changed. What? The academy was robbed? How is that possible? The academy has Mr. Mo. Which thief is so daring? Hearing Lu Feng ask this, Lu Yun swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Big brother. It's the Tuju estate teacher Wu Jie. Senior Mo, Senior Zhang San, and the two Dugu generals who rushed to the rescue were all seriously injured, and the academy's confidential information was also stolen by Wu Jie." What? Tuju estate teacher. When Lu Feng heard that, he was shocked. He quickly asked, why would the Tujue Imperial Preceptor appear in Cloud Mountain? What was the situation in the academy? Are there any students injured? Although Lu Feng had not been following Li Zishuan for a long time, he knew very well that Yanhuang College was Li Zishuan's favorite. Apart from his family, Li Zishuan cared about the college the most. It could even be said that the college and Li Zishuan's family occupied the same position in Li Zishuan's heart. Lu Yun had a bitter face and said, "Big brother, how would I know?" The bailiffs in the city also received orders from above to mobilize in full force. Lu Feng anxiously paced 2 steps on the spot and said, "No. We have to go to Cloud Mountain to take a look." Before Marquis left, he entrusted the safety of his family and the academy's teachers and students to us. Now that something like this has happened, it is our negligence. We have to confirm the academy's current situation as soon as possible and send a message to Marquis. If I remember correctly, doesn't the academy have a telegraph that can send messages from 1,000 miles away? In this kind of emergency, we can borrow it. Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, I think you are overthinking it. With such a big thing happening, with His Highness Wei Wang's intelligence, he will definitely send the news to Marquis through the telegraph. Who knows, maybe Marquis is already on his way back to Chang'an." What? The academy was attacked? Xian Er's academy was attacked? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the corner of the wall. Lu Feng and Lu Yun looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Li Jingma, dressed in a single layer of clothing, standing in front of the courtyard that connected the east courtyard to the front courtyard and walking towards them. Li Jingma had coincidentally heard someone talking in the front courtyard when he woke up in the middle of the night. Out of curiosity, he came over to listen. Who knew that he would hear such a big piece of news? Old Master. Lu Feng and Lu Yun hurriedly went forward and greeted him with cupped fists. Li Jingma waved his hand and asked with a solemn face, "General Lu, you just said that the academy was attacked. Is that true?" Lu Feng had a difficult expression. In the end, he could not withstand Li Jingma's aggressive gaze and could only admit, "This is also the news that we heard from the bailiffs in the city. As for whether it is true or not, we will only know after making a trip to Cloud Mountain." Li Jingma hurriedly said, "Then please make a trip to Cloud Mountain quickly and check on the academy's current situation. If it is true, immediately send a message to Xian Er." "Yes. Old Master." Lu Feng and Lu Yun cupped their fists and turned to leave. "Father, what happened?" "Yes. Old Master. What's going on? Why did the 2 generals in the residence leave in a hurry?" At this time, Han Yushi and Madame Li walked out of the east and west courtyards at the same time and asked Li Jingma one after another. Hearing this, Li Jingma recovered from his thoughts and hurriedly said, "It's nothing. It's nothing. Madam, Yushi, both of you go back to sleep." Li Jingma did not want Han Yushi and Madame Li to know such bad news. Otherwise, the 2 of them would probably not be able to sleep tonight. However, how could Madame Li not see that Li Jingma was insincere after decades of mutual help? She asked with a look of disbelief, "Old Master, if it's nothing, why did the 2 generals leave the residence in a hurry? Don't hide it from us. What happened?" "Yes. Father. I vaguely heard the word academy just now. Did something happen at the academy?" Han Yushi also hurriedly asked at this time. As Li Zishuan's pillow, how could Han Yushi not know the importance of Yanhuang College in Li Zishuan's heart? Li Jingma helplessly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Sigh. Forget it. Forget it. I know I can't hide it from you, so I won't hide it from you. The academy. Something did happen. Second brother, you go to the academy alone to confirm the situation. I'll take the rest to guard the house of Marquis." On the streets of Yong and Lane in Lantian County, Lu Feng, who was about to rush to Yunshan, suddenly stopped and said. Lu Yun was stunned when he heard this and asked subconsciously, "Big brother, why? Didn't you just say we'll go together?" Lu Feng shook his head and said, "We can't all go. Since the Tuju's state preceptor stole the confidential information of the academy, it means that he is interested in Marquis knowledge. You have to know that in this world, other than Yanhuang College that stores Marquis knowledge, there is another place, and that is the house of Marquis. The attack on the academy is already a dereliction of duty on our part. We absolutely can't allow the Marquis family to be harmed as well. Otherwise, we'll really die 1,000 deaths. Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but nod and said, Big brother, you're really considerate, but if Wuxia really comes, big brother, you won't be his opponent. No, I have to stay and guard the house of Marquis with big brother. Although this guy's brain was a little slow, he wasn't stupid. He could still think of the problems that he should think of. Lu Feng frowned and scolded, nonsense. The house of Marquis is important, but so is the academy. Quickly go to the academy to check. That Wuxia fought in the academy and must have consumed a lot of his strength. He might not have the guts to come to the city again. You can leave without worry. But, Lu Yun was still a little worried, but Lu Feng mercilessly interrupted, but what? If you don't go now, I'll beat you up. As soon as this was said, Lu Yun immediately cowered. He shrunk his neck and quickly ran away. Okay. I'll go. Really, aren't I just worried about you? You took my kindness for granted. Beep, 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 beep. Yamacho, turn on the telegraph. Cloud Mountain, student dormitory. Little Fatty came back from the palace again and hurriedly went back to the dormitory to pass on Li Zishuan's latest decree. However, after he sent out the telegram, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Zishuan didn't give him any response. This made little Fatty secretly anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only send out the telegram again and pray in his heart that Li Zishuan would reply as soon as possible. Qingke, I think you should wait until dawn to send it. I'm guessing that Yamacho should be on the way and can't hear the sound of the telegraph. Seeing this, Qin Huayu couldn't help but advise. Li Tai frowned. It's because of this that I need to get in touch with Yamacho as soon as possible. If he knows that the academy was attacked, he will definitely be anxious and rush to Chang'an. But Shouyang is more than 800 li away from Chang'an. How can he rush back in a day or two? Although the academy is now heavily damaged, Wuxia is gone and the academy is almost safe. Yamacho doesn't have to be so anxious. Qin Huayu nodded thoughtfully and said, that is indeed the case. But with Yamacho's temper, if he knows the current situation of Cloud Mountain, I'm afraid he will be even more anxious. Li Tai sighed helplessly and said, Sigh. There's nothing we can do. When Imperial Father learned that the Academy's information was stolen, he was very angry, especially about Yamacho's decision to let Wuxia go. If it weren't for my Imperial Mother interceding for Yamacho, I'm afraid Imperial Father would have already punished Yamacho. If Yamacho can't get the Academy's information back, I'm afraid Imperial Father will. At this point, Li Tai suddenly stopped, but the meaning behind his words was obvious to everyone in the room. That Wuxia is so strong, Yamacho will definitely suffer a loss against him. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone in the dormitory looked at Yuchi Baolin with admiration. One must know that this simple and honest young man in front of them was someone who had withstood Wuxia's beating. After today's battle, even students who didn't know anything about martial arts now understood how strong Wuxia was. And Yuchi Baolin was actually able to last 2 or 3 rounds against Wuxia. How could they not admire him? Huh? What's wrong with you guys? Seeing everyone looking at him, Yuchi Baolin opened his mouth and said with a dumbfounded expression. Li Tai said helplessly, It's nothing. We just didn't expect Baolin to be so resistant to beatings. Even the Tujue state teacher could withstand it. Hearing Li Tai praise himself, Yuchi Baolin laughed and said, Hey. Actually, that Tujue state teacher didn't use his full strength when he hit me. Well, it's just that I didn't use my full strength when he hit me. Hearing this, everyone was speechless and almost fainted on the ground. Beep beep beep. At this moment, a burst of rapid sounds from the telegraph woke up Li Tai, who was talking with Qin Huayu and the others. Yamacho replied. Li Tai's face lit up and he quickly turned to the telegraph and quickly replied, Yamacho, Wuxia has escaped. The injured elders and children in the academy have all been sent to Dr. Sun for treatment. Little Fatty came back from the palace again and hurriedly went back to the dormitory to convey Li Zishuan's latest decree. However, after he sent out the telegram, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Zishuan had not given him any response. This made little Fatty secretly anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only send the telegram over and over again and pray that Li Zishuan would reply as soon as possible. "Qingke, I think you should wait until dawn to send it. I guess Yamacho should be on the way and can't hear the sound of the telegraph." Seeing this, Qin Huayu couldn't help but advise. Li Tai frowned and said, "That's why I have to get in touch with Yamacho as soon as possible. If he knows that the academy was attacked, he will definitely be anxious and rush to Chang'an. But Shouyang is more than 800 miles away from Chang'an. How can he rush back in a day or two? Although the academy is now heavily damaged, Wuxia is gone and the academy is almost safe. Yamacho doesn't have to be so anxious." Qin Huayu nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's true. But with Yamacho's temperament, if he knows about Yunshan's current situation, I'm afraid he will be even more anxious." Li Tai sighed helplessly and said, "AI. There's nothing we can do." When Imperial Father learned that the Academy's information was stolen, he was very angry, especially about Yamacho's decision to let Wuxia go. If it weren't for my Imperial Mother interceding for Yamacho, Imperial Father would have punished Yamacho. This time, if Yamacho can't get the Academy's information back, I'm afraid Imperial Father. At this point, Li Tai suddenly stopped, but the meaning behind his words was obvious to everyone in the room. That Wuxia is so powerful. Yamacho will definitely be at a disadvantage against him. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone in the dormitory looked at Yuchi Baolin with admiration. One must know that this simple and honest young man in front of them was someone who had withstood Wujia's beating. After today's battle, even students who didn't know anything about martial arts now understood how powerful Wuxia was. And Yuchi Baolin was actually able to last 2 or 3 rounds against Wuxia. How could they not admire him? Huh? What's wrong with you guys? Seeing everyone looking at him, Yuchi Baolin opened his mouth and asked with a confused expression. Chapter 1531. Don't tell Yamacho yet. Dr. Sun's medical skills are superb. Who knows, he might be able to help Teacher Wenji recover completely. If you tell Yamacho the truth about the situation here, it will only make Yamacho anxious. Not to mention, His Majesty has given Yamacho such a dangerous mission. We can't help Yamacho, but we can't distract Yamacho, otherwise, Yamacho will be in danger. Yanhuang College, Dormitory 001. Qin Huayu advised in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Yuchi Baolin also nodded and agreed, yes. Huayu is right. My father said before that when masters fight, victory and defeat is often decided in the blink of an eye. If Yamacho is distracted by Teacher Wenji's injury, their chances of winning against Wuxia will be even lower. Among the 4 people present, Yuchi Baolin had the most right to speak about matters between martial artists. Hearing him say this, Li Tai couldn't help but nod, all right then. We won't tell Yamacho about Teacher Wenji's condition for now. After saying that, Li Tai lowered his head and began to send a telegram to Li Zishuan, Yamacho. Although Teacher Mo and the 2 Dugu generals were seriously injured by Wuxia, after Dr. Sun's treatment, their lives are not in danger. They just need to rest for a few more days. As for Teacher Wenji, because Baolin acted as a meat shield for Teacher Wenji only suffered some minor injuries. After being treated by Dr. Sun, Teacher Wenji is fine. Please rest assured, Yamacho. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end of the telegram, Li Zishuan waited for a long time for Li Tai's message. However, he didn't suspect anything because Li Tai's typing speed was relatively slow. After translating the contents of the telegram in his mind, Li Zishuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine. As long as the teachers and students of the academy were fine. This was a rare piece of good news for him. Yes. That's it for now. I can't rush back to the academy for the time being. Qingke, have the students prepare for the final exam. We must personally return the humiliation that Yanhuang College suffered today to the Turks. After pausing for a moment, Li Zishuan pressed the button of the telegraph machine and used a very firm tone to speak to Li Tai. A moment later, on the other side, Li Tai looked at the translated contents of the telegram. His emotions surged and he remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but think back to 2 hours ago, when an old man had faced the peerless master Wu Jia, pointing to the heavens and earth, fearlessly uttering those words. This old man was originally a scholar. I knew the 4 books and 5 classics. I was familiar with the records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Han. He was penniless with only a few pieces of cloth clothing. I only have a few hundred students, and that is my greatest asset in this life. This old man respects heaven and earth, respects morality, and fears the hearts of the people. You are just a barbarian, how can I be intimidated by you? This old man knows that your martial arts are high and that you are invincible, but today I want to see what you can do to me. Riches and honor cannot be swayed, poverty cannot be swayed, might cannot be bent. The old man had used his lofty and unyielding character to explain to the students of the academy what it meant to be, might cannot be bent. However, although peerless martial arts might not be able to make the old man bow and bend his knees, time was unforgiving. The old man was already 82 years old this year. In this era of underdeveloped medical technology, those who could live to this age were definitely rare existences. How could the old man withstand such injuries at his age? Even if he had Yuchi Baolin as a meat shield when he was sent flying by Wu Jia's attack, Li Gang's body still couldn't withstand it. The reason why he had been so strong before was entirely because he was relying on his willpower to hold on. Later, when Wu Jia left with the academy's confidential information, the old man not only felt guilty, but his willpower had also dissipated. Once the students left, his body naturally couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, he was in Sun Simiao's courtyard for emergency treatment. Let's go see Teacher Wenji. After sending a telegram and agreeing to Li Zishuan's request, Li Tai stood up in low spirits and said to the people next to him. Qin Huayu hesitated and said, "It's almost 4 o'clock now. If we go and Teacher Wenji wakes up, he will definitely blame us. The old man's body isn't good, so we should try to minimize his mood swings as much as possible." Hearing this, Sun Zifen nodded and said, Huayu is right, let's take advantage of lunch tomorrow to visit Teacher Wenji. Li Tai also felt that the two's words were reasonable, so he nodded and said, good. We'll visit him tomorrow. As for now, let's all go to sleep. The next day, early morning, outside Taiji Palace. Although it wasn't time for the morning court yet, many civil and military officials had already gathered outside Taiji Palace. Although the Yun Mountain scripture had caused an uproar last night, there hadn't been much movement in Cheng city. At most, there might be some movement when Zhao Song led more than 2,000 imperial guards and 300 cavalry out of the city. Therefore, the civil and military officials living in Cheng city didn't know that Yun Mountain had experienced a life and death crisis last night. It's time for the morning court. All officials, enter the court for an audience. As the red clouds of dawn began to appear in the eastern sky, a eunuch walked out of Taiji Palace and shouted at the officials at the foot of the stairs. The civil and military officials immediately quieted down and walked up the stairs to Taiji Palace. After entering Taiji Palace and greeting each other, the officials realized that something was wrong. Today's morning court seemed to be more depressing than usual, and the source of this depressing feeling came from Li Er. Li Er's entire body seemed to emit a gloomy aura. Some of the braver generals, such as Qing Yaojin, couldn't help but secretly look up at Li Er. They saw that Li Er's face was dark as if someone owed him money. What surprised old Qing even more was that Li Er's eyes were as dark as a panda's. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. Could it be that His Majesty and the Empress are at odds? Qing Yaojin couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he could only think this in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. Old Qing still knew the severity of the matter. Today, in front of all my beloved officials, I announce an important matter. There was no such thing as officials. If you have something to report, court will be dismissed. After the officials finished greeting each other, Li Er directly spoke with a solemn face. Although the officials had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask. They could only say in unison, "We are all ears." Li Er looked around and then said something shocking. "I have decided to officially declare war on the Turks. The officials of the 6 departments of the imperial court will enter a state of full preparation for war. The officials of the 6 departments should work together and clean up an army that can go to war at any time in the shortest time possible." Silence. The moment Li Er finished speaking, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes widened. This news from Li Er's mouth was truly too explosive. The Turks. Li Er actually wanted to make a move against the Turks at this time. After the silence, there was a fierce debate. The officials in the hall whispered to each other, and then Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Great Tang's Guangzhou region is currently being ravaged by locusts, and the imperial court is focusing all its efforts on disaster relief. At this juncture, how can we still have the manpower, material, and financial resources to fight to the death with the Turks? Your Majesty, please reconsider your actions." It had to be said that Zhang Sun Wuji's thinking was still very clear. At this time, the Great Tang's internal calamity had yet to be completely resolved. It was already good that the Turks didn't take this opportunity to attack the Great Tang. However, Li Er actually wanted to take the initiative to start a war between the two countries. Wasn't this branding? Thus, as a subject, Zhang Sun Wuji felt that he had the responsibility to help Li Er eliminate this dangerous idea. The Turks were powerful, and they had millions of soldiers. How could it be so easy to defeat them? Duke of Zhao is right. Our Great Tang's internal calamity has yet to be resolved, so how can we take the initiative to provoke external enemies? Besides, a war between countries not only requires the mobilization of manpower, but also a huge amount of resources and financial resources. These aren't things that can be done in a short period of time. Thus, I hope that Your Majesty will reconsider the matter of declaring war. Fang Xianling also stood out and clasped his hands towards Li Er. We agree. We agree. Then, a group of officials followed behind and seconded the motion. They didn't know what had gotten into Li Er today to suddenly do such a thing, but everyone knew that this wasn't a good time to start a war with the Turks. Thus, the officials all bowed and seconded the motion, hoping that Li Er would change his mind. This old subject agrees. Qing Yaojin grinned. Although he really wanted to fight, he never wanted to lose a battle. In the current situation of the Great Tang, if they rashly started a war with the Turks, they would definitely lose. Thus, old Qing, this warmonger, also stood out at this time. Humph. Everyone knows that this isn't the right time for the Great Tang to attack the Turks. That's why the Turks dared to brazenly sneak into Yanhuang College, injure the guards, teachers, and students of the college, and steal many precious books and manuscripts. The more Li Er heard, the angrier he became. When he saw that even Qing Yaojin stood out to persuade him not to start a war, he finally couldn't help but slap the table and roar angrily. Wang! This was truly a case of one wave rising after another. Those officials who had been immersed in the shock of hearing that Li Er was going to attack the Turks were now completely dumbfounded by Li Er's other piece of news. What? Turks actually sneaked into Yanhuang College? Li Er's entire body seemed to emit a gloomy and cold aura. Some of the bolder generals, such as Qing Yaojin, couldn't help but secretly look up at Li Er. They saw that Li Er's face was dark, as if someone owed him money. What surprised old Qing even more was that Li Er's eyes were as dark as a panda's. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. Could it be that His Majesty and the Empress had a quarrel? Qing Yaojin couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he could only think such words in his heart and didn't dare to say them out loud. Old Qing still knew the severity of the matter. Today, in front of all my beloved subjects, we announce an important matter. There was no such thing as all my subjects. If you have something to report, court will be dismissed. After all the officials finished their greetings, Li Er directly spoke with a dark face and a serious expression. Although the officials had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask. They could only say in unison, "We are all ears." Li Er looked around and then said something shocking. "We have decided to officially declare war on the Turks. The officials of the 6 departments of the imperial court will enter a state of full preparation for war from today onwards. The officials of the 6 departments should work together and clean up an army that can go to war at any time in the shortest time possible." Silence. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, the hall immediately became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing quickened, and their eyes widened. This news from Li Er's mouth was really too explosive. Turks. Li Er actually wanted to attack the Turks at this time. After the silence, there was a fierce debate. The officials in the hall whispered to each other. Then, Zhangsun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Great Tang's Guanzhong area is currently wreaking havoc. The imperial court is focusing all its efforts on disaster relief. At this juncture, how can we still have the manpower, material, and financial resources to fight to the death with the Turks? Your Majesty, please reconsider your actions." It had to be said that Zhangsun Wuji's thoughts were still very clear. At this time, the Great Tang's internal calamity had yet to be completely resolved. It was already good that the Turks didn't take this opportunity to attack the Great Tang. However, Li Er actually wanted to take the initiative to start a war between the two countries. Wasn't this branding them? Thus, as a subject, Zhangsun Wuji felt that he had the responsibility to help Li Er eliminate this dangerous idea. The Turks were powerful and had millions of soldiers controlling their bowstrings. How could it be so easy to defeat them? Duke of Zhao is right. Our Great Tang's internal calamity has yet to be resolved. How can we take the initiative to provoke external enemies? Furthermore, a war between countries not only requires manpower, but also a huge amount of resources and financial resources. These aren't things that can be done in a short period of time. Thus, I hope that Your Majesty will reconsider the matter of declaring war. Fang Xianling also stood out and clasped his hands towards Li Er. Your subjects agree. Your subjects agree. Then, a group of officials followed behind and seconded the motion. They didn't know what had gotten into Li Er today to suddenly do such a thing, but everyone knew that this wasn't a good time to start a war with the Turks. Thus, the officials all bowed and seconded the motion, hoping that Li Er would change his mind. This old subject agrees. Qing Yaojin grinned. Although he really wanted to fight, he never wanted to lose a battle. In the current situation of the Great Tang, if they rashly started a war with the Turks, they would definitely lose. Thus, old Qing, this warmonger, also stood out at this time. Humph. Everyone knows that this isn't the right time for the Great Tang to attack the Turks. That's why the Turks dared to brazenly sneak into Yanhuang College, injure the guards, teachers, and students of the college, and steal many precious books and manuscripts. The more Li Er listened, the angrier he became. When he saw that even Qing Yaojin stood out to persuade him not to start a war, he finally couldn't help but slap the table and roar angrily. Wang! This was truly a case of one wave rising after another. The officials who had just been immersed in the shock of Li Er's plan to attack the Turks were now completely dumbfounded by Li Er's other piece of news. What? There were Turks sneaking into Yanhuang College? Chapter 1532. Qingjijia, Yuqijingda, Qin Xiong, I order the 3 of you to choose 10,000 elite light cavalry from your respective camps. You are to set out from Chang, and head north to pursue the Turkic state teacher and rendezvous with the Marquis of Yong, and we have already ordered the Marquis of Yong, and to keep Wuxia in the Great Tang. From Chang, and to the north, all soldiers in the various provinces will be under the command of the Marquis of Yong, and the 10,000 light cavalry that the 3 of you are to lead must cooperate with Li Zishuan at a crucial moment. You must capture Wuxia and retrieve the Academy's secret information. If any Turkic soldiers enter the Great Tang to assist the Turks, you are to wipe them out. There is no need to report to us. In Taiji Palace, Li Er's firm and sonorous voice echoed in every corner of the hall. A cold-blooded and austere atmosphere gradually filled the air. All the officials could not help but turn solemn. Everyone knew that war was about to come. If they couldn't capture Wuxia, Li Er would definitely gather his soldiers and head north, directly initiating a war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Li Er would not give the Turks time to study the Academy's secret information. If they could surround Wuxia and the Great Tang, the Turks would definitely send reinforcements. After all, Wuxia had so much valuable information in his hands. When the time came, a fierce skirmish was certain to break out. Once the two sides began to fight, an all-out war wouldn't be far off. The sharp-eyed officials could smell the scent of war from Li Er's words. Of course, there were still quite a few officials who were surprised that Li Zishuan had received Li Er's decree so quickly. After all, everyone knew that Li Zishuan was currently in the north of the Great Tang, 700 to 800 li away from Chang'an. Wujia's attack on the academy had only happened yesterday, so how could they not be surprised that Li Zishuan had received Li Er's decree so quickly? But the smart minister could figure out what was going on after thinking about it. The academy had a telegraph. With the telegraph, the distance of hundreds of miles was nothing. The reason why Li Er hadn't sent the Great Tang's most elite cavalry, the Black Armored Army, was mainly because the Black Armored Army was made up of heavy cavalry. In terms of mobility, it was impossible for them to compare to light cavalry. Yuqi Jingda and the others were only going to pursue Wuxia. They could resupply at any time along the way, so they didn't need to bring a lot of provisions. What they were pursuing was speed. Official Lieutenant Qi Jingda, Qing Jijia, Qin Xiong, receives the decree. Yuqi Jingda, Qing Yaojin, and Qin Xiong all had solemn expressions as they bowed and accepted the order. The generals of the Great Tang had never feared war. Even if the Turks were extremely powerful, even if this war had been hastily initiated by the Great Tang, so what? No power, no matter how powerful, could make the Tang bend their backs, not even the Turks. Li Er nodded. This emperor will issue an order to arrest Wuxia in all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang. The Marquis of Yong and set out from Shouyang and will pass by Yusi and Taiyuan. The whereabouts of the Turkic state teacher is unknown, but it's very likely that he will head north and take the shortest route to escape from the Great Tang in the shortest time possible. In order to allow the three of you to cooperate with Li Zishuan, this time, the troops can be transferred from Yanhuang College to maintain contact with Li Zishuan. As for the person to operate the telegraph, you can go to Yanhuang College to choose. Hunting down a person was different from fighting a war. First of all, no one knew where Wuxia was, so they could only slowly search for him along the way. But once they found him, they would need to immediately surround him. Using soldiers to send messages was definitely not feasible, because opportunities were fleeting. Comparatively speaking, telegraphing was the best option. Last time, when Xing Yaojin and the others went to the city to quell the rebellion, they had already experienced the huge advantage of the telegraph in terms of battlefield information. Hearing that Li Er would assign another telegraph to them, old Sheng was extremely excited. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, "Today's morning court is over. All officials are to immediately return to the Yamen and carry out their duties. Cooperate with Yuqi Jingda, Qing Jijia, and Qin Xiong to transfer 10,000 elite light cavalry in the shortest time possible. There must be no mistakes." After arranging the official matters, Li Er didn't waste any time and decisively announced the end of the court. In fact, he had wanted to tell all the officials about these arrangements last night, but in the middle of the night, it was a little unrealistic to gather all the officials in the palace, so he waited until now. Last night, the imperial army led by Zhao Song had searched the vicinity of Chang'an city for an entire night, but they couldn't find any trace of Wuxia, which meant that Wuxia had most likely already escaped from Chang'an city. How could Li Er not be worried? Right now, the most important thing for him was to catch Wuxia, everything else could be put aside for later. Hearing this, the officials were stunned, but seeing Li Er's unusually strong attitude today, no one dared to raise any objections. They could only cup their hands and say, "This subject obeys the decree." The morning court lasted less than a quarter of an hour from start to finish. This could be said to be the shortest morning court since the establishment of the Great Tang Empire. At the same time, the news of the attack on Yanhuang College last night had already spread. After all, the imperial court's army had been searching for Wu Jia last night, causing such a big commotion that it was impossible to completely keep it a secret. Especially with so many people joining the search for Wu Jia in the early hours of the morning, word of the attack on Yanhuang College was no longer a secret. Early in the morning, the streets, tea houses, and restaurants were abuzz with discussions about this matter. Did you hear? Yanhuang College was attacked by an unknown person last night. What? There was such a thing? Which thief is so bold as to attack Yanhuang College? Aren't they afraid of being punished by His Majesty? That person isn't Tang. I heard that he's a Turkic. What? A Turkic dares to come to Great Tang and cause trouble? Did they catch him? Of course not. That's not an ordinary Turkic. It's said that he's the Turkic state teacher. The most powerful person in the world today. Hiss. It's actually the Turkic state teacher. But why would the Turkic state teacher attack Yanhuang College? What else could it be? It must be that the Turkic state teacher took a fancy to the Marquis of Yong'an's knowledge. Marquis's knowledge? That Turkic state teacher is truly despicable. He isn't as smart as Marquis, but he still wants to steal from Great Tang. Truly despicable. Then did the Turkic state teacher steal anything from Yanhuang College? I don't know about that. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Yanhuang College has countless treasures and advanced knowledge, but he didn't have the ability to protect them. In the end, he gave them to the Turkic state teacher. The Marquis of Yong'an is a sinner of Great Tang. Bullshit. What are you saying? Do you know how powerful the Turkic state teacher is? In order to protect the secrets of Yanhuang College, who knows how many guards were sacrificed last night? I heard that even old teacher Wen Ji was injured. What right does a brat like you have to make sarcastic remarks here? That's right. Since Yanhuang College was established, how many useful things have they discovered? It's said that it won't be long before Lantian County can get electricity and electric lights. Now that the Turkic state teacher attacked the academy, instead of blaming the Turkic state teacher, you're blaming the Marquis of Yong'an. Are you a Tang or a Turkic? Is your heart red or black? That's right, that's right. The majority of the populace sympathized with the academy and condemned the Turkic state teacher, but there were also many who took the opportunity to slander Yanhuang College, and most of them were Confucian scholars. Similar remarks could be heard everywhere, but in the end, they were all drowned out by the saliva of the populace. It's here. Esteemed guest, here's your food and Jiannan spring stew. In a restaurant in Taiyuan, a waiter was carrying a large plate with a bowl of yangchan noodles, 2 side dishes, and a jug of fine wine on it. He came to a table and spoke enthusiastically to a travel-worn young man sitting at the table as he served the dishes on the table. Put it down. The young man remained unmoved by the delicacies and fine wine. His brows were still furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. All right. Esteemed guest, if you have any instructions, feel free to call me. After placing down the delicacies and fine wine, the waiter tactfully bowed and retreated. Even though the young man before him looked travel-worn, his clothes and accessories didn't seem like they came from an ordinary family. He couldn't wait to curry favor with him, so how could he offend him? But what left the waiter puzzled was the bulging bag on the young man's back. He didn't know what was inside, but he couldn't bear to put it down even when he was eating. It was truly bizarre. Furthermore, after placing down the delicacies and fine wine, the young man didn't seem to have any intention of eating. He simply sat there quietly, his eyes unfocused as he stared ahead. The waiter, who had returned to the counter of the restaurant, couldn't help but mutter to himself that the young man was truly bizarre. The shortest route from Chang'an to the Turks is through Fengzhou, Ningzhou, Qingzhou, and then the Huaiyuan region into the steppe. Fortunately, I happen to be in the north of the Great Tang and can lay down an inescapable net for the Turks. The young man did not say a word as he thought to himself. Yes, this young man was Li Zishuan. Since the academy was no longer in any danger and Li Er had ordered him to keep the Turks in Great Tang, there was no need for him to rush back. What he needed to do now was to find a way to intercept the Turks in advance. At this moment, a massive map of the empire appeared in his mind. He had planned several escape routes for Wuxia, and in the end, he chose the middle and shortest route. He was confident that as long as Wuxia was still intelligent, he would definitely choose this escape route, because every moment Wuxia remained in Great Tang meant more danger. After making a plan in his mind, Li Zishuan returned to his senses and began to eat. Last night, he had galloped more than 100 li on his horse before he arrived at Taiyuan City. Now that he was hungry, he entered the city and found a restaurant to eat some food to fill his stomach. It was also a good opportunity for Big White to eat and rest. During the Tang dynasty, there was a phenomenon of Tokyo, Nanjing, Beijing, and Xijing coexisting. Tokyo was Luoyang, and Xijing was the capital of Great Tang, Chang'an. Beijing was Taiyuan, and Nanjing was Chengdu. Taiyuan was the largest city in the north of Great Tang, and the city was relatively prosperous. Logically speaking, the restaurants here should have drunken immortal and gentle fragrance, but unfortunately, this restaurant had run out of drunken immortal and gentle fragrance, so Li Zishuan could only order a pot of Jiannan braised spring to quench his thirst. It had to be said that after eating so many banquets in this life, Li Zishuan's tolerance for alcohol had inadvertently increased. Gulu gulu. After finishing his meal without a care for his image, Li Zishuan raised the wine pot and drained it in one gulp. He was finally full. Waiter, the bill. Li Zishuan called the waiter over and tossed him 2 Tang Yuan notes. Before leaving, he asked, "How do I get to the regional commander's office?" Chapter 1533. Since it's His Majesty's decree, the Academy is naturally duty-bound. I'll get someone to bring a telegraph machine. As for the candidate to operate the telegraph machine, do the 3 generals have any students in mind that you like? Yanhuang College, in the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Yan Silu and Mo Huai, who had rushed over after hearing the news, sat opposite Yuqi Jingda, Qing Yao Jin, and Qin Xiong. Li Gang, the acting Yamacho, was recuperating in another courtyard. At this time, Yan Silu heard the 3's intentions and nodded. He cupped his hands to Yuqi Jingda and the other 2. Although the telegraph machine was considered Yanhuang College's top secret, Yanhuang College was still located in the Tang Empire. They still had to listen to His Majesty Li Er's decree. Besides, Yan Silu had learned from Li Tai that Li Zishuan was currently besieging Wuxia in the north according to Li Er's decree. Yuqi Jingda and the other 2 were leading the army north to help Li Zishuan, so of course Yan Silu was 100% willing to lend the telegraph machine to Yuqi Jingda. Hearing Yan Silu's question, Qing Yao Jin grinned and said, "That Meng Wenhao. Last time, during the rebellion in Guan City, it was him and Iron Egg who followed the army to manage the telegraph machine. I think this child is willing to endure hardships, so he won't be a burden to the army if we bring him north." During the rebellion in Guan City, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg followed the army all the way from Chang'an to Jianghu. They never complained about hardships or tiredness during the hundreds of miles of journey, which left a very good impression on Qing Yao Jin. But now that Iron Egg wasn't in the academy, Qing Yao Jin didn't hesitate to choose Meng Wenhao. Qin Xiong was also present during the battle in Guan City. He couldn't help but nod and agree. Jijia's suggestion is very good. Let's choose Meng Wenhao. This old man has heard Xiaoxian praise this child before. The 2 old generals of the empire were competing to praise Meng Wenhao. Yan Silu, the dean of teaching of Yanhuang College, suddenly felt his face light up. He smiled, stood up and said, "That's good. This old man will get the telegraph machine and have someone call Meng Wenhao over for the 3 generals. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Kong Gue." The 3 of them stood up and cupped their fists. Of course. It's only right. Yan Silu waved his hand and left. Inside the conference room, Qin Xiong looked at Mo Huai and suddenly asked, "Mr. Mo, I heard that you fought with Wuxia last night and suffered some injuries. Are you feeling better now?" Mo Huai shook his head first before sighing. "This old master's injuries aren't serious, but I estimate that it will take several months for my strength to recover, otherwise, this old master would have followed the 3 great generals to pursue Wuxia." Last night, the academy was lost and all the confidential information was stolen. This old man is ashamed to face the Yamacho. Mr. Mo, please don't say that. Qin Xiong hurriedly said, Wuxia is a martial grandmaster, almost no one in the world can match him. For the safety of the academy's teachers and students, Mr. Mo fought a martial grandmaster alone and did everything he could. In the end, although Wuxia still managed to steal the academy's information, that was not Mr. Mo's fault. Little Xian knows right from wrong, so he definitely won't blame you. Mo Huai pursed his lips and did not speak, but the grief on his face was obvious to all. Qin Xiong also knew that he would not be able to persuade Mo Huai to change his mind with just a few words, so he did not continue to persuade him. Instead, after a moment of silence, he asked, of the four of us here, Mr. Mo is the only one who fought with Wuxia. I wonder if Mr. Mo can explain a thing or two to us. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. The three of them were about to lead an army to pursue the Turks, so Qin Xiong felt that it was necessary to understand Wujia's specific strength in advance so that he could be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda turned their eyes to Mo Huai. After a moment of silence, Mo Huai said, Wuxia is extremely strong. First of all, he is the strongest person this old master has ever seen in terms of strength. In addition, this person's true qi is vigorous, and although he does not have many moves, each of his moves is filled with an indomitable domineering aura that sometimes makes one unable to even think of resisting. Of course, the strangest thing is that this person's true qi seems to contain a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. When fighting with him, the slightest carelessness will result in the power of thunder and lightning invading one's body. If one does not use their true qi to neutralize this thunder and lightning, it will only take a moment for one's arm to completely lose feeling. So, if three great generals fight with Wuxia, you must be careful. The power of thunder and lightning? Hearing this, the three of them could not help frowning deeply, Qing Yaojin muttering, this old Sheng has never heard of a secret art in this world that can allow one's true qi to produce the power of thunder and lightning. Little brother Mo, are you sure you aren't mistaken? This old fellow was also very friendly. Speaking of which, it was not certain who was older between him and Mo Huai, but he had directly called him little brother Mo. Mo Huai did not mind this and said firmly, General Cheng, this old man's feeling is definitely not wrong. Last night, if this Wujia's secret art was not strange, and his true qi contained the power of thunder and lightning, this old man would not have been defeated so quickly. Maybe in the end, the Academy's information would not have been stolen by him. Qin Xiong looked at Qing Yaojin and said in a low voice, Jijia, just because we haven't heard of some things doesn't mean they don't exist. Moreover, the Tujue imperial teacher has always been mysterious and rarely shows his skills in front of the world, so it is normal that we don't know about this. But now that we know from Mr. Mo, we have to be more careful when fighting with him in the future. Qing Yaojin had always been more convinced by Qin Xiong, so he nodded and said, N. Of course. Hee hee. This old man has brought the telegraph and the students you wanted. At this time, Yen Silu's voice came from the door of the meeting room. Everyone followed the voice and saw Yen Silu and Meng Wenhao walking in one after another. Student Meng Wenhao greets Mr. Mo and the three generals. Meng Wenhao quickly cupped his hands and bowed to Mo Huai, Yuqi Jingda, and the others. The four of them waved their hands and said, no need to be so polite. Qin Xiong looked at Meng Wenhao and said with a kind face, Meng Wenhao, I believe Mr. Yen has already told you the reason we called you here today. Are you willing to accept this mission? Don't worry, even if you don't accept, we will not blame you. Meng Wenhao did not even think and cupped his hands to Qin Xiong and said, General Qin, on the way here, Mr. Yen has already told me about the situation. I know that the generals are leading the army north to capture the Tujue and also to support Yamacho. In public, I am a student of Yanhuang College. When Yamacho is in trouble, how can I not help? In private, Yamacho and I owe a debt of gratitude. If not for Yamacho's favor and promotion, would only be an ordinary student in the Imperial College. Therefore, this student is 100% willing to follow the army to the north at any time. Haha. Good. You know how to repay kindness and be loyal. Meng Wenhao, little Xian did not misjudge you. Hearing this, Qing Yaojin laughed heartily. Qin Xiong smiled and nodded. Since you are willing to follow the army, then go home and prepare. Tell your parents clearly so that they won't worry about you. However, time is limited, so you have to hurry. When noon comes, the army will set out. Meng Wenhao said with a solemn face, I don't have anything to prepare. As for my parents, I will leave a letter and ask someone to send it back. I can't delay the army's journey because of me. Yuchi Jingda could not help but nod and praise, good. Loyal and see the big picture. The students taught by Yanhuang College are indeed different from those Confucian scholars in the Imperial College. Yen Silu said modestly, General Yuchi is too kind. At this moment, Mo Zhong's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Mo, Datong Daily's Li Yu is outside the academy. She said she has something to discuss with young Master Meng. Yen Silu could not help but frown. Qing Yaojin looked at Meng Wenhao with a smirk. Obviously, he knew Li Yu. Meng Wenhao's expression changed. He stood up and cupped his hands. Mr. Yen, this student will go and take a look. I will be back soon. Yen Silla nodded and said, yes. Go quickly. But don't delay the military situation. Yes. Meng Wenhao replied and hurried out of the meeting room. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he saw little Fishy, who was dressed in red, standing outside the gate of the academy. The little girl seemed to have something on her mind. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were dull. It was obvious that she was thinking about something else. Little Yu, Meng Wenhao walked out of the academy gate and came to Li Yu. He called out softly. Oh. You're here. Little Yu's body trembled and she immediately came back to her senses. She smoothed the hair in front of her forehead and asked as calmly as possible, Wenhao, I heard that teacher Wenji is sick. How is he now? Meng Wenhao's expression darkened. He replied, I'm not sure. I originally planned to visit teacher Wenji at noon, but now it seems that I might have to leave Yunshan in a while. Little Yu was stunned and quickly asked, Leave Yunshan? Wenhao, where are you going? Are you going somewhere far away? Meng Wenhao thought about it and felt that many people must have known that the imperial court had sent an army north. Moreover, Li Yu was a Tang and probably wouldn't do something like betraying the country. Thus, he gave a concise reply. Yamacho has received orders from the emperor to mobilize the state's army in the north to intercept Wuxia. General Yuchi, General Cheng, and General Qin have been dispatched by His Majesty today to lead the army north to support Yamacho. In order to maintain contact with Yamacho, the three generals plan to bring a telegraph, and I will be the one controlling the telegraph. Wuxia is so powerful. Will teacher be in danger? Little Yu frowned and asked worriedly. She was still used to calling Li Zishuan teacher and not Yamacho. Meng Wenhao said uncertainly, danger, of course there will be. That's why I agreed to go north with the army without hesitation. Now that teacher Wenji is injured, I don't want to see anything happen to Yamacho. Li Yu softly replied. Then, her expression became somewhat conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and asked tentatively, Wenhao, I also want to go north with the army. Can you help me ask General Qin? Meng Wenhao was startled. He widened his eyes and asked in surprise, What? You also want to go north with the army? How can that be? Marching and fighting is a man's job. How can a girl like you go? So what if I'm a girl? Previously, Hua Mulan joined the army in place of her father. Why can't I, Li Yu, go north with the army to support teacher? Seeing Meng Wenhao's exaggerated reaction, Li Yu could not help but stomp her feet and angrily ask. Meng Wenhao did not give in to her this time. Instead, he argued, how can it be the same thing? Yamacho is indeed in danger right now, but I alone can control the telegraph. Little Yu, why do you have to go with me? You have to know that marching and fighting is very difficult. How can a weak girl like you endure it? Chapter 1534. Greetings, General Qin. Hearing a voice behind her, little Yu panicked and hurriedly turned around. After a moment of hesitation, she bowed to Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong's expression was serious as he asked, Miss Li Yu, this old master had no intention of eavesdropping on your conversation. I just happened to pass by and overheard a few words. You said Wu Jie recognized the bracelet on your wrist, is that true? Li Yu timidly glanced at Qin Xiong. Seeing the other party's kind expression, it didn't seem like he had any malicious intent. Besides, with her relationship with Li Zishuan, Qin Xiong shouldn't do anything to her. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and nodded, N. I remember that after Wu Jie saw the bracelet on my hand, his expression was obviously different from before, and he even asked me where I got this bracelet from. Senior Zhang San and Wen Hao can testify to that, they both heard him ask. Meng Wenhao nodded, General Qin, that is indeed the case, but at that time the academy was already in a mess, so no one cared about such minor details. Now that I think about it, when Wu Jie looked at little Yu's bracelet, the way he looked at it was indeed different. Qin Xiong nodded thoughtfully. Li Yu then added, it's just that. I'm not sure if Wu Jie knows the origin of this bracelet because I saw a trace of confusion in his eyes. Maybe he just thought the bracelet looked familiar. But even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I still want to ask Wu Jie personally. I really want to know who my parents are and where they are now. I begged General Qin to allow Li Yu to accompany the army to the north. I know that women are not allowed in the army, so I will follow behind you from a distance. I won't affect your marching and fighting. Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Xing Yaojin all frowned, not immediately replying to little Yu's words. Seeing this, Meng Wenhao anxiously said, General Qin, little Yu has never seen her biological parents since she was a child. She doesn't even know who they are. Now that she finally has a clue about them, I hope General Qin can help her. Xing Yaojin could not help but grin, hey. Brat of the Meng clan, your words are simple, but ever since my great Tang was founded, His Majesty has always ordered all generals to strictly manage the army. Let alone women, even wine is rarely seen in the army. Brat, you want us old men to bring a little girl into battle. If word of this got out, would His Majesty spare us old fellows? As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Wenhao and Li Yu couldn't help but become silent. Seeing the despair on little Yu's face, Qin Xiong couldn't bear it. He paused and said, this is a serious matter, and we don't dare to act on our own. We need to report this to His Majesty. If His Majesty agrees, then we naturally won't object. Li Yu's eyes lit up, but then they dimmed again. She shook her head and said softly, there's no need to trouble yourself. Li Yu was just a commoner. How could he make His Majesty change the rules for him? Moreover, Li Yu doesn't want General Qin to be caught in the middle. Let's drop this matter. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly said, little fishy, you, without waiting for him to finish, Li Yu interrupted, Wenhao, there's no need to say any more. You go with General Qin. Be careful on the road. I won't delay you any longer. Finished speaking, Li Yu bowed to Qin Xiong, Xing Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda, then turned and left. The little girl was very determined to leave. She didn't even look back. But under the sunlight, her frail figure really made one's heart ache. Meng Wenhao wanted to run over and pull Li Yu back, but he changed his mind. Even if he pulled her back, what could he do? Li Er wouldn't change the rules for a little girl like Li Yu. So he could only suppress the thought in his heart and stood there watching Li Yu leave. Ai. She's also a poor child. But if this old man can meet Wu Jie on this trip, I'll definitely help Miss Li Yu get to the bottom of this. Qin Xiong sighed and patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder, it's getting late. Let's return to Chang'an and prepare the army to set out. Meng Wenhao nodded with a complicated expression, I'll listen to General Qin's orders. Snake Spirit Mountain, Heavenly Dragon Sect's headquarters. Compared to a few days ago, the current Snake Spirit Mountain was filled with large and small thatched huts. In some open spaces, there were also some soldiers training. Obviously, this place had been turned into a secret military base. At this time, in the middle of the hut. Pung! Bastard! Why did the Tujue state teacher choose to attack Yanhuang College at this time? The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect looked at the latest report from his disciple and couldn't help but slap the table in anger. Zhang Liang, who was standing below, carefully cupped his hands and said, "Dragon head, the Tujue state teacher attacked Yanhuang College. The Tang Empire will definitely be in chaos. Li Shimin must have put all his energy into capturing Wuxia. Isn't this good news for us? Why are you so angry?" Looking closely at Zhang Liang's right hand, there were only 3 fingers. It looked a little scary. But thinking about how the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect cut off 2 of his fingers a few days ago, this scene was not surprising. The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect turned his gaze to Zhang Liang and snorted, "What do you know? Now that Yanhuang College has been attacked, Li Zishuan will definitely rush back to the academy. With his wisdom, it is very likely that he will see through our plan in Chang'an City. At that time, once he warns Li Shimin, our plan will be exposed in advance. This king has been preparing for a long time, and it is very likely that this king will completely fail." Zhang Liang quickly bowed and said, "Dragon head is right. This subordinate is stupid and doesn't think as far as the dragon head." In fact, this guy was somewhat disapproving. He felt that his dragon head was a little too timid, or in other words, the iron-masked man was overestimating Li Zishuan's ability. He more or less knew about the Heavenly Dragon sect's plan in Chang'an City. In his view, this plan could be said to be flawless. No matter how smart Li Zishuan was, it was impossible for him to see through it. The dragon head pondered for a moment and asked, "Is there any news from Dui?" Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Zhang Liang's eyes. As a capable subordinate of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect, he and Dui were clearly in a competitive relationship. Dui was favored and trusted, so he naturally felt uncomfortable in his heart. Replying to the dragon head, "There is still no news from the Venerable." Zhang Liang concealed the strange look in his eyes and cupped his hands. Humph. Investigate again. For days later is the day when the winds and clouds change. We must make him complete all the arrangements before then. The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect swung his sleeves and said in a deep voice. "Yes. The Tujue Imperial Advisor actually attacked Yanhuang College? The situation is getting more and more complicated. The Heavenly Dragon sect, the Tujue, and the Great Tang are really facing internal and external troubles. I wonder how Yanhuang College is doing now. Also, what is the plan that the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect was talking about? Why is he so afraid of the Marquis of Yong and returning early? Could it be that only the Marquis of Yong and can solve the puzzle of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" On the western cliff of Serpent Spirit Mountain, Li Junxian crossed his arms as he looked down at the lush pine trees. He had eavesdropped on the conversation between the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect and Judge Zhang Liang, and when he saw that Zhang Liang was about to come out, he had quietly slipped away. Li Junxian couldn't help but feel his heart sink as he recalled their conversation. The fact that the Yanhuang Academy had been attacked by the Turkic Imperial Advisor had shocked him deeply, but the words of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect made him feel that the Heavenly Dragon sect was brewing a huge conspiracy. This conspiracy was enough to topple the Great Tang. At this time, Li Junxian desperately wanted to get down the mountain and send a message to Li Er. If he delayed for a few more days, by the time the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect spoke of, it would be too late. "I have to think of a way to get down the mountain, or else Chang'an will be in danger." Li Junxian softly muttered to himself. "Hey! Li Junxian, what are you doing here? Get back to work." An angry shout came from behind Li Junxian. He turned around and saw that it was the middle-aged man surnamed Meng who had brought him up Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Junxian hurriedly changed his expression and warmly welcomed him. "Lord Meng, I just went to take a piss. I'll get back to work now. Please don't be angry." Meng snorted and unhappily said, "What piss? I think you're just trying to slack off. What are you standing around for? Get back to work." Li Junxian hastily replied, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll get back to work now. Hiya. Hiya." It was near noon, and a handsome young man wearing a white short robe and a Confucian hat was galloping down the official road of Lantian County on a black steed. This young man had a bundle on his back, and his complexion was extremely fair. If one looked carefully, one would find that he was even more beautiful than the average woman. "Since I can't go north with the army, I can only go find teacher. I heard from King Wei that teacher should be around Yusi or Taiyuan. I'll go to Taiyuan to try my luck." The handsome young man was none other than Li Yu, who had left in disguise. Compared to the disheveled lass who had just arrived in Chang, and last year, Li Yu had matured into a young lady from a prestigious family after a year of living in Chang, and although she still looked a little immature, she exuded a youthful charm. Previously, when she pleaded with Qin Xiong in front of Yanhuan College, Li Yu wanted to go north to find Li Zishuan. As Li Zishuan wasn't in the army, she wouldn't be in the way if she went with Li Zishuan, much less violate military rules. Moreover, given Li Zishuan's personality, he would definitely help her find out the truth. However, Li Yu also knew that it wasn't very convenient for a girl like her to go out. Thus, she disguised herself as a man and went north to find her family. Uncle Ma, Li Yu left without saying goodbye because she had her own difficulties. "Please don't take it to heart," Li Yu muttered to himself as he galloped forward on his horse. The Uncle Ma she spoke of was naturally Ma Zhou. Ever since she arrived in Chang, and the person who took care of her the most, other than Li Zishuan, was her old boss Ma Zhou. If it didn't involve her biological parents, Li Yu wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. However, after what happened last night, there was a voice in her head that kept urging her to find the truth. Once she found the truth, she would be able to completely unravel the mystery of her birth. However, at the same time, Li Yu was a little afraid. She was afraid that the truth she had painstakingly found would be hard to accept. Because the person who knew the origin of the bracelet on her wrist wasn't a Tang person, but the famous Turkic imperial advisor. This caused her to have a trace of doubt in her heart. Could it be that her biological parents were Turkic people? Did they know Wuxia in the past? This was the result that Li Yu found the most difficult to accept. Because her adoptive parents were Tang people, and in her bones, she also considered herself as a Tang person. Moreover, all the friends and elders she knew were all Tang people. If her parents were Turkic people, Li Yu really didn't know how to live with herself. However, this was only the worst result she could think of. What if her parents weren't Turkic people and had only fought with Wuxia in the past? If that was the case, she naturally wouldn't have to worry about those questions. Holding on to the persistence of the truth and the small trace of luck in her heart, Li Yu mustered up the courage to go north alone to find Li Zishuan for help. At the same time, in the east of Chang and city, Yanxing Gate opened and countless armored cavalry rushed out of the city. The three old generals at the front were Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin. These three old generals were known by everyone in Chang and city. The commoners saw that the army was orderly, and the generals at the front were Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Qing Yaojin, three famous generals. They couldn't help but be shocked, wondering why the imperial court would suddenly send out such an elite cavalry. Yuqi Jingjun, General Qin and General Cheng are personally leading the troops. Where is the imperial court going to send troops? But I haven't heard of any rebellions recently. Could it be because of the Turkic state teacher? Very likely. Didn't they say that the Turkic state teacher stole the information of Yanhuan College? His Majesty definitely won't let this matter go. These cavalry are probably going to capture Wuxia. Capture him well. The Turkic state teacher dares to act wildly in Tang. We can't let him go, we must capture him. Yes. That's right. We must capture Wuxia. We must let the Turkic people know that the Tang people aren't easy to bully. I hope the army can win and capture Wuxia. Victory at the start, capture Wuxia. The common people discussed in private. Many people had already guessed the truth of the matter. Thus, the common people became more and more agitated, shouting loudly in the back. They wanted to use this opportunity to encourage the 10,000-strong army that suddenly came out of the city. Chapter 1535. What? You want to go to that place? Impossible. I'm just a small assistant minister. I can't help you. In the west of Chang'an City, in the study of a house, an old man in brown flicked his sleeves and said angrily. In front of him stood a man in a gray robe wearing a bamboo hat. The wide bamboo hat covered the man's face. The man snorted and said, "You dare to disobey the orders of His Majesty? Don't forget who gave you your position today." The old man in brown was stunned and said, "My position today was given by His Majesty." "What does it have to do with you?" "His Majesty." "Humph. You're really ungrateful." The man in gray sneered, "You were just a poor scholar who had no connections in Chang'an City. You lived on the streets and were about to starve to death. Who promoted you and gave you an official position? It's said that those who are loyal are the butchers and those who are unloyal are the scholars. Now it seems that this saying is true." The old man in brown was scolded by the man in gray until his face turned red. He pointed at the man in gray and said angrily, "Even if I am indebted to him, it's too. But he's no longer in this world. What does it have to do with you?" The man in gray laughed and then took out something wrapped in a handkerchief. He handed it over and said, "Take a look and see what this is." The old man in brown looked at him suspiciously and then carefully took it. When he opened the handkerchief and saw what was inside, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, You're His Majesty actually, Marquis. Without His Majesty's order, I really don't dare to mobilize the troops without permission." Bing Province, Taiyuan, the provincial governor's mansion. A middle-aged man in an official's uniform smiled bitterly and said to Li Zishuan. This man was Wang Liaoyuan, the provincial governor of Bing Province. Now, Li Zishuan had encountered a rather awkward problem. Although he had obtained an imperial edict that allowed him to command the troops of the northern provinces, he couldn't show this edict to others. There was no proof. Even if he exaggerated it, no one would believe him. This was also because he was a new noble and had the emperor's favor. If it was someone else, Wang Liaoyuan would have sent the bailiffs to chase him out already. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel depressed. He said with a speechless face, "Provincial Governor Wang, this Marquis said how many times this His Majesty's decree a few hours ago. Bing Province will receive it tomorrow at the latest, but the situation is urgent. This Marquis can't wait. You have to mobilize the troops now. Could it be that you suspect this Marquis of falsifying the imperial edict?" Bing Province was more than 600 kilometers away from Chang'an. Even if they were to rush to Chang'an, it would still take them a day and a night. But Wu Jia was a martial grandmaster, only the heavens knew how fast he could travel. Thus, Li Zishuan was secretly anxious. Wang Liaoyuan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. "Marquis, it's not that this official doesn't believe you, but this official is powerless to mobilize the troops. You don't have an imperial edict or a warrant from the governor. Even if this official goes to the Bing Province barracks, the generals there won't listen to this official's orders." "Governor?" Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He realized that he seemed to have overlooked something and frantically searched through his memories. A moment later, he finally understood. Bing Province didn't only have a provincial governor's mansion, it also had a protector general's mansion. Bing Province, Taiyuan, was the place where the Great Tang rose. In addition, Bing Province was the largest city in the north and was relatively close to the Turks. It could be said to be an important military town. Thus, the imperial court set up a governor's mansion here and appointed a governor to oversee the military affairs of the 21 provinces of Hedong Province. During Zhengguan's time, there were still 41 governors' mansions in the country. Under each governor's office, there were a few prefectures under their jurisdiction. During the Tang dynasty, there were 3 different types of military governors. They were the upper military governor, the middle military governor, and the lower military governor. The provinces and counties under each governor's mansion were of different grades and had different names. As for governors, they could directly govern other governors. The provinces under their jurisdiction had to be at least 10. The Bing province governor's mansion had been established in the 7th year of Wu De's reign. It was similar to Li Kuzi province governor's mansion. It governed the military affairs of Jiannan circuit, and its power was at its peak. Unlike governors, the imperial court would normally only allow the princes of the imperial clan, such as Li Ku, or important officials of the court to hold the position of governor. This was because the position of governor was far too important. With so many soldiers under one's command, if there was a rebellion, the emperor would have to bear the consequences. However, because the princes of the imperial clan held the position of governor on a part-time basis, the ones who handled the affairs of the governor's mansion were these princes or important officials of the court. The position of head scribe was closer to that of an aide. They were good at handling practical affairs. Most head scribes didn't have a high status. However, the senior officials under the governor manor had a status equivalent to that of a provincial governor. They had real power and could even hold the position of judushi. Their status was extremely high. But then again, Li Zishuan really couldn't remember who the Bing province viceroy was. After all, he didn't specialize in history in his previous life. But even if he did, he probably wouldn't know who the Bing province viceroy was in the 2nd year of Zhengguan. Governor Wang, who is this Bing province's governor? This marquis will personally pay him a visit. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said without blushing at all. Wang Liaoyuan choked. He paused for a moment before replying, Marquis, the current governor of Bing province is Chao Guogong. I'm not in Bing province right now. Chao Guogong, Li Ji. The current Li Ji wasn't duking yet. In the 2nd year of Wu De, Su Shiji was given the title of Right Marquis General by Li Yuan. He was also given the surname Li. It wasn't until the 11th year of Zhengguan that he was given the title of Duking by Li Er. In the 8th year of Wu De, the Tujue invaded Bing province. The imperial court ordered Li Ji to be the general of the army and expel the Tujue at Taigu. In the 9th year of Wu De, Li Shimin ascended the throne and appointed Li Ji as the Bing province viceroy. In order to avoid Li Shimin's taboo, Li Ji removed the "sh" in his name and changed his name to Li Ji. This Bing province viceroy lasted for close to 8 years. It wasn't until the 7th year of Zhengguan that Prince Jin, Li Jiao, became the Bing province viceroy that Li Ji retired and acted as the head scribe of the Bing province viceroy manor. However, it was only in the first 2 years that Li Ji was in charge of military affairs in Bing province. Later on, as the world stabilized, Li Ji began to play with remote control tactics, the entire Bing province viceroy manor from the capital of Chang'an. His main purpose in doing this was to make Li Er feel at ease. After all, he controlled too many troops as the Bing province viceroy. F***ck. Hearing that the Bing province viceroy was Li Zishuan's face couldn't help but turn ugly. It was true that he knew Li Ji, but he wasn't in Bing province. Even if he knew him, what was the use? The soldiers of the Bing province barracks wouldn't listen to his orders just because he knew Li Ji. In his anger, Li Zishuan couldn't help but curse, causing Wang Liaoyuan to be dumbfounded. Clang! Thinking that Wu Jia was probably 100 or 200 li away from Chang'an, Li Zishuan couldn't help but panic. He unsheathed the sword at his waist and placed it against Wang Liaoyuan's neck. The guards standing outside the door were immediately alarmed and rushed in, frantically shouting, "Protect Lord Provincial Governor." Although they shouted this, none of them dared to step forward. After all, Li Zishuan's status was even higher than Wang Liaoyuan's. If he was accidentally injured, none of them could bear the responsibility. Facing the guards, Li Zishuan remained unmoved. He stared at Wang Liaoyuan and pretended to be cold as he said, "This marquis orders you to immediately gather 30,000 soldiers from the Bing province barracks and follow this marquis to surround the Turkic state teacher. If you dare to refuse, this marquis will kill you right now." With a sword against his neck, it was impossible for Wang Liaoyuan to not panic. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's request, he helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "Marquis, this official has already told you that the soldiers of the Bing province barracks only listen to His Majesty and the Viceroy. Even if this official goes with you, no one will listen to this official. Even if you kill this official, it won't help. He was afraid of death, but he really couldn't satisfy Li Zishuan's request. Li Zishuan was speechless. Of course, he wouldn't kill Wang Liaoyuan. He just wanted to test if this person was really helpless. Unfortunately, this Wang Liaoyuan really was helpless. Letting out a long sigh, Li Zishuan removed his long sword and put the wind-chasing sword back into its scabbard. He then said expressionlessly, "This marquis was just in a moment of desperation. I hope that Provincial Governor Wang will not take offense. You can leave first." Wang Liaoyuan waved his hand and signaled the guards to leave. He then wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly said, "This official wouldn't dare. This official knows that marquis won't kill for no reason." Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, "Then what do you think this marquis should do now? In all of the Hedong circuit, Bing province should have the most elite soldiers, and after attacking the academy, Wuxia will definitely flee the Great Tang as quickly as possible. If this marquis does not lead soldiers to block his path as soon as possible, I fear that we will be letting a tiger return to the mountain, bearing a fatal future threat for the Great Tang." Wang Liaoyuan thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Marquis, why don't this official gather the guards in Bing province and follow you to set up the defense? When His Majesty's imperial edict arrives, the troops in Bing province will naturally be under Marquis's command." Li Zishuan said unhappily, "Guards? Wu Jia is a great grandmaster with unparalleled combat strength. Are you sending these guards who have never been on the battlefield to their deaths?" Wang Liaoyuan hurriedly said, "This official didn't mean that, sir. Your steward said that he has something to report." At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in from the outside and bowed as he spoke. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and said unhappily, "Bastard. Can't you see that this official is talking to the Marquis of Yongmen? Get out." "Yes." The soldier wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Wait." At this moment, Li Zishuan spoke. He had a pensive look on his face as he spoke. "Governor Wang, you should let your butler in." Since he couldn't borrow any troops, he didn't want to continue talking with Wang Liaoyuan. Now that Wang Liaoyuan's steward was here, he could listen to what was so important. Hearing Li Zishuan's words without any intention of leaving, Wang Liaoyuan knew that Li Zishuan was going to listen to his family affairs. He couldn't help but feel nervous and prayed that the old steward didn't come to the magistrate court because of the trivial matters in his backyard. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. "Yes. Marquis." With strange thoughts, Wang Liaoyuan turned around and said to the soldier, "Did you hear that? Marquis is merciful. Let the steward in quickly." "Yes." The soldier received the order and left. After a while, an old man in his 50s came in. The old man was trembling with fear as he held a piece of bright yellow silk cloth in his hands. After he came in, he knelt down without saying a word and said, "Master. The imperial edict is here." The imperial court used the Wang family's carrier pigeon in Chang'an City to send His Majesty's imperial edict. "Old master, please take a look." Chapter 1536. Replying to Marquis, "I am only from a side branch of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. I passed the imperial examination in the 4th year of Wuda and was promoted to the provincial governor of Bing province by His Majesty in the 9th year of Wuda. Bing province, provincial governor's mansion." Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Wang Liaoyuan solemnly cupped his hands and replied, "I see." Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. "I didn't expect His Majesty to use the Wang clan's carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict. This time, your Wang clan has done me a great favor. When this matter is over, I will personally write a letter to thank the Wang clan's patriarch." Taiyuan was the Wang clan's headquarters. It was normal to meet a few people from the Wang clan here. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan finally felt relieved. However, Li Er's choice of carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict was truly out of Li Zishuan's expectations. This was definitely a groundbreaking move. Looking at the history, there shouldn't be any emperor who thought of using carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict. Li Er's last-minute innovation was truly amazing. I also didn't expect His Majesty to use the Wang clan's carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict to Bing province. Coincidentally, Marquis is in the provincial governor's mansion right now. I have to say, Marquis is truly a man of destiny. Heaven is helping him. Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, the Wang clan of Taiyuan had a good relationship with Li Er and Li Zishuan. With Princess Tong'an, the Wang clan of Taiyuan was a family to Li Er. Not to mention using the carrier pigeon, Wang Yu wouldn't refuse even if the Wang clan paid for it. And with Wang Renbiao, the Wang clan of Taiyuan could be considered an ally to Li Zishuan. Although it wasn't to the point where they would live and die together, the two sides wouldn't refuse to take care of each other. Of course, it was because of this that Wang Liaoyuan didn't get angry when Li Zishuan placed the Windchaser sword on his neck. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the provincial governor of a province. He still cared about his reputation. Although Li Zishuan was a marquis, he couldn't humiliate a provincial governor like this. Li Zishuan said seriously, I have the emperor's help. Now that there is an imperial edict to mobilize the troops, can I mobilize the troops of the Bing province camp? Wang Liaoyuan hurriedly cupped his fists. This official will bring Marquis to the Bing province barracks. It was all thanks to Empress Zhongsun that Li Er thought of using carrier pigeons to send the imperial edict. In the early hours of this morning, Li Tai returned to the palace from Yanhuang College and reported the situation at Yunshan to Li Er. Li Er was angry and issued an imperial edict to let Li Zishuan cooperate with the troops of the northern provinces to capture Wuxia. Li Tai pleaded for mercy but to no avail. He could only return to the college and pass on his father's edict to Li Zishuan through the telegraph. After Li Tai left the palace, Empress Zhongsun, who had been listening quietly to the side, opened her mouth. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is now in Shouyang, which is thousands of li away from Chang'an city. Even if he gallops, he can only reach Taiyuan by dawn, which is very far from Chang'an city. If he wants to mobilize the troops in the Bing province area, he must have your imperial edict. The imperial edict sent by Qin Ke through the telegraph doesn't count, and the local officials and generals will definitely not recognize it. In the Tang dynasty used Emperor Taizong Li Shimon's 2 steps, 1 step each on the left and right feet, as the standard. It was called step, and 300 steps was 1 li. 1/5 of a step was 1 qi. According to historical records, a qi in the Tang dynasty was 303 meters, and 1 li was 454, 2 meters. So 600 or 700 kilometers in the modern era was more than 1,000 li in the Tang dynasty. At that time, when Li Er heard this, he felt that it made sense and couldn't help frowning. Chang'an city is 800 kilometers away from Taiyuan city. Even at top speed, it would take at least a day and a night, but in that time, with Wu Jie's martial grandmaster cultivation, wouldn't he have already left Taiyuan city? No. We can't let him leave the Tang dynasty with the secret information of the academy. At the end, Li Er couldn't help but punch the dragon pillar beside him. Seeing this, Empress Jiangsuan's eyes flashed. She stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have a way to get the imperial edict to Taiyuan as soon as possible. If Li Zishuan happens to be in Taiyuan, that would be even better. If he isn't, we can ask the Bingzhou provincial governor to send someone to find Li Zishuan on a fast horse. Hearing this, Li Er's eyes suddenly lit up. He said with surprise, Oh? Guanyin, what wonderful plan do you have? Tell me. Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, What wonderful plan can I have? Your Majesty is just confused and didn't think of it. Actually, this matter is very simple. Your Majesty, do you still remember who the current Bingzhou provincial governor is? Li Er frowned and seriously thought for a while before replying, If I remember correctly, the Bingzhou provincial governor should be Wang Liaoyuan. In the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er usurped the throne. Wang Liaoyuan was made the Bingzhou provincial governor by Li Er that year, so Li Er had some impression of him. Empress Zhongsun smiled faintly and said, That's right. Your Majesty, Do you know that Wang Liaoyuan is from the Wang family of Taiyuan? The Wang family of Taiyuan has many carrier pigeons in their mansion in Chang'an. Li Er was smart and instantly understood what Empress Zhangsun wanted to express. He raised his brows and said in surprise, Guanyin wants me to use the Wang family's carrier pigeon to send the imperial decree to Bingzhou provincial governor Wang Liaoyuan and then have him pass it to Li Zishuan. Is that right? Carrier pigeons were mainly used to send messages by the nature of carrier pigeons. They didn't return to their nests for the sake of sending messages. Therefore, they could only bring the pigeons out and release them to send messages back to their nests. The carrier pigeons of the Wang family of Chang, and were brought out from the Wang family's contact points in the various provinces. It was because of this that Li Er could use carrier pigeons to quickly send the imperial edict to Wang Liaoyuan. Your Majesty is wise. Empress Zhangsun nodded and said with a smile. Li Er couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ah. Good. Use the carrier pigeons of the Wang family. Wuxia probably never dreamed that I would prepare an inescapable trap for him at the border of the Tang Turks. Bang. Ouch. In Qin province, on the official road outside Anhua County, a dirty little beggar ran too fast and accidentally bumped into a black-clothed man wearing a bamboo hat. Because the force was mutual, the little beggar was knocked to the ground by the reaction force. Then, he rolled like a carp and stood up. With a face full of panic, he bowed and apologized to the black-clothed man. Hero, spare me. Hero, spare me. I didn't mean to bump into you. He saw that the black-clothed man had a mace on his back and was dressed like a martial artist, so he subconsciously thought that the man was a hero who knew martial arts. The black-clothed man stood still, and behind him stood 4 other men in black. After a moment of silence, the black-clothed man stretched out a hand and said, Give me my money pouch and I'll spare your life. His voice was abnormally hoarse, like a demon from hell. The little beggar was frightened and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stuttered, What money pouch? You want to take advantage of the situation? The black-clothed man coldly said, I don't want to say it a second time. Although the little beggar's little action, when he bumped into him, was very subtle, how could it escape his eyes? He was a top martial artist in the world. Hearing this, the little beggar suddenly felt weak. He hesitantly took out a brown purse from his sleeve and handed it over. Wuxia took it, but the little beggar suddenly knelt down on the ground and looked up at the black-clothed man, begging, Brother Wuxia, please don't hesitate to ask for my help. Hero, I didn't mean to steal your money pouch. My mother is sick, and the doctors in the city need money to treat her. I can't earn that much money, but my mother's condition is getting worse and worse. I beg Hero to take pity on me and give me some money to save my mother. The black-clothed man didn't lower his head, still looking straight ahead. After a long silence, he put his right hand into his money pouch and pulled out 2 soybean-sized golden beans. He bent down and patted the little beggar's palm, then said, Scram. In his words, there wasn't the slightest bit of righteousness that one would have when doing favors to others. Instead, it was more of impatience. However, the little beggar wasn't unhappy because of the black-clothed man's attitude, because he received 2 golden beans. Thank you, Hero. Thank you, Hero. I'll scram now. The little beggar cried tears of joy. He kowtowed 3 times to the black-clothed man, then got up and quickly left. The black-clothed man took the 4 people behind him and walked towards Anhua County. He planned to replenish his rations in the city. Giddy. Giddy. Chang, an urgent report. The Tujue imperial tutor has sneaked into Tang dynasty and is currently fleeing to the north. Citizens, quickly look at Wu Jie's portrait and provide information on his whereabouts. Anyone who can find him will be rewarded 1,000 strings of cash. At this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed out from the south side of the official road. The soldier shouted as he galloped on his horse. By the time he finished speaking, the man and horse had already passed the black-clothed man's current position and were heading towards Anhua County. Reward 1,000 strings of cash. Is this real? Chang, and send an urgent report. How can it be fake? Let's go take a look. Yes. We have to go take a look. What if I saw the Tujue imperial tutor? 1,000 strings of cash. With a great reward, there will be brave men. The reward of 1,000 strings of cash caused the citizens to go into an uproar. The pedestrians on the official road immediately rushed towards the city gates. But there was an exception. The black-clothed man stopped, and the man behind him whispered, "Imperial tutor, it seems like the emperor of Tang dynasty has already sent out wanted posters everywhere. We can't enter Anhua County. Not only can we not enter this county, we can't enter the other counties either." That's right, this black-clothed man was Wuxia, who had escaped from Chang'an. The 4 people behind him were Turkic warriors who had followed him from the Turks to Tang dynasty. That night, Wuxia had not brought them into Cloud Mountain because he was confident in his own strength, and because bringing too many people would make it easier for them to be discovered. Moreover, retreating would be very troublesome. Wuxia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, squinting his eyes as he looked outside the walls of Anhua County. A group of citizens had gathered there, and a wanted poster had just been posted on the walls. After a moment of silence, Wuxia clenched his fists and said, "From now on, take the small roads and not the official roads. If we can't enter the county, we'll take a detour. Find the farmers in the villages to replenish our rations." "Yes. Imperial tutor." The man behind Wuxia quickly straightened his back and cupped his fists. "His Majesty has given this marquis the authority to control the soldiers of the northern 32 provinces. This marquis wishes to transfer 30,000 elites from the Bing province barracks. General Su, do you have any objections?" As noon approached, Li Zishuan, led by Wang Liaoyuan, finally arrived at the Bing province barracks outside the city. This barracks was very large, and the tents alone stretched for several dozen li. Li Zishuan conservatively estimated that this barracks could hold at least 100,000 soldiers. After patrolling the barracks, Li Zishuan asked a general beside him. This general was called Su Tingda, the commandant of the Bing province barracks. When Li Ji was not present, he was the boss of the barracks. Hearing this, Su Tingda hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, with His Majesty's decree in hand, how could this general dare to disobey? Marquis wants 30,000 soldiers, this general will go and transfer them for you." Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'll have to trouble General Su." Su Tingda cupped his fists and said, "Marquis is too polite." Dong dong dong. A moment later, the drums in the Bing province barracks were beaten. This was the sound of the drums to gather the soldiers. Not long later, countless of government soldiers headed towards the direction of the academy examination stage. Su Tingda wanted to gather the soldiers in front of Li Zishuan. After everyone stood still, Li Zishuan looked around and saw that the vast field was densely packed with people. There were at least 70 to 80,000 people. "Marquis, these are the 80,000 soldiers of the Bing province barracks. Among them, the A barracks is the most elite and the B barracks are slightly behind." Su Tingda turned his head and said to Li Zishuan. Chapter 1537. If Wu Jia wants to escape the Great Tang in the shortest time possible, the route he would take would be from Chang'an, through Feng Province, Ning Province, Qing Province, Jianghu Province, Shuo Province, and then from Huayuan to the steppe. Based on the speed of the martial grandmaster, Wu Jia has probably already passed through Feng Province, perhaps even reached Qing Province. What we need to do now is to set up an ambush at the passes that must be passed between Qing Province and the steppe. Wu Jia would never have imagined that the northern provinces of the Great Tang would react so quickly. Li Zishuan led the army out of the city at top speed and headed straight for Jianghu Province in the west after organizing the 30,000 soldiers who were skilled in battle formations. On the road, Li Zishuan analyzed the situation to Su Tingda. Because he didn't have any generals he was familiar with, and he didn't have the time to familiarize himself with the people around him, Li Zishuan could only do everything himself and slowly build up a tacit understanding with the soldiers from Bing Province. Only after he understood the abilities of the people around him could he gradually delegate authority to others. Fortunately, Su Tingda, the commandant of Bing Province's subjugation prefecture, was rather capable and experienced on the battlefield. Most importantly, he was obedient and didn't have the rebellious nature of the veteran generals. He carefully listened to Li Zishuan's every word, and cupped his fist. Marquis's words are reasonable. This is the shortest route from Cheng and to the steppe. But this general estimates that in order to avoid the pursuit of the imperial court, Wuxia might not take the official road, but the smaller ones. As long as we guard the important passes that he must pass through, we'll definitely be able to intercept him. Li Zishuan nodded, and after a few moments, he asked, Commandant Su has been stationed in Bing province for many years, so you must be more familiar with the passes in the north than this marquis. In Commandant Su's opinion, should this marquis dispatch soldiers to those passes? In truth, he had a map of the Great Tang in his mind, and he was clearly aware of the passes in the north. He had only asked this question because he wanted to test Su Tingda. Of course, for Su Tingda himself, he was very happy to accept this consideration. Earlier, Li Zishuan had already stated the purpose of this deployment, to surround and capture Wuxia. For Su Tingda, this was an excellent opportunity to render meritorious service. If he performed well in this battle and received a little bit of support from Li Zishuan, then he might be promoted by another rank. Don't be fooled by Su Tingda's uncouth appearance, this fellow was very meticulous. In the past year, Li Zishuan had been promoted like a rocket, becoming the most dazzling upstart in the imperial court in recent years. Perhaps no one in the younger generation could compare to him in the glory of the emperor's favor. Moreover, putting aside his official position, Li Zishuan was also a martial arts grandmaster. Even though he had never been on the battlefield before, Su Tingda did not dare to underestimate him, so he had been carefully and conscientiously waiting on the side. Replying to Marquis, this general believes that we should first set up an ambush at Longmen Pass, as it is the closest to the Qing province. Secondly, we should dispatch a small number of troops to Longmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and even Yanmen Pass. Firstly, we should prevent Wuxia from passing through Longmen Pass. Secondly, if we fail to stop Wuxia at Longmen Pass, the remaining 3 passes should be able to delay him for a while. Most importantly, these 4 passes have always been contested by military strategists since ancient times. They are the only passes on the way to the steppe, and they are also the only passes on the way to the central plains. If Wuxia wants to go around them, he would have to travel at least 500 or 600 li, so he can't go around them. After thinking for a while, Su Tingda cupped his fists to Li Zishuan. In ancient times, there were many places that military strategists fought over. Some modern people might not understand why there were places that military strategists fought over, and why would they spend a huge amount of troops to capture these places? Couldn't they just go around them? In fact, these strategic locations were generally divided into 2 types, one was a pass, and the other was an important town. A pass was a strategic pass. Under normal circumstances, the terrain on both sides of the pass was mountainous, making it impossible to go around it. However, an important town could be bypassed, but if one didn't attack such an important town and instead went around it, it would make the entire military operation meaningless, and it would be easy to be caught in a pincer attack. The Longmen Pass, Longmen Pass, Longmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Yanmen Pass that Su Tingda mentioned all belong to this type of strategic pass. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's face couldn't help showing a trace of praise, nodding with a smile, good. In Wu Jia's opinion, the northern provinces of the Great Tang still hadn't received the news that he was wanted by the imperial court, so they hadn't effectively organized their forces to intercept him. Under these circumstances, it was even less likely that he would deliberately go around the pass. Since that's the case, this marquis will now take 10,000 soldiers to Longmen Pass. Commandant Su, you will take the remaining 20,000 soldiers and head north. Take this marquis order and the imperial edict to set up defenses at Longmen Pass, and Yanmen Pass. If necessary, you can have the soldiers of the nearby provinces assist you. This marquis will set up an inescapable net that will make it impossible for Wuxia to escape. Through these considerations, Li Zishuan discovered that Su Tingda had some talent as a general. Although he hadn't heard of this person in the history books, in the 5,000 years of history of China, it was impossible for every capable person to leave their name in the annals of history, right? Those who were buried in the long river of history might not all be incapable people. It was precisely because of this consideration that Li Zixuan decided to have Su Tingde lead an army to set up defenses in the north. But then again, the only capable general by his side who could take charge of a region on his own was Su Tingde. If he didn't choose this person, who else could he choose? Su Tingde's heart suddenly shook, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for Marquis trust. However, this general suggests that Marquis lead 20,000 soldiers to guard Longmen Pass, while this subordinate leads 10,000 elite soldiers to set up defenses in the north. After all, Wuxia is most likely still in the Qing province region. Longmen Pass will soon usher in a fierce battle. In comparison, the three passes in the north are less likely to be in danger." He was worried that if he left too few soldiers behind, Li Zixuan might be in danger. Li Zixuan thought for a moment, but in the end, he shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about this, Marquis. Even if Wuxia has yet to reach Longmen Pass, the 10,000 soldiers this Marquis has brought are enough to guard Longmen Pass. I have you lead the remaining 20,000 soldiers to the northern passes not only to prevent Wuxia from escaping, but also to prevent the Turkic army from the north." Su Tingde couldn't help but be shocked by these words, and he asked in shock, "Marquis, you mean that the Turks will send an army to invade the borders of our Great Tang?" This was big news. Although the Great Tang and the Turks occasionally had friction, those were only small skirmishes. Once the Turks officially invaded the heartland of the Great Tang, it would mean that the two countries were about to go to war. The Wei River Alliance in the 9th year of Wuda was because the Great Tang had just experienced internal strife and didn't have the strength to take on such a tough battle, so it chose to compromise. But now, the Great Tang was unprecedentedly strong, and anyone who understood the situation could see that within 3 years, the Great Tang would definitely take revenge for the siege of their city. Now that he heard Li Zixuan say that the Turks might attack the passes in the north, Su Tingde instantly felt that a national war was about to descend. Li Zixuan thoughtfully nodded and said, "Very likely. Do you know what Wuxia stole from the Great Tang?" "He stole the most important batch of confidential information from Yanhuang College. As long as the Turks learn what is in there, in less than a year, the Turks will be at least twice as strong as they are now. At that time, the Great Tang will have no power to fight back against the Turks. With such an important item, do you think that Shili will not send soldiers to receive Wuxia?" His expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, don't worry. This general will definitely guard the passes in the north and will definitely not let the Turks enter the Great Tang's territory." Li Zixuan nodded and said, That's for the best. Quickly take 20,000 elite soldiers to the north." Su Tingde cupped his fists and replied loudly, "Yes. This general will go right away." Then, he turned around and shouted to the soldiers behind him, "3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion, 5th Battalion, and 6th Battalion, listen up. Immediately follow this general to Madugwan." "Yes." The 20,000 soldiers replied loudly and then changed their path and followed Su Tingde to the north. On the other hand, Li Zixuan led the remaining 10,000 soldiers and continued to advance towards the Longmen Pass. Ga. When the army reached a hillside in Longmen County, 2 Ga sound suddenly came from the sky. The sound was a little like the cry of a goose. Li Zixuan looked up and saw a wild goose flying over his head toward the southwest. But at this moment, a xiao sound was heard, and a sharp arrow shot out from the forest on the hillside, heading straight for the wild goose. No, to be precise, it was heading straight for the wild goose's mouth. The arrow pierced into the wild goose's body and it let out a sad cry. It immediately fell from the sky and coincidentally landed 3 feet in front of Li Zixuan. Shoo! Li Zixuan quickly reined in Big White. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him also stopped in their tracks. The soldiers beside Li Zixuan thought that they had encountered an ambush and quickly shouted, "Assassins! Quickly protect Marquis!" Swish swish swish. The soldiers all drew the modeo from their waists and scattered around Li Zixuan. They stared at the hillsides on both sides with vigilance. Li Zixuan waved his hand helplessly and said, "Everyone, back down." In his opinion, this was probably someone shooting wild geese on the hillside. What did it have to do with assassins? These people were a little too nervous. Everyone looked at each other and could only put away their modeo. At this moment, Li Zishuan jumped down from Dabai's back and walked in front of the wild goose. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find that the arrow from just now had coincidentally shot into the wild goose's mouth. The hunter who had yet to show himself actually took advantage of the moment the wild goose opened its mouth and accurately shot the arrow into the wild goose's mouth. This kind of control over timing and arm strength was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. An expert. Li Zishuan didn't expect that he would encounter an expert of this level in this remote and desolate place. He could not help but become serious and shouted to the hillside on the right, "Which warrior shot the wild goose? Quickly take it back." However, the forest was silent and no one responded. The hunters on the hillside were probably too scared to come out after seeing such a scene at the foot of the hill. After a while, just as Li Zishuan was about to leave, the hunter on the hillside finally spoke. "Can I really take it back? You won't catch me, right?" The voice was a little immature, but it sounded quite imposing. Li Zishuan could not help but be a little surprised. This was because from the voice, the person on the hillside did not seem very old. Thinking of this, he could not help but become more interested in the hunter on the hillside. Thus, he shouted, "Warrior, you must be joking. Why would I catch a commoner for no reason? You just need to come down and take the wild goose. This wild goose has no external injuries. It should be able to sell for a good price." Chapter 1538. Shui Rengui, full name Li and courtesy name Rengui, was born in the southern ancestral house of the Hedong Shui clan. He was the sixth-generation grandson of Northern Wei's Hedong King Shui Andu, and could be considered to be from a prestigious family. However, when Shui Rengui was 8 years old, his father, Shui Gui, passed away due to an illness. Since then, the Shui clan declined. Of course, Shui Rengui had never given up on his martial arts while farming. The Shui family used to be a rich and powerful family. Although they had declined, they still had a rich collection of books. In addition, Shui Rengui was quite talented. Relying on the family's martial arts manuals, he was able to learn some sword and archery skills without a teacher. Therefore, although he was only 15 or 16 years old, his martial arts had already reached the chi-forming realm. Moreover, the archery skills he had displayed while shooting the geese was far superior to many of the older generation's experts. "You're Shui Rengui?" On the mountain road of Longmen County in Jianghu province, Li Zishuan asked casually. He didn't expect to receive such a shocking answer. He widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. "Marquis, how do you know my handwriting?" This time, it was Shui Rengui's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth and looked at Li Zishuan as if he had seen a ghost. About that," Li Zishuan knew that he had misspoken. He looked a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, he began to justify himself. "Rengui, do you know who I am?" Shui Rengui shook his head subconsciously and said, "I don't know." Ahem. Li Zishuan coughed softly and said, "I am Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Yong, and personally conferred by the Emperor. I am also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College." Shui Rengui heard this and was both surprised and excited. He cupped his fists and said, "You are the Marquis of Yonghan? I admire Marquis the most. I didn't expect to see the real face of Marquis today. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes." With that, he bowed to Li Zishuan with a sincere expression. At this time, he had already forgotten to ask Li Zishuan how he knew his name was Shui Rengui. Li Zishuan raised his hands and laughed, "Ha! I didn't think that my name would spread all the way to Hedong Road. Rengui, you don't need to be polite. Please rise." Shui Rengui straightened up and said seriously, "Marquis built the curved plow, the water wheel, the academy, and the industrial school. Now, he is leading the children of the fief to destroy the plague of locusts. He has long been famous. How can I not know the name of Marquis?" After being praised by Shui Rengui, the future general of Tang, Li Zishuan felt a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and said, ahem. This marquis has only done what he should have done in his position and in his political affairs. That's all. Oh, right, didn't you ask me why I know your handwriting? Coincidentally, there is a teacher in Yanhuang College who happens to be from Longmen County. He seems to be acquainted with your grandfather. He mentioned you in front of me before. Shui Rengui couldn't help but ask, Marquis, who is this teacher from Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Wang Ji, Wang Wugong. Rengui, you must have heard of him. Coincidentally, Wang Ji's hometown was also Longmen County in Jianghu province. He was from the same hometown as Shui Rengui. Furthermore, Wang Ji was also from a prestigious family. In a small county, it was impossible for two prestigious families to not know each other, right? Therefore, Li Zishuan had an idea and used Wang Ji as a shield. Shui Rengui's expression changed slightly and he couldn't help but sigh, so it's Mr. Wang from Dongouzi. I didn't expect him to still remember the Shui family. Li Zishuan saw that it was getting late. The battle ahead was more important. Even if he thought highly of Shui Rengui, he couldn't stay here for too long. After all, the most important thing right now was to catch Wuxia. Therefore, he cupped his hands and smiled, haha. Rengui's archery today has opened this marquis' eyes. It's getting late, and this marquis still has important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Rengui, if you want to join the army or go to Chang and to seek a way out, just come to Yunshan to find this marquis. Today was only his first meeting with Shui Rengui. He couldn't directly invite Shui Rengui to join the army, right? That wouldn't be in line with the rules. Moreover, Shui Rengui most likely wouldn't agree. In history, Shui Rengui had joined the army at the age of 30 under the persuasion of his wife, Lady Lu. At that time, Li Er was on a campaign against Liaodong, setting a big stage for Shui Rengui. However, Shui Rengui didn't disappoint. On many occasions, he single-handedly took the heads of enemy generals and made a name for himself. The current Shui Rengui was only in his teens. On one hand, he was still lacking in martial arts and strategy. On the other hand, he probably hadn't thought about joining the army yet. As an outsider, Li Zishuan naturally couldn't persuade him. This kind of thing depended on luck. Shui Rengui's eyes flashed. He looked at the more than 10,000 soldiers behind Li Zishuan, then cupped his fists and asked, Rengui may be so bold as to ask, what is Marquis' purpose in coming here? Li Zishuan's face turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, the Turkic state preceptor took advantage of this Marquis' disaster relief in the north to sneak into Yunshan and attack the academy. Not only did he injure the teachers, students, and guards of the academy, he also stole some of the academy's secret books. He wants to bring them back to the Turks. If he successfully escapes back to the Turks, it will definitely be a disaster for our great Tang. Therefore, this marquis has transferred 10,000 soldiers from Bing province to intercept him at Longmen Pass. Shui Rengui was shocked and angry, this Turkic state preceptor is actually so bold. Li Zishuan nodded and said, N. This marquis will remember this debt. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely return it double. Right now, the most important thing is to make sure that Wuxia stays in the Great Tang. Rengui, go back. We will part here. If you go to the capital in the future, if you need any help, don't hesitate to look for this marquis. Then, he waved his hand to the army behind him and shouted, set off. Continue marching. Yes. The soldiers roared in response. Shui Rengui hurriedly stepped aside and then cupped his fist to Li Zishuan, Marquis, take care. For him, to be able to meet Li Zishuan, the popular person of the imperial court, and the person he admired the most, was very unexpected. But just like Li Zishuan's previous concerns, Shui Rengui also had his own concerns. He couldn't just listen to Li Zishuan and join the army just because they met once and then ask for Li Zishuan's help. In other people's eyes, Shui Rengui was trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. This was something Shui Rengui couldn't tolerate. Therefore, he didn't agree to Li Zishuan's request to join the army. But today, Li Zishuan's suggestion opened a door in his heart. Now that his family was in decline, why couldn't he join the army, kill enemies on the battlefield, and completely restore the Shui family? Standing by the side of the road, Shui Rengue watched as Li Zishuan's group gradually disappeared into the distance. Only after the army had disappeared from his field of vision did Shui Rengue turn around and head southeast with the wild goose that he had shot down. His gaze seemed to have become even more resolute. Now that the defense of Longmen Pass has been replaced by our people, in a while, pass down the order. If you see someone wearing a black robe and carrying a mace, immediately warn them. The rest of you hide in the dark and don't act rashly. When you hear the warning, immediately come out from all directions and surround Wuxia. In the large tent next to Longmen Pass, Li Zishuan looked at the dozen or so officers from the A and B camps in front of him and gave his orders in a deep voice. From Bing Province to Longmen Pass in Jianghu Province, they only took 4 hours to rush the entire way. After arriving here, Li Zishuan directly ordered people to replace all the guards here. However, because he gave the imperial edict to Su Ting, it was inevitable that there would be some friction. However, the official soldiers of Bing Province were quite strong and only used 20 or so people to take down the original guards. Li Zishuan specifically let one person go and let him go to the provincial governor of Jianghu Province. As for himself, he took advantage of this time to arrange the next step of the defense for the generals in the army. This general obeys. The soldiers in the tent all cupped their hands and bowed. Li Zishuan nodded and continued to give orders. The defense of Longmen Pass must be relaxed on the outside and tight on the inside. We can't let Wuxia notice anything amiss and directly escape from somewhere else. The 10,000 soldiers that we brought today are not allowed to set up tents or cook. They can only lie in ambush at the prearranged location. If anyone dares to alert the enemy, don't blame this marquis for being impolite. At this point, Li Zishuan's face began to turn cold. One of the officers couldn't help but ask, "Marquis, if we can't cook, what will the soldiers eat?" Li Zishuan said indifferently, "Dry rations. Provincial Governor Wang will soon send over a batch of dry rations for the soldiers to distribute to each camp. Everyone will suffer for the next 2 days, but when we capture Wuxia, all the suffering you've suffered today will be worth it." The officer paused for a moment, then cupped his fists and replied, "Marquis is wise. Marquis, the provincial governor of Jianghu Province, Lord Hong, requests an audience." Right at this moment, a soldier walked in quickly and bowed as he spoke. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Let him in." Then, he looked at the officers in front of him and said, "Everyone, go back and quickly set up the defense according to this marquis's instructions." "Yes." The officers cupped their fists and bowed before leaving. "Teacher Wenji, how do you feel now? Do you feel any discomfort?" Yunshan Courtyard. During lunchtime, Li Tai brought the others from dormitory 001 to Sun Simiao's courtyard to visit the seriously ill Li Gang. Sun Simiao went to the Tang Alliance Medical Center early in the morning because Li Gang's condition was under control. Hu Jing was enough to take care of the courtyard, so he didn't need to waste time here. Seeing the haggard Li Gang lying on the bed in the room, Li Tai couldn't help but feel sad and hurriedly asked, "Qing Ke, Bao Lin, Huai Yu, Zifen, you're here. Sit down." Li Gang's eyes were originally closed, but when he saw Li Tai and the others come in, he opened his eyes and said with relief. Chapter 1539. Miss Jing, how is Teacher Wenji? Cloud Mountain, Sun Simiao's courtyard. Hu Jing was brought into the room by Yuchi Baolin. After taking Li Gang's pulse for a while, she put down Li Gang's wrist with a heavy expression. At this time, Li Tai hurriedly asked. The others also looked nervously at Hu Meng. Hu Meng was silent for a moment before he finally said softly, "Teacher Wenji said too much to you guys just now. His body can't take it anymore and he has already fainted. When Master comes back at noon, he will give Teacher Wenji acupuncture. His condition should be better. Teacher Wenji is already very old, and last night he was injured. Those injuries may only be minor injuries to ordinary people and will be healed in 2 days, but for Teacher Wenji, they can take his life. This morning, I heard someone say that although teacher Wenji was injured last night, he was still fearless in front of Wuxia, and even righteously denounced Wuxia as a barbarian martial artist. Teacher Wenji must have been holding on for the sake of the academy. However, he has consumed a great deal of his life potential. Elder's pulse and aura of life are getting weaker and weaker. What Master and I can do is to keep him alive and try our best to keep him alive for a few more days. What? Hearing this, Li Tai, Qin Huayu, and the others all opened their eyes in shock. Sun Zifan anxiously said, Miss Jing, is there really no other way? As long as we can cure teacher Wenji, we will find any rare herbs for you. Li Tai's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded, yes. Zifan is right, Miss Jing, if you need any herbs, just tell me. If I remember correctly, there should be a ginseng that is nearly 1,000 years old in the palace. Do you think it will be useful for teacher Wenji? 1,000-year-old ginseng? Hu actually opened her small mouth in surprise, then she frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, ginseng is a great supplement to the vitality, it can heal the meridians and stabilize the broken bones. In order to save people in danger, the effect of the 1,000-year-old ginseng is even stronger. Just a root can also save teacher Wenji's life. This 1,000-year-old ginseng does have some use, but teacher Wenji is already at the end of his life. Even if we have the elixir, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do to save him. Hearing this, Li Tai and the other three couldn't help but reveal a deep sadness on their faces. At this time, they couldn't help but think of the kind smile that Li Gang had revealed in the academy in the past, and last night when the academy was facing a great enemy, Li Gang, as a scholar, had stepped forward without hesitation to stand in front of all the students and let out a deafening cry. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Miss, please take care of teacher Wenji. Even if it can only increase teacher Wenji's life by a few days, I will go back to the palace and ask father for the elixir. Li Tai's eyes were a little wet. He quickly turned his back and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Then he turned around and solemnly saluted Hu. Hu hurriedly returned the salute and said, Don't worry, Your Highness. I will take good care of teacher Wenji. Okay. Li Tai nodded, then waved to the other three and said, Huayu, Bao Lin, Zifan, let's go. Don't disturb teacher Wenji's rest. Okay. The three of them nodded and said their goodbyes. Then, they followed Li Tai out of the room. Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Wei requests an audience. At noon, Li Er took a nap in the Sweet Dew Hall. As soon as he woke up, a chamberlain came in and bowed. Li Er frowned and said in a deep voice, Let him in. Yes. The chamberlain cupped his hands and left. After a while, Li Tai walked in quickly. Just as he was about to salute, Li Er waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite. Did Li Zishuan send you any news? Subconsciously, Li Er thought that Li Tai had come to the palace because he had received a telegram about the front line. Li Tai was startled at first, then he shook his head and said, Father, Yamacho has not sent back any new news. I am here today to ask father for a medicinal herb. Medicinal herb? What kind of herb? Li Er was a little disappointed at first, but when he heard that Li Tai was here to ask for a medicinal herb, he couldn't help but be curious. Li Tai bowed deeply and said, I heard that there is a ginseng that is almost 1,000 years old in the palace's warehouse. I beg father to give me one of the roots of this ginseng. Li Er couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, What do you want 1,000 years old ginseng for? There was indeed 1,000 years old ginseng in the palace, but Li Er had prepared it for himself. After all, ginseng of this age was really hard to come by. No matter how rich or powerful you were, you might not be able to get it. This thing could save one's life at a critical moment. For Li Er, it couldn't be measured by money. It was definitely a priceless treasure. Li Tai said with a sad face, Father, teacher Wenji is seriously ill and urgently needs 1,000 years old ginseng to save his life. I beg father to give him the medicine. What? Li Gang is seriously ill? Li Er stood up in shock and asked, I heard that teacher Wenji only suffered some minor injuries last night. Why is he in such a critical condition now? Li Tai cupped his hands and said, Teacher Wenji is already old. Even if it is a minor injury, his body can't bear it. At this moment, he is already at the end of his life. Dr. Sun can only rely on acupuncture to save Teacher Wenji's life. Li Er was shocked. He stood with his hands behind his back and paced on the spot. After a while, he stood still and ordered loudly, Zhao Song. Yes, father. Zhao Song, who had been standing quietly at the side like an invisible person, stood up and bowed to Li Er. Li Er said in a deep voice, cut half of the 1,000-years-old ginseng that I have collected and send it to Yunshan immediately. Yes, father. Zhao Song was slightly shocked. However, this was a decision made by Li Er after careful consideration. He couldn't say much and could only agree with it. After that, Zhao Song slowly left the hall. Li Tai said excitedly, Thank you, father. Li Er closed his eyes and waved his hand. He sighed and said, Wenji is not only a teacher of Yanhuang College, but also a rare treasure of Tang Empire. I don't want him to leave this world. The hall fell into silence. After a while, Li Er asked again, Does Li Zishuan know about this? Li Tai cupped his hands and said, The Yamacho is currently setting up a defense line in the north to stop Wuxia. I was afraid that if I told them about this, it would distract the Yamacho, so I didn't tell the Yamacho. Yes. You did the right thing. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but nod and praise. The most important thing right now is to keep Wuxia here and snatch back the Academy's information. You go back and guard the telegraph. If Li Zishuan sends back any news, report it to this emperor immediately. Once I'm done with my work, I will personally go to Yunshan tomorrow to visit Teacher Wenji. Li Tai bowed and said, Yes, father. I will take my leave now. Wait. Li Tai was about to leave when Li Er shouted again. Li Tai quickly stopped and heard Li Er say, Qing Ke, bring some guards with you when you go out in the future. Chang and city has not been peaceful recently. These words had a deeper meaning. Hearing this, Li Tai couldn't help but be puzzled. Father, Chang and city is under the emperor's rule. How can it not be peaceful? Li Er looked at him and said, Where there is sunlight, there will be darkness. You can't go wrong by being careful. Li Tai didn't understand, but he still replied, Yes. Father. Imperial teacher, the Tang Empire's Dragon Gate is not far ahead. After the Dragon Gate, we are only 600 li away from the grasslands. I wonder if the Tang Empire's Imperial Court's arrest warrant has been sent to Jianghu Province. On the main road to the west of Jianghu Province, a black-robed man and 4 other warriors were hurriedly riding their horses towards the north. It was Wu Jie's group. At this time, a warrior next to Wu Jie pointed at the impregnable pass in front of them and said. Wu Jie frowned and said, We will change horses along the way. Our speed will definitely be faster than the Tang Empire's messengers. The Dragon Gate is far from the Tang Empire's capital. Even if the Jianghu Province's Imperial Court received the arrest warrant, they won't have enough time to dispatch troops. Of course, for safety's sake, we don't need to pay attention to the Tang Empire's army. We will just ride our horses and rush over. After rushing out of the Dragon Gate, we will continue to take the small path to avoid being discovered. Imperial teacher is wise. As soon as Wu Jie's voice fell, a group of licking dogs began to crazily lick his boots. The sun set in the west, and the shadows of the few people were elongated on the ground. After a while, the sun had completely set and the sky gradually became dark. Shoo! Wait! Stop! Seeing the Dragon Gate getting closer and closer, Wu Jie suddenly reined in his horse and shouted to the people next to him. The other 4 people heard his voice and quickly began to rein in their horses. Finally, they stopped 5 steps in front of Wu Jie. Then, they hurriedly controlled their horses and returned to Wu Jie's side. Imperial teacher, why aren't we going? A warrior asked in bewilderment. Wu Jie looked at the Dragon Gate not far away and said with a dignified face, It's too quiet here. I'm afraid there's a trap. Be careful. You, go ahead and explore the path. At the end of his words, Wuxia pointed to a warrior next to him and said. Although he didn't believe that the Tang Empire's army would set up a defense so quickly, his intuition told him that there might be an ambush here. Yes. Imperial teacher. The man responded and continued to urge his warhorse to gallop towards the Dragon Gate. Who are you? Quickly dismount. It's so late, why did you come out? When the horses were still a few dozen feet away from the Dragon Gate, a general shouted. Shoo! The warrior reined in his horse and stopped not far in front of the general. He then dismounted and cupped his hands. General, this humble one lives in Jianghu village in the north of Jianghu province. I have been helping people transport goods in the south. A few days ago, I received a letter from my family saying that my mother is seriously ill. This humble one hurriedly rushed home to see my mother for the last time. I hope the general can make it convenient for me. Listening to this person's accent, it was actually very standard Chinese, and there was a little bit of an accent from Cheng'an. The general pondered for a moment and said, since it's urgent, for the sake of your filial piety, let's go. After saying that, he waved his hand and the gate of the Dragon Gate was immediately opened. The warrior quickly rode his horse and rushed to the gate. Chapter 1540. Wuxia felt that there was an ambush in the peaceful Dragon Gate Pass, while Li Zishuan felt that there were Turks hiding in the forests around Dragon Gate Pass. Neither of them had any evidence, nor were they absolutely certain, they were just relying on their intuition. Intuition. The intuition of an expert was a very vague feeling, but many experts believed in this vague intuition. This was because they had escaped from death countless times and relied on this intuition. What's more, at Li Zishuan and Wuxia's current level of cultivation, they often had a kind of vague premonition of danger. Although it couldn't be called foresight, it could only be said that their sense of danger was far sharper than ordinary people's. On the other side, Lantian County, Strange Interest Pavilion's new workshop. Have you found little Yu? In the Datong Daily's editorial department, Ma Zhou asked a middle-aged scholar with an ugly expression. He didn't feel anything when he didn't see Li Yu at noon, but after not seeing her for an entire afternoon, he had a bad premonition. Thus, he quickly mobilized the entire editorial department to search for Li Yu. Steward Ma, we've searched the entire workshop, but we haven't found Miss Li Yu. We've also searched Plum Village and Han Village, but we haven't found her. The middle-aged scholar was an editor in the editorial department, and he had a bitter expression as he spoke. Li Yu had a lively personality and was very popular in the editorial department. Her sudden disappearance had raised the morale of the entire editorial department. Everyone had been searching for her the entire afternoon, but after searching the entire workshop, Han Village, and Plum Village, they still couldn't find any trace of Li Yu. The middle-aged scholar was also feeling very uncomfortable. How is this possible? Since little Yu came to Cheng, and last year, she hasn't been to many places. Where could she have gone now? Search. Continue searching. Ma Zhou's face was gloomy as he punched the bookshelf beside him and said in a deep voice. Not to mention that Li Yu was brought into the Datong Daily editorial department by Li Zishuan. Just by interacting with Li Yu for a year, Ma Zhou had already regarded Li Yu as his own little sister. Now that Li Yu had suddenly disappeared, he was the most anxious. Old Ma. Old Ma. Uncle Niu from Plum Village said he saw Li Yu at noon. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi's panting voice came from outside the door. Then, Song Xiaoxi ran in, panting heavily. Ma Zhou was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked excitedly, Little Four, what did you say? Did someone from the Han village see Li Yu? Where did you see it? Huff huff. Song Xiaoxi took 2 deep breaths and replied, Master Ma, Uncle Niu said that when he came back from Cheng, and at noon, he saw Miss Li Yu riding a horse and galloping on the cement road. She seemed to be in a hurry, so he didn't know where she was going. What? Li Yu left? Ma Zhou was shocked. Then, a look of worry flashed across his face. After a while, he sighed and said, Where can this child go by herself? The middle-aged scholar from earlier couldn't help but comfort him. Steward Ma, Li Yu was able to come to Cheng and from Yuezhou alone. This means that she is very experienced. You don't have to worry too much. No matter where she goes, she will be fine. Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, "All right. Everyone, you can leave now. Thank you for your hard work today. I will go back to the academy and see if I can find any clues." "All right. We will take our leave now." Everyone in the room cupped their fists and said, "Ahem." Ma Zhou nodded, and everyone dispersed. After a while, Ma Zhou also left the room with his hands behind his back and walked towards the door of the workshop. What? Li Yu left Lantian County alone on a horse? When did this happen? Yunshan, Yanhuang College. After hearing Ma Zhou's words, Mo Huai was slightly surprised. The more Ma Zhou thought about it in the workshop, the more he felt that something was wrong. Li Yu had no relatives or friends, so there was no reason for her to go on a journey alone. Thinking back to the afternoon, he seemed to have heard Mo Huai mention that Li Yu had come to Yunshan. He went back to the academy to ask Mo Huai about it. At noon, a villager from the Han family village saw Li Yu galloping on a horse on the cement road from Yunshan to Chang'an. "Mr. Mo, I heard you say that Li Yu came to the academy. What did she come for?" Ma Zhou replied and then asked hurriedly. Mo Huai frowned for a moment before muttering. Li Yu claimed that Wuxia recognized the jade bracelet on her wrist and likely knew the whereabouts of her parents, so she wanted to go north with the imperial court's army, but General Qin refused, so she left. Ma Zhou was shocked. "Mr. Mo, you mean that Li Yu pleaded with General Qin but failed, so she went north alone to find Wuxia?" Mo Huai nodded, then shook his head. "Not entirely. Miss Li Yu is smart and courageous. She should know that she can't find Wuxia in the sea of people by herself. This old man thinks that she went north to find Yamacho and wanted to rely on the Yamacho's power to find Wuxia. How does she know where Yamacho is now?" Ma Zhou was puzzled. Mo Huai thought for a moment and guessed, maybe she got the news from Qin Ke. The two fell into silence. After some time, Mo Huai suddenly said, "Mr. Ma, do you think that Li Yu's parents have something to do with the Turks?" Ma Zhou was shocked when he heard this. He widened his eyes and said, "Impossible. I heard little Yu talk about her background. Her parents are definitely Han people." Although all the signs showed that Li Yu's parents had something to do with the Turks, Ma Zhou didn't dare to think in that direction. If that was the case, he couldn't imagine how painful Li Yu would be. When Mo Huai heard this, he wanted to say something but hesitated. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Mr. Ma, don't forget. During the end of the Sui dynasty, the Central Plains was in chaos, and millions of Han people chose to join the Turks. Based on Miss Li Yu's age, she was born at a time when the world's heroes were rising." With Mo Huai unraveling the final layer of packaging, Ma Zhou could no longer retort and fell silent. According to Li Yu's story, she had been born in a time of great chaos. These countless coincidences forced Ma Zhou to believe that Li Yu's parents were related to the Turks, but he had no choice but to do so. At this moment, Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel sorry for Li Yu. If the truth was true, then Li Yu must have suffered a lot. "Imperial teacher, other than a few wisps of smoke near Longmen Pass, there isn't any other smoke. It seems like there really isn't an ambush here." Night fell. At the foot of a hill in front of Longmen Pass, a warrior whispered to Wuxia. Although they had rested for a while Wuxia was observing the situation, they weren't feeling well because they were hungry. Originally, they had thought that after passing through the Dragon Gate, they would be able to borrow some food from the villagers, but who would have thought that Wuxia would suddenly go crazy and refuse to come out, causing everyone to be both tired and hungry. Since that's the case, let's prepare to pass. Although the ominous premonition in Wuxia's heart hadn't weakened in the slightest, he also knew that hiding here wasn't a solution. If they delayed any longer, they really wouldn't be able to leave the Great Tang, so a vicious light flashed in his eyes as he sternly ordered. Even if there was an ambush, Wuxia was confident that he could break out of the encirclement and escape Longmen Pass. This was the confidence he had in his own strength. On Cloud Mountain, 3 grandmasters and 2,000 imperial guards couldn't do anything to him, so Wuxia didn't believe that he would be defeated in a small Longmen Pass. Yes. Imperial teacher. The three martial artists responded excitedly, then mounted their horses one after another, adjusting the direction of their horses. At this time, Wuxia also jumped on his horse, and the four of them lined up in a row, intending to use brute force to rush out of the Dragon Gate. Because at this time, no matter what reason they had, the soldiers guarding the pass wouldn't let them out, so they wisely chose to break out of the pass. Charge! Seeing that everyone was ready, Wuxia roared and took the lead, spurring his horse forward and gripping his mace. He charged towards Dragon Gate Pass. Charge! Seeing this, the other three martial artists quickly followed suit, raising their weapons and following Wuxia's lead, charged forward. Dong dong dong. The rapid sound of horse hooves suddenly exploded on the official road, and the soldiers guarding Longmen Pass soon heard the abnormal movement here. They secretly sent someone to report to Li Zishuan, then shouted in a panic, "Who is it? This is the Dragon Gate Pass. Get off your horses quickly." But the four people on the opposite side didn't seem to hear their warning, and continued to rush toward them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Seeing that their warning was useless, the guards at Longmen Pass began to shout at the top of their lungs. Suddenly, more than 20 soldiers with MO swords rushed out from the turrets on both sides and stood in a row in front of Longmen Pass. Seeing this, the three Turkic warriors couldn't help but think proudly, there are only 20 Tang soldiers, how could there be an ambush? Imperial teacher is too suspicious today, isn't he? Not only did they think so, but Wuxia also thought so. Seeing that there were only 20 Tang soldiers lined up in front of Longmen Pass, he couldn't help but wonder if he was too nervous and thought there was an ambush. But at this moment, it was useless to think about it. The most important thing now was to get rid of all the Tang soldiers in front of them and rush out of Longmen Pass as soon as possible. Therefore, Wuxia clenched the mace in his hand. He wanted to use this blood-stained mace to break a big hole in the fragile defense line of the Tang soldiers. Chapter 1541. Duge 9 Swords. When Wuxia raised his mace and swung it towards Li Zishuan's head, Li Zishuan subconsciously chose to use the Duge 9 Swords broken spear style. It wasn't because the Taishian 9 Swords and Taiji sword weren't strong, but because facing Wuxia's mace, Li Zishuan felt that the best choice was still the Duge 9 Swords broken spear style. Because the broken spear style was a natural counter to the mace. Compared to Duge Xianxia, Li Zishuan's cultivation was higher, his true qi was richer, and his understanding of martial arts was deeper. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the Duge 9 Swords broken spear style had been condensed. The wind-chasing sword and the mace collided in the air. Although the broken spear style had a natural suppressive effect on the mace, the gap between the martial scholar intermediate stage and martial grandmaster stage was too great. Li Zishuan suddenly felt a huge force pass through his wind-chasing sword, and what was strange was that in addition to the huge force, Li Zishuan also felt an electric current pass through his sword, causing his hand to feel numb. Regarding Wuxia's true qi faintly containing the power of lightning, Li Tai had mentioned it before in the telegram, but after facing it for real, Li Zishuan was still surprised by Wuxia's ability. He quickly tried to use his true qi to neutralize the huge force and the electric current passing through his sword hilt, because if his arm was electrocuted, it was likely that it would become completely numb and he wouldn't even be able to hold his sword. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Wuxia quickly changed his stance, changing from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep, intending to send Li Zishuan flying with his mace. However, the Duge 9 Swords broken spear style's power lay here. Based on the opponent's instantaneous movements, the user could quickly predict the opponent's next move and make the best response, achieving the goal of defeating the enemy first. Although the Duge 9 Swords wasn't Li Zishuan's signature move, with Li Zishuan's superb talent in martial arts, Li Zishuan's Duge 9 Swords was much better than Duge Xianxia's. Therefore, just as Wuxia was about to change from a slash to a sweep, Li Zishuan had already made a response. Li Zishuan's long sword moved slightly to the left, his chasing wind-chasing sword drew a perfect arc in the air. Li's powerful broken spear style sword, spear style's mace's broken spear style was instantly neutralized by Z's. TSSSS, this 9 Swords, riding wind sword, S's, S sword instantly sword swords sword 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 first sword sword riding the wind riding sword, sword 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 wind sword. Sword sword S sword 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 S. The situation had changed too quickly. The surrounding soldiers had just seen Li Zishuan being suppressed by Wuxia, but in the next moment, Li Zishuan had launched a counterattack. A youth who had just turned 20 years old had actually launched a counterattack against a martial grandmaster who had been famous for a long time. What was wrong with this world? Everyone couldn't help but have such a question in their hearts. In fact, it wasn't just the soldiers who had doubts in their hearts. Wuxia was even more confused. At the moment when he fought with Li Zishuan, he felt that he was not fighting with one person, but three masters at the Grand Master middle stage at the same time. Li Zishuan had used three different sword intents at almost the same time, and each sword intent had been so pure. What's more, the three sword intents were seamlessly linked together. Wuxia felt like he was facing three people who were using three different sword intents. In fact, this was mainly due to Li Zishuan's 9 Taishian swords, Taiji sword, and Duge 9 swords. Using the Duge 9 swords to counter the enemy's first move, he could predict the enemy's next move, then use the Taiji sword to resolve the enemy's attack, and finally use the 9 Taishian swords to switch from defense to offense. With these three sword intents, Li Zishuan was far more powerful than an ordinary martial grandmaster. To some extent, his strength was comparable to a peak martial grandmaster. Good. Facing Li Zishuan's attack, Wuxia didn't show the slightest fear. Laughing loudly, he patted his horse's back with one hand, and with the force of the recoil, his whole body soared into the sky. Thunder Overlord Mace. Wuxia shouted as he flew through the air, holding the mace in his hand as he spun rapidly. Lightning flashed across the mace's surface, and from a distance, it looked like a spinning wheel as it flew towards Li Zishuan. Facing such a strange attack from Wuxia, the surrounding 10,000 soldiers were scared out of their wits, because in their eyes, how could a mortal control lightning? At this moment, Wuxia was like a god of war descending from the heavens, insufferably arrogant and invincible. Although their hearts were all on Li Zishuan's side, none of them believed that Li Zishuan could block Wuxia's strange attack. Kung! Pung! The wind-chasing sword and the wolf-tooth mace clashed. The wind-chasing sword let out an extremely loud sword cry, which cut through the entire night sky. Immediately after, the two collided with a loud bang. The violent qi that scattered in all directions not only swept up the sand and stones on the ground, but also shook all the nearby soldiers back by more than 10 steps. Qi. Wuxia's reaction was very fast, and his true qi was extremely vigorous. Li Zishuan was sent flying by Wuxia's attack, and in order to stabilize his body, he quickly stabbed the wind-chasing sword into the ground. After sliding back 3 steps, Li Zishuan finally stabilized his body. At the same time, the lightning energy several times stronger than before entered his meridians through his palms, causing his breathing to become unstable and causing him to suffer a cultivation deviation on the spot. Gap. This was the gap between a martial scholar middle stage and a martial grandmaster. Not just a little bit, but a huge chasm. Old monster. In Li Zishuan's mind, these 3 words couldn't help but appear. The Wuxia in front of him was indeed worthy of the title, Old Monster, because he was stronger than all the masters Li Zishuan had encountered before. Worthy of being the disciple of spiritual master Ling Su. With this talent, in another 10 years, the whole world will be under your control. Wuxia didn't pursue the victory. Instead, he stood in place in his black robe, looking at Li Zishuan and using his hoarse voice to praise him. Humph. Don't pretend to be so righteous here. The dignified Tujue imperial teacher actually took advantage of this marquee absence to sneak into the academy and commit theft. Even if you win today, you will be despised by the world. Li Zishuan clenched his teeth, forcibly calming the chaotic true qi in his body, then stood up and looked at Wuxia, mocking him without fear. When Li Zishuan left Lantian County and brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade north to help the disaster-stricken areas clear out the locusts, he thought that when he wasn't in Lantian County, there would be Jianghu thieves who would take advantage of the academy's weak defense to cause trouble, so he left all his guards behind. But he never imagined that the dignified Tujue imperial teacher, a martial grandmaster level super expert, would personally sneak into Yanhuang College, effortlessly destroy all the academy's defenses, and steal most of the academy's confidential information. This made Li Zishuan's heart burn with a nameless fire, and now that he finally had the chance to scold Wuxia, how could he let it go? Hearing this, Wuxia couldn't help but fall silent, because in this matter, he was indeed opportunistic, taking advantage of other people's difficulties, and in any case, couldn't be considered honorable. After a moment of silence, Wuxia finally opened his mouth. You're right. This time, this imperial teacher sneaked into Yanhuang College because Yunshan, which originally had 3 martial grandmasters, only has 1 martial grandmaster left. But this imperial teacher isn't afraid of you 3, he just doesn't want any trouble. Taking advantage of other people's difficulties was taking advantage of other people's difficulties, and Wuxia didn't try to hide it for the sake of face, instead openly admitting it. From this point alone, this old man could be seen as a straightforward person. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but look at Wuxia in surprise. He hadn't expected Wuxia to admit it so easily, making him unable to say the words he had prepared just now. Humph. It's not that this Marquis looks down on you Turks, but the Academy's confidential books, even if you brought them back to the Turks, no one would be able to understand them. Moreover, your actions are tantamount to starting a war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Is Shili ready to start a war with the Great Tang? Hand over the books you're carrying today, and this Marquis can spare your life. Inadvertently, Li Zishuan saw the bag on Wuxia's back, and his face couldn't help but turn cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Haha. Little baby, you've got some big words. If this imperial teacher wants to leave today, you can't stop him. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wuxia couldn't help but laugh loudly. Li Zishuan snorted and said, this Marquis' cultivation is indeed lower than yours, but today, there are tens of thousands of troops lying in ambush at Longmen Pass. Do you think you can still escape? Tens of thousands of troops. Haha. Little baby, you're too confident. Once this imperial teacher finishes you off, what can these tens of thousands of troops do to me? Wuxia sneered, a look of arrogance on his face. Although his tone was arrogant, he wasn't wrong in the slightest. Li Zishuan was the strongest in this army, and if he was defeated, no one would be able to pin down Wuxia, and the main force wouldn't have the time to effectively encircle and suppress Wuxia. He could rely on his lightness skills to escape from the army at any time. Saying so, Wuxia raised his mace and leapt into the air again. The mace flashed with cold lightning as it once again smashed towards Li Zishuan's head. Last night, when he was dealing with Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying, and Mo Huai, Wuxia's favorite move was this. 9 Taishian swords, second form, graceful grace. Li Zishuan let out a low roar, instantly activating the second form of the 9 Taishian swords. Like a giant dragon soaring through the sky, Li Zishuan shot towards Wuxia at full speed. At the same time, in the northern part of the Great Tang Empire, Yanmen Pass, Su Tingde led the 20,000 Bing province soldiers and the imperial edict that Li Er had given to Li Zishuan. They rushed all the way to Yanmen Pass before nightfall and took the initiative to take on the task of guarding Yanmen Pass. After half a day of rushing, the soldiers and horses were already tired. After Su Tingde arranged for night patrols, the rest of the soldiers returned to their tents to sleep. But what they didn't know was that a life and death crisis was approaching them. Closer and closer. General, the Tang army that arrived in the evening has already set up camp. Now is the time when their men and horses are tired. Should we send out the army now and directly take down the Tang army at Yanmen Pass? In the grass outside Yanmen Pass, a dense group of Turkic soldiers were hidden, each of them accompanied by a warhorse. But at this time, all the warhorses were kneeling in the grass. This way, even if someone passed by, they wouldn't notice the army hidden in the grass. Chapter 1542. Su Tingde's 20,000 soldiers had only reached Yanmen Pass in the evening. No, to be more precise, it was 10,000 soldiers. This was because Su Tingde had left 5,000 men behind at Madu Pass and Yonghe Pass. Now, he only had 10,000 men left. Moreover, after half a day of rapid marching, the soldiers were all extremely tired, and many of them were already asleep. Su Tingda felt that the Turks had chosen this time to attack, and his 10,000 men were completely incapable of stopping them. The most frightening thing was that he was holding the imperial decree that Li Erfa had given to Li Zishuan. However, he had only just arrived in the evening. Originally, he wanted to rest and reorganize for the night before transferring troops to the nearby prefectures. Who would have thought that the Tujue would launch an attack on Yanmen Pass so quickly? Go! Immediately send messengers to Yunzhou, Daizhou, and Yuzhou to ask for reinforcements. Tell them that Yanmen Pass might fall. Su Tingda's expression changed several times. At this time, he could also faintly hear the chaotic sound of horse hooves not far away. He took a deep breath and barely managed to stabilize his mind. He looked at the soldier and said word by word. "Commandant, what about you? The Turks have tens of thousands of wolf cavalry. We're definitely no match for them. Commandant, why don't you withdraw first?" The soldier hesitated for a few moments before bowing to Su Tingda. "Bastard! Do you know that a commanding general fleeing before battle is a capital offense? And besides, this general is the commandant of the Great Tang's Bingzhou subjugation prefecture. Even if I die, this general will die with my brothers. A general of the Great Tang can only stand and die. I will never cower before the battle. Hurry and send men to the nearby prefectures to ask for reinforcements." Su Tingda angrily bellowed. He was afraid of death, and he had not lived long enough. He still wanted to become a higher official, obtain more glory and wealth, and enjoy a more comfortable life. But at this moment, as a Great Tang soldier and the commander of this army, he could not sneak away alone. After all, Su Tingda had experienced the chaos of the Sui dynasty and the chaos of the rebellion against the emperor. He did not want his family to once more live a life of wandering about and destitute. The reason was that simple, nothing more. "Commandant. I want to stay behind and fight against the Turks with Commandant. Commandant, please send someone else to ask for reinforcements." The soldier hesitated for a moment, then clasped his fists and said stubbornly. Su Tingda was touched, but his face turned cold. He said coldly, "Zhenghong, you dare to disobey a military order?" The soldier trembled and hurriedly said, "This general doesn't dare." Su Tingda snorted and shouted, "Then why aren't you sending the order?" After being yelled at by Su Tingda, the soldier was a little scared. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed and said, "This general obeys." Looking at Su Tingda, the soldier, reluctantly, retreated from the tent. Sigh. "Zhenghong, oh Zhenghong, you can't blame me. Who asked you to be the only son of your Jing family?" Looking at Zhenghong's back as he left, Su Tingda muttered to himself. "Kill." At this moment, a burst of battle cries came from the pass. Su Tingda's expression gradually turned cold. He stood up, took the long sword hanging on the wall, and walked straight out of the tent. "Commandant. The Turkic army is already attacking. Our brothers won't be able to hold on much longer. You should leave quickly." Su Tingda had just walked out of the big tent when a soldier hurriedly ran over and said, "How many enemies are there? Who's the leader?" Su Tingda frowned and asked. The soldier cupped his fists and said, "There are about 50,000 enemies, and the leader is the Turkic Khan, Ashina Shur. Commandant, Ashina Shur brought all the Turkic elites. We definitely won't be able to hold on. Please retreat as soon as possible." "It's him?" Hearing that, Su Tingda was stunned at first. Then, he said coldly, "We have to hold on even if we can't. Whoever dares to flee tonight will be killed without mercy. Yanmen Pass terrain is narrow. Even if we use a pile of orders, we have to completely block the pass. Quickly beat the drum and summon all the soldiers to kill the enemy with me. I've already sent people to the nearby prefectures to ask for help. We only need to hold on for 2 hours, and there will definitely be reinforcements coming to save us." "Yes. Commandant." Seeing that Su Tingda was so confident, a fighting spirit rose in the soldier's heart. He swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists. Dong, dong, dong. A moment later, a series of drumbeats sounded from the south of Yanmen Pass. As time passed, the drumbeats became louder and more frequent. At this time, Su Tingda had already climbed up the tower of Yanmen Pass. Although the Turkic people were not good at sieges, Yanmen Pass was far from being a city. This was because Yanmen Pass was situated on the official road in the middle. The horizontal width of the city walls was only a few hundred feet. As such, the number of soldiers that could be accommodated on the city walls was extremely limited. When the Turkic soldiers got close to the city gates, they abandoned their horses and directly carried a thick tree trunk and slammed it into the city gates of Yanmen Pass. Naturally, Su Tingda would not let the Turkic people crash into the city gates of Yanmen Pass just like that. He quickly shouted, "Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of arrows were released in an instant, shooting at the Turkic soldiers charging at the city gates. After a round of arrows, dozens of Turkic soldiers fell to the ground in an instant. However, while the Tang soldiers on the city walls were reloading their arrows, the Turkic soldiers behind began to charge forward fearlessly again. "Hurry and release the arrows." Seeing this, Su Tingda hurriedly urged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of arrows was fired, but the results were somewhat worse this time. Only 30-some Turkic soldiers fell to the ground, but the Turkic soldiers behind them were still charging at the city gates like a tide. Su Tingda inwardly frowned. First of all, the Turkic soldiers outnumbered the Tang soldiers by 4 to 5 times. At this rate, they probably wouldn't be able to kill all the Turks even if they spent the entire night. Moreover, the light at night was poor, so the accuracy of the archers was definitely not as good as during the day. Many of the arrows would miss. Most importantly, in order to maintain the speed of the march, Su Tingda's army had not brought many arrows, only 10-some thousand. Based on the current accuracy, it would be good enough if they could kill 1,000 Turkic soldiers. But the Turks had 50,000 soldiers. How was he going to fight the Turks with this? Rolling logs and stones? There were some remaining rolling logs and stones on the walls of Yanmen Pass, but there were not many of them, and they would not be able to withstand the assault of 40 to 50,000 Turkic soldiers. Should they use sabers or swords? But if they did so, their advantage as defenders would be gone, and in the end, they would still be unable to avoid defeat. Just as Su Tingda was deep in thought, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. Su Tingda focused his eyes and saw a metal arrowhead shining with a cold light in front of him. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. Su Tingda felt that he couldn't dodge this hidden arrow. "Commandant, watch out." At this critical moment, a soldier at Su Tingda's side leaped up and tackled Su Tingda to the ground. The arrow brushed past Su Tingda's cheek and struck the soldier's shoulder. Squelch. This was the sound of an arrow piercing flesh. The arrow was heavy and powerful, and it did not stop at the soldier's shoulder. More than half of the arrow had pierced through the soldier's body. "Protect the commandant." Someone shouted, and 4 or 5 soldiers immediately surrounded Su Tingda. "Ha! What a pity. If we could kill the Tang commander directly, we might be able to take down Yanmen Pass effortlessly." In the Turkic army, Xianxia put away his longbow and lamented regretfully. Clearly, that arrow just now was shot by him. "General, there's no need to be regretful. The fact that the Tang army could reach Yanmen Pass so quickly shows that they didn't bring many arrows. These arrows can at most be shot 10 more times. When they run out of arrows, we can break through the gate and enter." A soldier beside Xianxia could not help but laugh. "Haha. That's right. When the Tang army runs out of arrows, we will enter the pass directly. Then, we will welcome the state preceptor." Xianxia laughed heartily. Taiji sword techniques 38th style, Phoenix wing spread. Taiji sword techniques 28th style, Shooting stars chase the moon. 9 strategies beyond the swords, broken spear style, Taiji sword techniques 18th style. Black dragon swings its tail. Taiji sword techniques 20th style. Lotus leaves whirlwind. 9 Taishian swords 3rd style. Snow treading, leaving no trace in the snow. Taiji sword techniques 34th style. Moon in the ocean. Taiji sword techniques 50th style. Immortal guides the way. Over at Longmen Pass, the battle between Li Zishuan and Wuxia had already reached its climax. After exchanging blows with Wuxia, Li Zishuan was very clear about the huge gap between himself and a martial grandmaster. This gap was not something that could be made up with exquisite moves. Therefore, Li Zishuan wisely gave up on attacking, and began to fight a defensive battle from the start. With the 9 solitary swords advantage, the unparalleled defense of the Taiji sword technique, and the extreme speed of the 9 Taishian swords, Li Zishuan's figure flashed through the battlefield, not letting Wuxia even touch the corner of his clothes. After a dozen exchanges, he actually did not suffer any external injuries. Although there were no external injuries, of course there were internal injuries. In addition to Wuxia's powerful true qi, what annoyed Li Zishuan the most was the strange power of lightning that Wuxia sent out with his mace. If Yang Kai were to use his true qi to resist and neutralize this thing, it would be a huge waste of his true qi. In this situation, his true qi was his life, and his true qi was definitely not as vigorous as Wuxia's, so he had to use it sparingly. However, if he completely ignored it, his arm would soon become numb from the electricity, affecting his reaction speed, and if he wasn't careful, he might even be seriously injured by Wuxia. Therefore, although Li Zishuan had withstood Wuxia's attacks for a dozen exchanges, this impressive achievement was not something he could be proud of, because his situation was not good. Facing Wuxia's seemingly endless true qi, Li Zishuan's true qi was running out. Chapter 1543. Commander, you should leave. Yanmen Pass can't be defended. On Yanmen Pass, the Tang army was about to run out of arrows. Seeing this, a soldier came to Su Tingda's side and urged him anxiously. Su Tingda was unmoved and said coldly, "I would rather die than retreat." After saying that, he turned to the soldiers on the city gate tower and shouted, "Generals, listen to my order. Follow me to open the gates and fight to the death with the Turkic army. Behind us are our parents, wives, and children. Tonight, we would rather die than retreat." Su Tingda had been forced to give up the advantage of terrain and open the gates to meet the Turks. Their arrows were about to run out, and without any long-range attacks, the Turkic soldiers would be able to easily break through the gates. Rather than hastily engaging in battle, it was better to open the gates now and gather all the soldiers to engage the Turks in a battle of life and death. Rather die than retreat. Rather die than retreat. Su Tingda's words influenced the Tang army near Yanmen Pass, and they all shouted. A solemn and stirring atmosphere suddenly pervaded the air. Reporting. General, the Tang army has taken the initiative to open the gates and want to fight us outside Yanmen Pass. At the center of the Turkic army, a Turkic soldier ran over and bowed to Ashina Shirchu. Oh. The Tang army actually dares to come out? Ashina Shirchu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then, his face turned cold as he said, "Pass down my order. The left, middle, and right armies move out together and take down Yanmen Pass as quickly as possible." Yes. The soldier cupped his fists and turned to leave. Woo-woo. Not long after, the desolate sound of a bugle horn could be heard in the open space outside Yanmen Pass. This was the bugle horn for the Turkic army to launch an all-out attack. Thus, countless Turkic soldiers mounted their horses and brandished their scimitars as they galloped toward the Tang army that had just exited the city and gotten into formation. Listen up. Tonight, Su Tingda will advance and retreat with my brothers. I swear to defend Yanmen Pass to the death. Below the city wall, Su Tingda pulled out the sword at his waist and pointed at the Turkic army. Defend Yanmen Pass to the death. Defend Yanmen Pass to the death. As soon as Su Tingda finished speaking, the 10,000 Tang soldiers roared in unison. Follow me and kill. Su Tingda roared as he led the charge into the Turkic army. Seeing this, the Tang army at the back quickly urged their horses to catch up. A great battle had officially begun. Su Tingda had come from a poor family, and he had relied entirely on his own abilities to reach his current position. Thus, there was no need to doubt his personal strength. Under his command, the Tang army was able to break through the heart of the Turkic army like a hot knife through butter. But the disadvantage of this was obvious. They would be easily surrounded by the Turkic army. After all, the Turkic army outnumbered them by 4 to 5 times. Get out of the way. Wait for me to meet him. Seeing that Su Tingda was unstoppable in the army, taking down several dozen Turkic soldiers in just a few moments, Xianxia finally couldn't stand it any longer and roared. Hearing this, the Turkic soldiers around Su Tingda immediately scattered, creating an empty space. Su Tingda's eyes focused as he looked at Xianxia approaching on horseback. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his right palm to the Tang soldiers behind him and said, "All of you, withdraw as well." A general duel. In the blink of an eye, a large-scale group battle had transformed into a one-on-one duel between generals. In ancient war dramas like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was common to see the commanders of two sides fighting one-on-one, and the one with superior martial strength would emerge victorious. Many people would be confused. Was there really such a phenomenon in history of generals fighting generals? In truth, this sort of situation had happened before, but it was not a scene from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but there were many restrictions. First, generals fighting generals had already appeared in the spring and autumn period. At that time, it was called Zhi, and after the Han dynasty, it was called Duan General. Both had the same meaning. In the middle of the spring and autumn period, there were records of the Great War between the Jin and Chu states. At that time, King Zhuang of Chu led an army to attack Handan and met the Jin general Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing was unable to resist and abandoned his carriage to escape. In the end, Zhao Qing threw away his clothes and armor, as the armor would affect his speed. This was the first time in history that a general fought a general. This was because King Zhuang of Chu's physical strength was exceptional, and he was considered one of the strongest amongst all the emperors. During the Warring States period, such a phenomenon rarely occurred. At that time, the 7 kingdoms had already been perfected, and they relied on large-scale armies to fight. During the Han dynasty, when Huizubing and Li Guang were repelling the Xiongnu, they also fought with enemy generals. However, this was a battle between the soldiers of the Central Plains and the nomadic enemies. It was somewhat similar to the current situation between Su Tingda and Xianxia. During the War of Chu and Han, Xiongnu and Liu Bang fought, and such a phenomenon also occurred. However, when Liu Bang sent his own general to challenge the overlord, he was defeated by Xiongnu in 3 moves. The end of the Eastern Han dynasty was also the Three Kingdoms period. It was recorded that Sun Tzu and Taisher Ci fought at Shinting Ridge, and Sun Tzu accepted Taisher Ci as a fierce general. There was also a duel between Ma Chao and Chao Wei. Other than that, there were no other records in the Three Kingdoms period. Generally speaking, there were situations where generals fought before a battle, but it was not as common as in ancient dramas. After all, the generals of ancient times were all well versed in military books, and they understood the principle of a good man destroys schemes. Thus, the purpose of these generals in battle was to win. Unless they were at the end of their rope and wanted to fight to the death, they would not engage in a direct confrontation with the enemy generals. And now, to Su Tingda, he was indeed at the end of his rope. Although he had killed many Turkic soldiers, his subordinates had also suffered many casualties. If this continued, in less than an hour, the 10,000 Tang soldiers would be defeated by the Turkic army. You are called Su Tingda. Good. If this general wins against you today, you will have all the Tang soldiers retreat. If you win against this general will immediately withdraw. How about it? Xianxia stared at Su Tingda and spoke in a booming voice. Even if you win against this Su, the army behind this Su will not retreat even half a step tonight. The soldiers of the Great Tang can only die standing, not kneel and drag out an ignoble existence. Su Tingda said with a cold expression. Hearing this, Ashina Shirchu's face sank. He had proposed a duel with Su Tingda partly because he wanted to reduce the number of casualties on his side, and partly because he wanted to save time. After all, Wuxia was still waiting for them. Since that's the case, this general will kill you first. Let's see if these Tang soldiers will do as you say and hold their ground. Ashina Shirchu coldly snorted. He knocked an arrow on his bow and shot 3 arrows at Su Tingda's forehead, neck, and heart. General, be careful. Many soldiers in the Tang army cried out in alarm. Su Tingda was lying on his back. The 3 arrows missed his body and brushed past the bridge of his nose. But on the other side, Ashina Shirchu took advantage of the moment when Su Tingda was dodging the arrows to rush forward and slash at Su Tingda's neck with a slender sword. This person was actually proficient in both long-range and close combat. Moreover, the speed of these 2 attacks was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to guard against. For a moment, Su Tingda was caught off guard. He hurriedly brandished his sword to block Ashina Shirchu's killing blow. However, Ashina Shirchu was a grandmaster. The speed of his sword was astonishingly fast. How could Su Tingda's hasty sword block it? Kung! Pung! First, there was the sound of metal clashing. Then, Su Tingda was sent flying by the powerful internal energy attached to Ashina Shirchu's sword and fell to the ground. In just one round, the chief general of the Tang army was knocked off his horse. The surrounding soldiers were shocked and rushed to Su Tingda like a swarm of bees, trying to protect him. But someone was faster than them. After Ashina Shirchu knocked Su Tingda back, he dashed forward and stabbed his sword at Su Tingda's throat. Su Tingda was alarmed as he hurriedly raised his sword to block in front of him. Ashina Shi's sword stabbed into Su Tingda's sword. Su Tingda took advantage of the situation to retreat. With this force, he finally stood up from the ground. Under the illumination of the torches, the sword flashed and the 2 of them fought again. However, although Su Tingda was not weak, he was still not a grandmaster. Ashina Shirchu was not only at a higher level than him, but he also fought in close combat, took 3 steps back, and drew his bow in one breath. With such a combination of long-range and close-range attacks, Su Tingda could not withstand it. After a few rounds, it was obvious that he was going to lose. Charge! Protect Commandant Su! When the surrounding soldiers saw this, they understood that Su Tingda wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Someone shouted, and immediately, more than 10,000 soldiers rushed up to protect Su Tingda. It's time to end this. When Ashina Shirchu saw that the Tang army was rushing towards him, he raised his sword and slashed at Su Tingda. Su Tingda swung his sword to block, and then Ashina Shirchu used his left palm to hit Su Tingda's chest. Bam! Su Tingda was like a kite with a broken string after receiving Ashina Shirchu's palm strike that was filled with true qi. He fell heavily to the ground. Commandant! Commandant! The 10,000 soldiers were shocked. They hurried forward to help Su Tingda up. Kill! Flatten Yanmen Pass. Ashina Shirchu guessed that Su Tingda was not going to live. He waved his hand and ordered the Turkic soldiers beside him. Charge! Bam! 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 Hearing the order, the 50,000 Turkic soldiers immediately charged at the Tang army. What was worse was that the Tang army's commander-in-chief had been severely injured by Ashina Shirchu, and the 10,000 soldiers were in a desperate situation without their commander-in-chief. Chapter 1544. Pooh! Li Zishuan was heavily injured by Wu Jia and fell to the ground. Just now, Wu Jia's berserk true qi had been transmitted into his body through his sword, crazily wreaking havoc in his meridians, causing Li Zishuan, who was already in a weakened state, to the point where he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood was also mixed with blood, clearly showing that Li Zishuan's internal organs had also been injured. But this wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that when Li Zishuan's sword had struck Wu Jia's chaotic thunder body had transmitted a considerable amount of lightning energy to Li Zishuan, causing Li Zishuan to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was numb, and he couldn't even move a finger. This was because he didn't have any true qi in his body to neutralize this lightning. Peng peng peng. On the battlefield, seeing Li Zishuan heavily injured by Wu Jia, the 10,000 soldiers from Bing province charged towards Wu Jia without fear of death. But at this moment, Wu Jia was abnormally strong. None of the Tang army soldiers who got close to him could withstand a single blow from him, all of them were sent flying by his mace. In an instant, the Tang army's formation was in chaos. Seeing this, Wu Jia very wisely chose to fight while retreating. Because of the battle with Li Zishuan just now, although Li Zishuan hadn't been able to injure him, he had paid a heavy price. At this moment, he only had less than 40% of his true qi left. If he continued to fight with the Tang army, Wu Jia believed that there would only be one end for him, and that was death from exhaustion. As for the heavily injured Li Zishuan, Wu Jia didn't think of taking advantage of the situation to kill him, because he was very clear on his goal, which was to escape back to the Turks with the confidential information of Yanhuang College. As a result, under his brute force, the surrounding Tang army was quickly torn apart. Wu Jia resisted the attacks of the Tang army while relying on his lightness kung fu to gradually close in on the northern opening. It was worth mentioning that Wu Jia's lightness kung fu was also quite good. Without a master like Li Zishuan holding him back, he was like a bolt of lightning in the night, able to go wherever he wanted. Seeing Wu Jia trying to escape the encirclement, the soldiers became even crazier, rushing towards Wu Jia without any regard for their own lives. But now that they had lost their formation, and with no one to command them, they were like a swarm of bees, running around randomly, unable to pose the slightest threat to Wu Jia, who was constantly dodging left and right. Quick! Formation! Stop Wu Jia! Jianghu Provincial Governor Hong Wenxing saw Li Zhan sitting motionless on the ground healing wounds, completely unable to pay attention to the battle situation, so he quickly stood and shouted to the soldiers. Formation, formation, formation. Quickly, formation, formation. The nearby soldiers quickly followed Hong Wenxing's orders, but the soldiers further away couldn't hear Hong Wenxing's orders, so the effect of Hong Wenxing's shout was extremely limited. At most, it would only be able to delay Wu Jia for a short while. At this time, Li Zishuan, who was meditating and healing, suddenly experienced a mysterious change in his body. The spirit qi in his body suddenly came to life. Last year, when the bearded man wreaked havoc in Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan and Mo Huai had fought together. In that battle, Li Zishuan had relied on his understanding of another mysterious gas between heaven and earth, spirit qi, to directly advance to the middle stage of the martial scholar realm. Since then, Li Zishuan had felt that his body had changed, especially the true qi in his body, which seemed to have been mixed with something else. At that time, Li Zishuan had called this spirit qi. Heaven and earth had spirits, and all living things were born. Li Zishuan didn't know what spirit qi was, or what kind of elements it was made of, but he was sure that it wasn't oxygen, but he was very sure that his meridians could directly absorb a special kind of qi from the natural world. Without any experience in this area, he could only attribute it to spirit qi. But strangely, since the last time when he had broken through to the middle stage of the martial scholar realm and crazily absorbed the spirit qi, the special spirit qi in his body had completely quieted down. Usually, not only could he not feel its existence, he basically couldn't use it. Just like just now, when his true qi was exhausted, the spirit qi didn't move at all. At this moment, Li Zishuan, who was numb from the powerful electric current, suddenly felt the spirit qi in his body begin to stir. Li Zishuan could clearly feel the spirit qi in the air around him crazily rushing into his body, and the remaining electric current in his body began to quickly converge towards his dantian. Gradually, the numbness in his limbs was lifted and he could move again. The electric current that Wu Jia had transmitted to him was actually completely swallowed up by the spirit qi in his dantian. Not only that, at this moment, Li Zishuan's true qi, which had originally dried up, was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a small dried-up pond. Originally, it could only rely on manpower to pour buckets of water into it, but now, with the addition of more than a dozen water pumps, the dried-up pond instantly became dry and the water level began to rise. Half a quarter of an hour. In just half a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan's true qi had been restored to 60%. Although he hadn't recovered to his peak state, for the current situation, 60% was just barely enough, because Wu Jia was about to escape from the encirclement. 9 Taishian swords, 7th style, phantom, all that the heart sees is an illusion. Li Zishuan raised his wind-chasing sword and directly soared into the sky. In the sky, 8 more Li Zishuan appeared and rushed towards Wu Jia from different directions. Marquis is fine. Great. Marquis' strength has been restored. Let's see how the Turkic imperial teacher can act arrogantly now. Seeing Li Zishuan soar into the air and once again join the battle, the great Tang soldiers cheered loudly, greatly encouraged. What? Impossible. Feeling the familiar murderous intent behind him, Wu Jia hurriedly turned around, and when he saw that it really was Li Zishuan, his eyes widened in disbelief. In the last exchange, Wu Jia clearly felt that Li Zishuan's true qi had been exhausted, but now that Li Zishuan was flying towards him with his sword, how could he explain this? Could it be that in this short period of time, Li Zishuan had not only dissolved his thunder and lightning, but had also recovered most of the real qi that he had consumed in his body? How was that possible? In Wu Jia's view, this obviously didn't conform to common sense, even subverting his understanding of the world of martial arts. But now that Li Zishuan was coming at him with his wind-chasing sword, Wu Jia had to find a way to block him. Li Zishuan was using the 7th style of the 9 Taishian swords alone, not all 7 like before, so the power was naturally much lower. However, the current Wu Jia was far weaker than before. Therefore, Li Zishuan's 1 sword, no, 8 sword strikes, because there were 8 phantoms, Wu Jia had to use all his strength to deal with it. Thunder Overlord Mace. Wu Jia shouted, and in the air, he spun rapidly with his mace in hand. Lightning flashed on the mace, and from a distance, it looked like a spinning wheel as it collided with the Li Zishuan, coming from all directions. He wanted to break through them one by one, and not directly block them with his body like before. Ding ding ding. Every time Wu Jia's mace collided with the wind-chasing sword held by one of the phantoms, a metallic clanging sound rang out. Relying on his movement speed's secret art, Wu Jia quickly broke through the phantoms one by one, and the number of Li Zishuan's phantoms in the sky gradually decreased. Everything looked the same as before, but when there was only one Li Zishuan left, a sudden change occurred. 9 Taishian swords, 8th style, returned to origin. 10,000 swords returned to origin. When Li Zishuan's sword strikes were about to be broken by Wu Jia, his momentum suddenly changed. First, he changed direction in the air and retreated 2 meters, then he waved his hands, and all the swords in the hands of the nearby soldiers were sucked towards him. The 8th style of the 9 Taishian swords quickly flashed through his mind, and he gathered all the true qi in his body, finally managing to display the 8th style of the 9 Taishian swords. In fact, it was completely impossible to perform the 8th move of the 9 Taishian swords in the Supreme Power middle stage, but Li Zishuan had already stepped into the threshold of the Supreme Power late stage, so he could finally perform the 8th move. More than 20 swords floated in front of Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan's long hair fluttered without any wind. Drawing a circle with his hands, he used all the true qi in his body to shake off the 20 swords, and quickly sent them flying towards Wu Jia. Seeing this, Wu Jia was shocked and hurriedly waved his mace to defend himself. With a series of ding-ding-ding sounds, almost all of the swords were deflected by Wu Jia's mace, but this was only almost. There was still a fish that slipped through the net. Qi. One of the swords very luckily dodged Wu Jia's all-around attack, and with a qi sound, cut open the black package on Wu Jia's back. Suddenly, the white papers and books scattered all over the ground, and all the confidential information in the package fell to the ground. Wu Jia wanted to pick up the papers and books on the ground, but Li Zishuan didn't give him the chance. With a loud shout, Li Zishuan used the Tai Chi sword's azure dragon out at sea on Wu Jia's face. When the rest of the soldiers saw this, they knew that now was their best chance to kill Wu Jia, so without waiting for Li Zishuan's orders, they formed the Mo sword formation and rushed towards Wu Jia's position. Wu Jia dodged Li Zishuan's azure dragon out at sea, and then looked at the Yanhuang College's confidential information that was scattered all over the ground. He gritted his teeth, knowing that it was impossible for him to take all these things away today, because the Tang army had already formed the formation and was about to surround him again. Great Tang Marquis Yong, and you really are different from other cultivators. Today, this master has underestimated you. Wu Jia looked deeply at Li Zishuan, then his feet moved slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated several dozen feet away. He was actually preparing to escape. Li Zishuan wanted to give chase, but suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion in his body. His physical strength had been completely overdrawn. Besides, if a martial grandmaster wanted to escape, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to catch him no matter what. Fortunately, the academy's information was recovered. This was the last thought in Li Zishuan's mind before he fainted. Yanmen Pass. The battle here had already entered a white-hot stage, but the Tang army's defeat was becoming more and more obvious. The number of soldiers left on the battlefield was decreasing, and the Tang army's commander, Su Tingda, had already been seriously injured and was in a coma. Directly rush out, don't care about these remnants, rescue the imperial teacher is more important. Seeing that only a few of the 10,000 soldiers Su Tingda brought with him were left, and they were no longer a threat to him, Ashina Shirchu decisively gave the order. He didn't lead his troops to Great Tang to break through the pass, but to rescue the imperial teacher. As for how many Tang soldiers they defeated, it was completely meaningless to him. Yes, General. The messenger immediately passed down Ashina Shier's order. Immediately, the Turkic soldiers pushed their horses to the limit and charged straight for the city gate. The Tang army had rushed for several hundred li during the day, and not only were the men tired, the horses were also tired. Facing the Turkic army at full speed, how could they resist? Not long after, a torrent of soldiers passed through Yanmen Pass and headed south. Chapter 1545. Quick! Let's go to Longmen County and get a doctor. Dragon Gate Pass, inside the tower. Li Zishuan had already been helped to his bed. Jianghu Province's provincial governor Hong Wenxing hurriedly ordered the soldiers beside him. This time, Li Zishuan had borrowed troops from Bing Province. In order to ensure the speed of the march, there was no doctor accompanying him. Hong Wenxing could only send people to Longmen County to find a doctor. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier immediately cupped his fists and replied. After the soldier left, Hong Wenxing turned to the soldiers in the room and said, "You guys stay here and take care of Marquis. This official will return to Jingping Province to mobilize troops to pursue Wu Jia." Jingping Province was the administrative center of Jianghu Province. The provincial governor's office and Jianghu Province's Zhichong House's camp were both located there. Hong Wenxing only brought a few dozen guards with him to Dragon Gate Pass and didn't bring many troops. Dragon Gate Pass was filled with Li Zishuan's troops from Bing Province. Hong Wenxing didn't have the authority to mobilize them, so he could only go back and mobilize more troops. Wu Jia is alone, so his speed of escape must be very fast. The military situation is urgent. I'm afraid it's too late for Senior Hong to return to Jingping Province to mobilize troops. This general, Fang Gongteng, is willing to lead the troops here to follow Senior Hong north to pursue Wu Jia and avenge Marquis. After Hong Wenxing finished speaking, a young general stepped out and cupped his fists. During the day, Su Tingda took 20,000 soldiers to Mado Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Yanmen Pass to set up defenses. At the same time, he left behind a few capable generals for Li Zishuan, and this Fang Gongteng was one of them. Hearing this, Hong Wenxing's eyes lit up. He nodded and praised, "Good. Then I'll have to trouble Fang Gongteng to lead 8,000 soldiers to pursue Wu Jia with this official." Just now, during the battle between Li Zishuan and Wu Jia, because Hong Wenxing wasn't good at martial arts, he couldn't help much from the sidelines, which made him feel quite apologetic. What's more, Li Zishuan had been seriously injured by Wu Jia at the Dragon Gate, so if Hong Wenxing, as the Jianghu Province's provincial governor, didn't do anything, he would definitely be punished by Li Er. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Hong Wenxing had no choice but to lead troops to pursue Wu Jia. Not long after, Hong Wenxing and Fang Gongteng led the 8,000 prefecture soldiers out of the Longmen Pass and headed north. The rest of them stayed at Longmen Pass to protect Li Zishuan. At the same time, the news that Yanmen Pass had been broken quickly began to spread. The governors of Yunzhou, Shuo, Yuzhou, and Daizhou, the 4 prefectures of the Hedong circuit near the northern border, began to move. Overnight, they mobilized soldiers from their local prefectures to Madu Pass and Yonghe Pass, hoping to stop the Turkic army from advancing further south. After all, 2 years ago, Shili Khan had taken advantage of the change in power in the Great Tang Empire to send an army of 100,000 soldiers to attack the Great Tang from Yunzhou. They had been unstoppable, first attacking Jing province, and then advancing all the way to the capital of the Great Tang, Chang'an. Many people could still vividly remember that scene. Who could guarantee that the 50,000 Turkic soldiers wouldn't run to the gates of Chang'an and show off their might to Li Er? If that really happened, all the officials of the 4 prefectures of the Hedong circuit would probably be demoted by Li Er. Thus, when they learned that Ashina Shi had led 50,000 Turkic wolf cavalry into the pass, the governors of these prefectures instantly lost their composure. They hastily dispatched soldiers to pursue and trap the Turkic army in the Hedong circuit. The soldiers of these 4 prefectures added together numbered at least 70 to 80,000, but they had come from different directions. If they really did run into the Turkic army, they would still suffer a significant loss. Haya. On the official road north of Longmen Pass, 2 men in black were madly galloping. In this era, there were no headlights or street lamps, so traveling at night was very dangerous. Fortunately, there was still some moonlight tonight, and the official road was relatively wide. Thus, even though these 2 were running so fast, they didn't fall into the ditches on either side of the road. State teacher, we'll reach Horse Do Pass soon. Since that Li Zishuan was able to set up an ambush at Longmen Pass, there might also be a large number of Tang soldiers at Horse Do Pass. Are we still going to force our way through? The man who was following behind said. There's no need. Our men should be arriving soon. The black-robed man riding at the front said in a hoarse voice. This man was Wuxia, who had escaped from Longmen Pass. The other man was an experimental subject that Wuxia had released at the beginning to see if there was an ambush at Longmen Pass. Wuxia hadn't expected that the experimental subject would successfully escape while the other 3 Turkic warriors were left behind in the Tang army camp at Longmen Pass. The warrior in black couldn't help but be alarmed by these words. He couldn't help but whisper, "Our men? Did the Khan send people to the Tang Empire to pick us up?" Wuxia didn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't hear it, but that he wasn't in the mood to answer this question. Right now, his mind was full of Li Zishuan. To be more precise, he was thinking about Li Zishuan's last counterattack. During the time he escaped from Longmen Pass, Wuxia had already deduced countless times in his mind, but the result of each deduction indicated that after Li Zishuan was knocked down by him, it was impossible for Li Zishuan to prepare a second round of attacks in such a short time. This was because Li Zishuan was only at Grand Master middle stage, so it was impossible for his true qi to be so vigorous. The only explanation was that Li Zishuan had recovered 50 to 60% of his true qi during the short time he was entangled by the Tang army. But how was that possible? This kind of recovery speed was something that even Wuxia himself couldn't achieve, so how could Li Zishuan, who was only at Grand Master middle stage, do it? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand, so Wuxia had no choice but to give up. But what made him feel regretful was that the books and confidential information he had stolen from Yanhuang College with great difficulty had been cut open by Li Zishuan's returning to origin. This meant that his mission to infiltrate the Tang Empire had completely failed. This made Wuxia very unwilling to accept. 10 days ago, Han Lijing had seen several Turkic warriors sneaking into the Tang Empire on Mount Baishan, and Wuxia was among them. At the end of June, a locust plague had broken out in the Guangzhou region of the Tang Empire. Shili Khan saw this as an opportunity, so he sent Wuxia to infiltrate the Tang Empire to see if there were any good opportunities. After entering the Tang Empire, Wuxia had originally planned to go straight to Chang'an City, but along the way, he had heard many people talking about how Li Zishuan had led the Sky Rooster Brigade to eliminate locusts in the northern provinces. In fact, the Turks had many spies in the Tang Empire, so Wuxia naturally knew about Li Zishuan, a rising star in the Tang Empire. So when he heard that Li Zishuan had gone north to eliminate locusts, he immediately had an idea to weaken the Tang Empire's strength and strengthen the Turks' national strength. That was to sneak into Yanhuang College, steal all the engineering books and information, and bring them back to the Turks to slowly study. Wuxia had been patiently waiting for a good opportunity to sneak into the college, and he hadn't expected that it would really happen. On the third day after he arrived at Yunshan, the bearded man bid farewell to Li Gang, Wang Ji, and the other Yanhuang College teachers and left Yunshan, saying that he was going out to sea. In just a few days, Yunshan, which had originally been guarded by 3 grandmasters, only had Mo Huai as its sole grandmaster. Wuxia believed that it was time to sneak into Yanhuang College. But in order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he had patiently observed the surroundings of Yunshan for several days, and after confirming that there was no danger, he had chosen to sneak into the college last night to steal the books. But he hadn't expected that after stealing the books, on the way back to the Turks, he would encounter Li Zishuan's ambush. It had to be known that he and the 4 Turkic warriors he had brought with him were all riding 2 horses, and they had been rushing through the night. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their speed was much faster than the speed of the messengers from Chang and to the northern provinces and counties. Looking at it this way, at first, he had schemed against Li Zishuan, but later on, Li Zishuan had schemed against him, and in the end, the 2 of them had fought to a draw. Thinking of this, Wujia's eyes couldn't help but become dignified. In his heart, he thought that Li Zishuan would definitely become the greatest enemy of the Turks in the future. Kill. Sure enough, by the time Wuxia arrived at Horse Dipper Pass, the 2 sides had already engaged in a fierce battle. Ashina Shi-er was truly worthy of being a Turkic general. After breaking through Yanmen Pass, he had broken through Yonghe Pass as quickly as possible, and now he had arrived at Horse Dipper Pass before Wuxia. Hiya! Hearing the battle cries in front of him, Wuxia understood that reinforcements had arrived, and he quickly urged his horse forward. General Ashina, quickly give the order to retreat to the grasslands. The Tang army should be here soon. Arriving in front of Ashina Shi-er, Wuxia ordered in a hoarse voice. Ashina Shi-er nodded subconsciously, but then he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, Imperial teacher, I heard in the letter that you stole a lot of books from Yanhuang College. Where are those books now? Wujia's face sank, and he turned around and said, Li Zishuan set up an ambush at Dragon Gate Pass, and those books were taken back by him. What? Ashina Shi-er was shocked when he heard this, and he asked in disbelief, why would Li Zishuan set up an ambush at Dragon Gate Pass? Shouldn't he be fighting locusts in the north of the great Tang Empire? Wujia sullenly said, how did this king know about this? Losing the books was a very shameful matter for Wujia, and now he was being questioned by Ashina Shi-er, so how could he be happy? He was the imperial teacher of the Turks, second only to one person. Hearing the unfriendly tone in Wujia's voice, Ashina Shi-er couldn't help but be startled, and then he wiped his nose and asked as calmly as possible, dare I ask imperial teacher, how many people did Li Zishuan set up at Dragon Gate Pass? Wujia lightly said, about 10,000 people. Li Zishuan was seriously injured by this king, and the great Tang army should also have 700 to 800 people injured. Only 10,000 people? And Li Zishuan is seriously injured? Ashina Shi-er's eyes lit up when he heard this, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, Imperial teacher, why don't we give Li Zishuan a surprise attack and take back those books from Li Zishuan? Chapter 1546. Something happened? We gave him the authority to mobilize the soldiers of the northern 32 provinces. What could possibly happen to him? Within the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er couldn't help but speak out after hearing Li Tai's words that were filled with worry. In Li Er's view, no matter how powerful Wu Jia was, how could he threaten Li Zishuan, who had so many soldiers under his command? A martial grandmaster was still a human, not a god. Li Tai was slightly relieved to hear this, but then his brow furrowed again. Imperial father, Wu Jia suddenly sneaking into the Great Tang, was it Khan Shili who ordered him to do so? And could Khan Shili still have a backup plan? For example, he might have hidden a large number of soldiers on the northern border of the Great Tang. Once Wuxia succeeds, the Turkic army will enter the pass to receive him? Li Er's expression suddenly turned grim. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Qingke, your analysis is correct. This situation is extremely likely. It should be that Li Zishuan has made many divine weapons for the Great Tang in the past year. After Xieli heard about it, he sent Wuxia, a martial grandmaster, to sneak into Cloud Mountain to steal. This way, Xieli must have a backup plan. Humph. I really didn't expect that Xieli, a fierce and ruthless character, would send someone to do such a shady business. Li Er couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. Li Tai stood up and clasped his hands. Imperial Father, if this is really the case, then Yamacho's situation is not good. This afternoon, Your Eminence and the other generals calculated that Wu Jia would most likely arrive at Longmen Pass in the evening. Mountain Chieftain is an intelligent man and should have been able to guess Wu Jia's route, but time is tight. Even if he can transfer soldiers from Bing Province, it would be impossible for him to gather more than 50,000 soldiers in such a short amount of time. If Wu Jia and the Turkic soldiers lying in ambush in the Great Tang's territory work together, Mountain Chieftain leading a lone army at Longmen Pass will not be able to stop Wu Jia from fleeing north. The little fatty who had wanted to compete with Li Zishuan back then was now racking his brains and thinking about Li Zishuan's safety. It had to be said that Li Zishuan had a special kind of charisma. Charisma. How could Li Er not understand what Li Tai was talking about? Li Zishuan was the most promising talent of the Great Tang's younger generation. He didn't want anything to happen to Li Zishuan, but what else could he do? At this moment, Li Zishuan was several hundred li away from the capital. If something were to happen, it would have already happened. Thinking of this, Li Er couldn't help but walk back and forth in front of the hall with his hands behind his back. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the telegraph on the small square table beside Li Tai suddenly beeped. Swish. Swish. Both father and son turned their gazes to the telegraph at the same time. Soon, Li Tai came back to his senses. He quickly picked up a pen and paper and began to record. A moment later, the telegraph stopped beeping. Li Er quickly asked, "How is it? Is it from Li Zishuan?" "Father, it's not a telegram from Yamacho." Unexpectedly, Li Tai shook his head. Seeing the doubt in Li Er's eyes, he quickly explained, "It's from Meng Wenhao." As he spoke, Li Tai had already sent out a string of codes to indicate that he was beside the telegraph. Oh. Is it news about Shu Bao, Jijia, and the others? Li Er's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice. Li Tai nodded and said, "It should be." Beep 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 beep. As soon as he finished speaking, the telegraph beeped again. This time, the telegraph beeped for a long time. Li Er looked on anxiously from the side. The main reason was that he couldn't understand this non-human language, so he felt that time passed very slowly. After some time, the telegraph finally stopped beeping. Li Er knew that Li Tai was going to start translating the codes, so he didn't say anything to disturb him. However, as Li Tai compared the translated codes to the codebook, his expression gradually became serious. Seeing this, Li Er's heart sank. He quickly asked, "Qingke, is there a change in the situation at the front line?" Li Tai took the paper with the translated report and stood up. With a solemn expression, he said, "Imperial Father, General Qin's army has already arrived at Puzhou. Just a moment ago, the scouts at the front sent news that the Turkic army of 50,000 is attacking Yanmen Pass. Yanmen Pass has been broken, and the armies of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shuozhou have all moved to stop the Turkic army from continuing south." What? The Turkic army of 50,000 broke through Yanmen Pass? Li Er's expression changed. He rushed in front of Li Tai and asked, "Then what about Li Zishuan? Did he stop Wu Jia and take back the information about Yanhuang College?" Li Tai handed over the paper with both hands and said, replying to father, "Wenhao said that the situation at Yanmen Pass is still unknown. General Qin and his troops are marching through the night towards Yanmen Pass. They are estimated to arrive at Yanmen Pass in the middle of the night. When the provincial governors of the 4 provinces in the north found out that Yanmen Pass had been breached, they dispatched many messengers riding fast horses down south, telling the various provincial governments to make preparations to guard against the Tujue. Therefore, although the army led by Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda were still in Puzhou, the scouts they sent out were able to receive the news that Yanmen Pass had been breached in the north. Good. Immediately send a message to Xu Bao. No matter what, we can't let the Turkic army receive Wuxia and take the books out of Great Tang. Li Er's face was as calm as water as he nodded and ordered. Li Er wasn't worried about an army of 50,000 Turks entering the Great Tang. After 2 years of recuperation, the Great Tang could be considered a powerful army. It was impossible for a mere 100,000 Turks to reach Chang, and in the 9th year of Wuda to happen again. His main concern was that after receiving Wuxia, the Turks would flee back to the steppe with the Academy's secrets. If that really happened, the Academy's secrets would truly be lost. Yes. Father. Li Tai replied and quickly sat down beside the telegraph machine to continue sending messages. A few hundred li away from Chang'an, Baoding County in Puzhou. Both sides of the official road were filled with soldiers. They were taking a temporary rest. General Qin, His Majesty wants us to rush to Longmen Pass. We can't let the Turkic army meet up with Wuxia and take the books out of Great Tang. Meng Wenhao took out a piece of paper and cupped his hands in front of Qin Xiong and Yuqi Gong. Qin Xiong couldn't help but nod. His Majesty can also see that Wuxia will definitely pass through Longmen Pass. Since that's the case, let's continue our march. We must reach Longmen Pass within 4 hours. Not only were Li Er, Li Jing, and the others able to predict that Wuxia might encounter Li Zishuan at Dragon Gate Pass, Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others, who had experienced hundreds of battles, could also predict this. Therefore, the route of their army was very clear. After leaving Chang'an City, they went straight to Dragon Gate Pass, basically taking no detours. That's right. Military intelligence is like fire, and time waits for no one. Come, pass on my order. All soldiers of the 3 armies are to immediately mount and continue marching. Yuqi Jingda shouted loudly, instructing. Yes. A few moments later, the 10,000 elite soldiers mounted once more and galloped forward under Qin Xiong's lead. This time, Qin Xiong was leading all light cavalry, and their specialty was their mobility and speed. In addition, Meng Wenhao had followed the army to Jianghu and was quite proficient in riding. Otherwise, he would have suffered a lot on this expedition. Marquis's internal organs were injured, and then he forced himself to circulate his energy. This is damaging his vitality. This old man doesn't know martial arts, so I can only give Marquis a calming and nourishing medicine. As for when Marquis will wake up, that's hard to say. Longmen Pass, inside the turret. 2 soldiers finally kidnapped a famous doctor from Longmen County to treat Li Zishuan. After the old doctor checked Li Zishuan's pulse, he couldn't help but shake his head with a heavy expression. What do you mean? Dr. Liu, aren't you the best doctor in Longmen County? Why can't you treat Marquis? One of the soldiers who brought the old doctor to Longmen Pass asked anxiously. The other 3 soldiers in the room also looked at Dr. Liu with red eyes. The white-bearded old man suddenly looked troubled. He sighed and said, I don't know martial arts, and I'm only good at treating external injuries. However, Marquis has internal injuries, and I can't do anything about it. Please find someone else. I'll give Marquis a prescription. Perhaps it can slightly reduce Marquis's injury. After that, he ignored the angry stares of the people in the room and started writing the prescription. No. You have to save Marquis. Marquis is a good person. Longmen County was also affected by the locust plague. If it weren't for His Highness, Prince of Shu, who led Marquis's Sky Pheasant Brigade to eliminate the locust plague, Longmen County would definitely be in famine this year. If you don't cure Marquis, how can you live with your conscience? A soldier with a big beard stood out and said unwillingly to the old man. In fact, not only did Li Ke's team eliminate the locust plague in Longmen County, but many counties in Bing province also received the favor of Li Ku and Li Zishuan. Therefore, when they saw that Li Zishuan was unconscious, many soldiers who followed Li Zishuan to Longmen Pass were secretly anxious. They wished they could take his place. This was the will of the people. This was what it meant to be repaid with kindness. When the old man heard that, he couldn't help but pause. He slowly straightened his body and said with a pained expression, "How can I not know that Marquis is a good person? How can I not know that the locust plague in Longmen County was eliminated because of Marquis' Sky Pheasant Brigade? It's just that I really can't do anything. If possible, I'm willing to exchange my life for Marquis. But I can't. If you want Marquis to wake up as soon as possible, you have to find an inner force expert who is proficient in the art of healing. According to what I know, I'm afraid only Dr. Sun is qualified to do it." Dr. Sun? Dr. Sun should still be in Chang'an. How can he make it in time? The soldier with the big beard couldn't help but ask. "Lieutenant Liu, this is bad. A large number of cavalrymen with torches have been spotted 20 miles to the north. They are rushing towards Longmen Pass." At this moment, a soldier ran in quickly and bowed to the bearded soldier with cupped fists. It turned out that this guy was a lieutenant of the Bing province barracks. "What? A large number of cavalrymen are approaching Longmen Pass? Are they soldiers from other places?" The bearded lieutenant's eyes widened. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly changed his expression. "I can't see clearly which place they are from. But their marching speed is very fast. It won't be long before they reach Longmen Pass." The soldier cupped his fists and replied. The bearded lieutenant's face darkened. He said, "Let's go. Follow me to the city tower to take a look." Then, he remembered the white-haired old man beside him. He said, "Dr. Liu, you don't have to worry. After you finish writing the prescription, someone will send you back to the county. Even if they are the enemy, they won't be able to hurt you." The old man shook his head and said calmly, "Lieutenant Liu, you can go. I've lived to this age. What's there to be afraid of?" The bearded lieutenant couldn't help but nod. He secretly thought that this old man was a good person. He must pay more for the consultation fee later. At that moment, the bearded lieutenant led 2 Manchun soldiers out of the door. Chapter 1547. If the other party is really the Turkic army, how can the 1,000 soldiers here be their opponent? It's no secret that the Turkic state preceptor covets Marquis' knowledge. If he sees that Marquis is unconscious, not only will he take away all the books in Yanhuang College, he might even capture Marquis and bring him back to the Turkic Empire. At that time, Marquis will still not be able to escape death. After listening to Dr. Liu's words, the bearded lieutenant's eyes widened and he said anxiously. When Dr. Liu heard this, he suddenly had a difficult expression. "Lieutenant Liu, Marquis' current situation is definitely not able to withstand the bumpy journey. This place is at least a dozen miles away from Longmen County. If you send Marquis back to the county, if you go too fast, Marquis might directly lose his life on the way. If you go too slow, the Turkic army will most likely catch up with Marquis. The result is the same." This old man has said everything. As for how to decide, I ask Lieutenant Liu to think thrice before you act. The bearded lieutenant opened his mouth and was so anxious that he almost cursed. In this situation, if he stayed, he would definitely die. If he escaped, he would also definitely die. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a hopeless situation. What choice did you ask him to make? What thrice? Even if he thought 100 times, he still couldn't do it. In addition, not only did Li Zishuan have a high position and power, but he was also deeply loved by the people of the Tang Empire. When it came to the life and death of Li Zishuan, the bearded lieutenant really didn't dare to take the risk. Just think about it. If Li Zishuan died because of his wrong decision, not only would Li Er and the people of the world not forgive him, he wouldn't be able to get past himself. Therefore, at this time, the bearded lieutenant was hesitant. Speaking of which, if he had to risk his own life, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. He wasn't afraid of death. "Lieutenant, this subordinate has a plan. Just when the bearded lieutenant was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, the soldier who came to report suddenly said, "Oh. What plan? Say it quickly. What time is it now? Bai Qi, you still want to keep me in suspense?" When the bearded lieutenant heard this, he resisted the urge to slap the back of the latter's head. Lieutenant, I just remembered." The soldier shrunk his neck and quickly said, "Lieutenant, there is a cellar under the Longmen Pass. We can hide Marquis in the cellar and send someone to look after him. This way, even if we all die in battle, the Turkic army might not be able to find Marquis." Cellar? There was a cellar under the Dragon Gate? Why didn't I know about it? The bearded lieutenant said in surprise. They were all soldiers from Bing Province's Shichong House. They had never been to Longmen Pass before, so they naturally didn't know the specific situation here. The soldier named Bai Qi replied, "Lieutenant, my cousin used to be stationed at Longmen Pass. Of course, I know the situation here. We can hide Marquis in the cellar. This way, the Turkic army won't find him and Marquis won't be injured." Furthermore, Provincial Governor Hong and Fang Kanjun led people to chase after Wuxia. If those torches really belonged to the Turkic army, Kanjun and the others would definitely see them. They might even be rushing over to Longmen Pass right now. As long as we can hold on until Kanjun and the others return, we have hope of holding on until reinforcements from other places arrive. Hearing this, the bearded lieutenant couldn't help but nod and say, "Good. We will immediately move Marquis to the cellar. Remember, you are not allowed to mention this to anyone else. Violators will be punished according to military law." This matter concerned Li Zishuan's life, so the bearded lieutenant had to be careful. He felt that the fewer people who knew about Li Zishuan's hiding place, the better. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other soldiers outside, but he was worried that some people would be threatened by the Turkic army and be forced to reveal Li Zishuan's whereabouts. Hiding Marquis in the cellar isn't a bad idea. This old man is willing to stay in the cellar and take care of Marquis. At this time, Dr. Lu said. Previously, he had planned to write 2 prescriptions for Li Zishuan to ease his injuries, but with the army at the border, even if he wrote the prescriptions, he wouldn't have time to get the medicine. Instead, he might as well stay by Li Zishuan's side. If anything happened, he would be able to treat him immediately. The bearded lieutenant couldn't help but look at Dr. Lu in surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Dr. Lu, Lu Xianda, won't hide it from you. Tonight, Longmen Pass is likely to be flooded with blood. Are you sure you want to stay?" Dr. Lu waved his hand and said, "How could this old man not know this? But Marquis' life is in danger. If this old man abandons him, not only will I be a doctor in vain, I will also be a human. Anyway, this old man is already so old. If the Turkic army wants to kill me, then kill me. If this old man can save Marquis' life, this old man will have no regrets." When Lieutenant Lu Xianda heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly moved. He solemnly bowed to Dr. Lu and said, "Dr. Lu is benevolent and righteous. If this old man is lucky enough to survive this battle, he will definitely repay today's kindness in the future." Dr. Lu saved Li Zishuan, which was a disguised redemption for him. Of course, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Lieutenant Lu is too polite. This is what I should do, Dr. Lu said as he cupped his hands in return. Lu Xianda nodded and no longer talked nonsense. Several people carefully helped Li Zishuan up from the bed and prepared to send him to the cellar. "Lieutenant, these books from Yanhuang College, should we also move them to the cellar?" Sergeant Li Zishuan followed behind them. At this time, he glanced at the pile of books on the square table in the room. They were the books that Li Zishuan had taken from Wuxia. He quickly asked. Lu Xianda's figure paused and said with a serious expression, "Move. Of course we have to move them. These precious books from Yanhuang College must not be taken away by the Turks." In fact, Lu Xianda wanted to burn all these books because burning them was the safest way. However, without Li Zishuan's permission, he didn't have the courage to burn these books. "Yes. Lieutenant. Lieutenant, the Turks are here." After about 15 minutes, Lu Xianda stood on the tower again. The torches in the north were less than 3 miles away from Longmen Pass. Lu Xianda's eyes narrowed. He turned around and looked at the more than 1,000 soldiers behind him and shouted, "Everyone, listen to me. Tonight, we will defend Longmen Pass with our lives. We are not fighting alone. As long as we can hold on for a few minutes, our reinforcements will arrive. At that time, everyone will have a share of the credit for defending Longmen Pass." 1,000 soldiers against at least 30 to 40,000 soldiers would definitely be weaker. In order to stabilize the soldiers' morale, Lu Xianda could only say so. In fact, he didn't even know if there would be reinforcements. "Yes. We will defend Longmen Pass with our lives." The soldiers didn't know this. When they heard Lu Xianda's solemn vow, they all responded with vigor. "Lieutenant, look. Are those Adjunct Fang's men?" Bai Qi pointed to the northeast and shouted. Lu Xianda quickly turned around and took a closer look. He saw a black torrent about a mile away from the Dragon Gate. It was rushing toward the Dragon Gate at a high speed. They were too far away and this group of people didn't have any torches. Therefore, they didn't notice that there was an army in front of the Torch Army. "It's Adjunct Fang. It must be them." Adjunct Fang and Provincial Governor Hong are very familiar with this official road. They can march with a little moonlight, but the Turks are definitely not like them. Therefore, this group of people must be Adjunct Fang and his men. Lu Xianda said excitedly. Bang, bang, bang. As the army continued to approach, it didn't take long for some sharp-eyed soldiers to see the appearances of some of the people in the army under the faint moonlight. Someone cheered, "Adjunct Fang. It's Adjunct Fang. Adjunct Fang is back. Longmen Pass is saved. Open the city gate." Lu Xianda also saw it clearly at this time and ordered decisively. "Yes." Soon, 2 soldiers bowed and ran down the city tower to open the city gate. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, the army finally arrived at Longmen Pass. Seeing the city gate open, they galloped into the pass without hesitation. "Quick! Close the city gate. The Turk army is coming this way." The leader of the army was indeed Fang Gongting. Seeing that everyone had entered the pass, Fang Gongting shouted anxiously. "Creak!" Naturally, there were soldiers who went to close the city gate. Lu Xianda went up and bowed to Fang Gongting and Hong Wenxing. Then, he asked, "Adjunct Fang, why are you back? Let's talk at the side." Fang Gongting wiped away his sweat and began to walk up the stairs. As he walked, he said, "Adjunct Fang and I followed Wuxia. Governor Hong and I pursued Wuxia the entire way, but we didn't expect that just as we were about to reach Mado Pass, we would discover that the Turkic army was fighting with the soldiers of the Bing province barracks. I originally wanted to go to their aid, but by the time we arrived, the battle was already nearing its end. Moreover, not long after, Wuxia and that Turkic general mounted their horses and prepared to continue south. Governor Hong and I immediately ordered the army to turn around and return as quickly as possible. So that's how it was." Hearing this, Lu Xianda nodded thoughtfully. Fang Gongting hesitated for a few moments before continuing. "I also heard some bad news. Yanmen Pass has been breached, and Commandant Su has most likely been killed." "What? Yanmen Pass has been breached?" When Lu Xianda heard this, his face was filled with shock. Fang Gongting, his face sorrowful, nodded and softly said, It was breached tonight." Lu Xianda was dumbfounded. Hong Wenxing asked, "How are Marquis' injuries? Where are they now?" Lu Xianda frowned and thought for a moment before replying, "Marquis is seriously injured and unconscious. This general has already invited the best doctor in Longmen County to treat him. However, Marquis' injuries are mainly internal, so the doctor can't do anything about it. He can only temporarily alleviate Marquis' pain. Marquis can't be shaken right now. To prevent any accidents, I have already sent Marquis to a quiet place nearby. Once the Turkic army is fended off, we will invite famous doctors to treat Marquis." Hong Wenxing's expression turned solemn as he muttered, his injuries are actually so serious? It seems that we have to win this battle. Chapter 1548. Arrows shot out, logs and stones tumbled down, and the area in front of Longmen Pass quickly turned into a scene of carnage. Hundreds and thousands of Turkic soldiers fell at the foot of the gate tower. The sounds of charging and miserable howls mixed together, and the originally quiet night sky was no longer peaceful. In a village near Longmen Pass, the villagers who were sleeping soundly were woken up by the loud battle cries. They went out and saw flames in the direction of Longmen Pass. They panicked. There's a battle. There's a battle at Longmen Pass. Are the Turks here? Quick. Mother of the children, quickly take the children out and escape to the county. Master, are you crazy? Longmen County's gate is already closed. What's the point of us escaping there? Then let's escape to the mountains. Otherwise, when the Turks enter the village, they'll definitely capture us and send us to the grassland to work as laborers. Yu Dazhuang, what are you waiting for? There's a battle at Longmen Pass. Grab your weapons and go help out at Longmen Pass. Li Zheng, you want to go to Longmen Pass? What if the Turks are attacking Longmen Pass? Turks. If they're Turks, we have to go. Do you know who the general guarding Longmen Pass is? It's Marquis Yongmen. Who was the one who saved our village? It's Marquis' Sky Rooster Brigade. If you don't help Marquis today, I'll see if you can live with your conscience. What? Marquis is at Longmen Pass? How is that possible? Why not? Rengui went hunting in the mountains today and met Marquis on the way. Marquis was leading an army to enter Longmen Pass. Now that someone is attacking Longmen Pass, Marquis must be in danger. If you're a man, grab your weapons and follow me to help Marquis. As for the women and children, run to Yamacho to hide. Sigh. Isn't that Rengui? Rengui, where are you going? Wait for us to go together. Xiu Village. This was Shui Rengui's hometown, Longmen County Xiu Village in Jianghu Province. Shui Rengui had long heard the battle cries from afar. At this moment, he had already carried his bow, feather arrows, and modeo on his back and walked quickly towards the village entrance. Hearing someone calling him, he stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the burly man. He replied, Gao Lizheng, I'm going to Longmen Pass to take a look. Tell the villagers to bring along hunting bows if they have one. It's the best thing to use to defend the city. Besides, Uncle Yu, with Marquis around, the Longmen Pass won't be breached. The army from the county will be here soon. You don't have to rush Aunt Yu and the rest into the mountains. It's not safe in the mountains at this time of the night. After saying that, Shui Rengui did not care about what the two of them thought. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the dragon gate. Sigh. Rengui. Just you wait, be careful. The big man surnamed Gao stood on his tiptoes and looked at Shui Rengui's back anxiously. Seeing that Shui Rengui had run far away, he helplessly turned around and said, Did you hear that, Yu Dazhuang? Quickly grab your weapons and call the rest of the villagers. Follow me to save Marquis. Let the women and children in the village hide at home. Don't go to the mountains. What if they encounter a pack of wolves? Quick. Yu Dazhuang had already woken up. He quickly replied, Okay. Li Zheng. I'll go inform the rest of the villagers. The children's mother, take the children and hide at home. Don't come out. I'll be back soon with Li Zheng. After saying that, Yu Dazhuang quickly walked towards a small courtyard of a farmer's house in the east. If Li Zishuan was not at Longmen Pass, Yu Dazhuang would never have the guts to fight with the Turkic army. Now, no matter how brave the Turkic people were, he had to go because Li Zishuan was the benefactor of the entire Longmen County. He had to repay him for saving his life. Moreover, if they could block the Turkic army outside Longmen Pass, they would have saved his family. The woman behind him shouted worriedly, Husband, you have to be careful. Because many villagers had already been awakened by the battle cries in the direction of Longmen Pass, it didn't take long for 40 to 50 youths with wooden bows, sickles, and shovels to gather at the entrance of Xiu village. Under the leadership of Gao Lizheng, this small group quickly headed towards Longmen Pass. Moreover, the other villagers of Xiu village were also informing the other villages. It wouldn't be long before the other villages also sent a group of youths to support Longmen Pass. I didn't expect the Tang army to prepare rolling stones and logs in advance. We can't go on like this. The Tang army behind us is about to arrive. I wonder if the state teacher has a good idea. In front of Longmen Pass, under the Turkic army's flag, Xianxia turned his head and asked Wuxia. At this moment, Wuxia was sitting cross-legged on his horse with his eyes closed, seizing the time to recover his internal strength. After all, a great grandmaster was also a human. From last night until now, not only did he not sleep for a moment, he also fought with several experts and thousands of Tang soldiers. Whether it was internal strength or mental strength, he had consumed a lot. If it was any other person, they definitely wouldn't be able to last until now. Hearing Xianxia's question, Wuxia opened his eyes and said, "The Tang army has been guarding the gate for so long, but Li Zishuan hasn't come out. This means that Li Zishuan has completely lost his ability to fight. In the Tang army, there are no experts who can fight against this state teacher. At this moment, I have recovered 60% of my strength. Perhaps I can help you break the gate." Wuxia understood Xianxia's meaning. He was now the strongest person in the Turkic army. In this battle of life and death, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Besides, now that Longmen Pass didn't have the little monster Li Zishuan as a threat, he could be even more unscrupulous. Hearing this, Xianxia's face lit up with excitement. He laughed heartily and said, with state teacher's words, "This general can rest assured. After we take back the books of Yanhuang College and kidnap the Marquis of Yong, and Xianxia will definitely ask the Khan for a reward for state teacher." Wuxia didn't respond. He changed from sitting cross-legged on his horse to riding. No one could see his face under the black robe, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry at this moment. A moment later, he stretched out his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Bring this state teacher's mace over." Previously, he had been sitting cross-legged on his horse to heal, so he naturally didn't carry the heavy mace on his back. Although he didn't care about the weight, it would inevitably affect his healing. Yes. The two Turkic soldiers carried Wuxia's mace over, and from their expressions, it was clear that this mace was extremely heavy, at least 100 or 200 jin. But Wuxia stretched out his arm and easily grabbed the mace. Then, he lightly said, "This state teacher will go and break the gate. You take the elite wolf cavalry and follow behind." His tone didn't allow anyone to object. Clearly, he was the one who had the final say here. Xianxia's face didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he respectfully cupped his fists and said, "State teacher can rest assured. This general will definitely not fall behind." Wuxia imperceptibly nodded. Then, he stroked the mane of his warhorse and muttered meaningfully, "What a pity for such a good horse." Saying so, he no longer hesitated. He kicked the horse's belly and shouted, "Hiya! Peng peng peng." Soon, Wuxia's warhorse began to crazily accelerate, becoming faster and faster until it couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. The Turkic soldiers in front of Wuxia who were attacking the gate were all sent flying by his warhorse. Wuxia rode alone, wielding his mace, like an unparalleled war god, rapidly charging towards the gate. It's Wuxia. What does he want to do? On the city gate tower, Lu Xianda quickly noticed Wuxia charging out of the Turkic army and was somewhat surprised and puzzled. Standing next to him, Fang Gongting took a closer look and suddenly paled. He wants to break the gate, quick. Everyone, quickly fire arrows in that direction. The Dragon Gate Pass was different from the Yanmen Pass. The walls here were much wider, with a width of nearly 300 feet. It was more than enough to accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 archers standing in 2 rows. Under Lu Xianda's command, the first batch of archers on the gate tower changed their target, shooting in Wuxia's direction. Afterwards, the first row of archers crouched down to reload their arrows, while the second row of archers continued to shoot in Wuxia's direction. Xiao xiao xiao. A sky full of arrows rained down on Wuxia, but Wuxia showed no fear. He didn't slow down his horse at all. With one hand holding the reins and the other holding the mace, he waved it in front of him. The powerful true qi in his body spread out through the mace, quickly forming a true qi cover in front of him. All the arrows that came within 3 feet of him were all sent flying. In this way, the Turkic soldiers around Wuxia were completely out of luck. Wuxia could block the sky full of arrows, but they couldn't. After 3 volleys of arrows, there wasn't a single Turkic soldier standing next to Wuxia. Of course, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Wuxia, because this meant that there was no one in front of him to block his path. Thus, his warhorse once again sped up, leaving behind no one in the dust. 50 zhang, 40 zhang, 30 zhang, 20 zhang. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia was only 20 zhang away from the gate. On the city gate tower, Hong Wenxing and Fang Gongting saw Wuxia's brave and invincible stance and couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Facing a martial grandmaster-level Turkic wolf cavalry as the vanguard, defending the city had become very difficult. They were already in a weak position, and with the addition of a martial grandmaster-level Wuxia, they were even more powerless. This was somewhat similar to the words Xiang Yu had said when he committed suicide in the Wu River. Now that I am trapped here, the death of the heavens is not my fault. Not my fault. If the Dragon Gate really fell tonight, it wouldn't be because there was a problem with their command, but rather because Wuxia's personal strength was too strong. One man could fight against 1,000 soldiers. On top of the city gate tower, the archers were frantically firing arrows in Wuxia's direction, but none of them seemed to be of any use. The rain of arrows didn't seem to be able to harm Wuxia in the slightest. When he was about 15 meters away from the city gate, Wuxia slapped his horse's back and leapt off. Taking advantage of the super speed he had gained from riding his horse, Wuxia kicked his horse's head with all his might, gaining another burst of speed. Grabbing his mace, he flew towards the city gate at an even faster speed. The warhorse was hit by Wuxia's kick in the air and immediately let out a mournful whine, blood gushing out of its head as it collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Wuxia was still in the air, swinging his mace to block the incoming arrows while secretly accumulating his strength. Once he reached the gate, he would use his strongest attack and blow the gate open. At this moment, a young man climbed up the stairs from the side of the city gate tower. The soldiers who saw him were stunned at first, but quickly stepped forward to stop him. However, the young man didn't have time to explain and directly jumped up, stepping on the shoulders of the soldiers, and quickly flew towards the edge of the city wall. After seeing Wuxia rapidly approaching, the young man didn't hesitate. While in the air, he knocked an arrow and aimed at Wuxia. Xiao xiao xiao. The youth shot out like a bolt of lightning, releasing 3 arrows in quick succession. Bolstered by the youth's true qi, the 3 arrows flew towards Wuxia's chest and ribs in a triangular formation. The speed of the arrows was so fast that they actually created 3 sonic booms as they flew through the air. Wuxia, who was flying towards the gate, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Looking up, he saw 3 arrows flying towards him at an extraordinary speed. Danger! These 3 arrows had the ability to pierce through his true qi defense. Almost in an instant, Wuxia made such a judgment in his heart. Thus, he quickly raised his mace and swung it in the direction of the 3 arrows. Ding ding ding. The 3 arrows collided with Wuxia's mace one after another, but in the end, the 3 ants were unable to shake the elephant. Wuxia wasn't injured by the young man's 3 arrows, but because he had to block the 3 arrows, his speed had slowed down a notch. However, he still had to break through the Dragon Gate tonight. Wuxia faintly glanced in the direction of the young man's battle, then ignored him and continued to fly towards the city gate. Because after a few more meters, because of the angle, the people on the city wall wouldn't be able to shoot arrows at him. At that time, he would be able to use the strength he had accumulated for so long to break through the gate. Shuarengui. You're the Shuarengui who hunted in the mountains during the day. The sudden appearance of the 3 arrows not only disrupted Wu Jia's rhythm, but also shocked Fang Gongting and Lu Xianda, who were commanding the battle from the city tower. During the day, when the army had been marching, Li Zishuan had greatly praised Shui Rengui's archery skills. At that time, all of them had been present. Now, seeing Shui Rengui suddenly climb up the city tower and decisively shoot arrows at Wu Jia, Fang Gongting and Lu Xianda were both surprised and stunned. 2 generals, where is Marquis? Shui Rengui didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with the 2 of them. Once again, he knocked another arrow and aimed at Wu Jia, instantly releasing another 3 arrows. After that, he let out a sigh of relief, not bothering to look at the results. He directly asked Fang Gongting and Lu Xianda. Chapter 1549. Shui Rengui was only at the peak of Qi transforming stage, so he knew that even if he was skilled in archery, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the black-robed, mace-wielding Turkic master. According to his estimation, this person was at least at the peak of martial scholar realm, and only Li Zishuan had a chance of stopping him, which was why he asked. Marquis is seriously injured and unconscious. He is currently recuperating in a quiet place. Lu Xianda replied in a low voice. Shui Rengui's heart sank. On one hand, he was worried about Li Zishuan's injuries, but on the other hand, he was worried about the city's defense. Obviously, he didn't think that this seemingly tall and heavy city gate could withstand Wu Jia's full-force attack. Below the city gate tower, Wu Jia once again deflected Shui Rengui's 3 arrows, and although his speed was a bit slower, he was already within 5 zhang of the city gate. From this position, it would be very difficult for the archers on the city gate tower to hit him. 5 zhang, 4 zhang, 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang. In just a few breaths of time, Wu Jia finally arrived in front of the city gate. The majestic true qi that had been accumulating in his arms suddenly erupted, and the mace once again flashed with lightning. Wu Jia gripped the end of the mace with both hands, raised it above his head, and with his previous speed, swung it down at the city gate. Pung! The mace collided with the thick iron gate, creating a deafening sound that seemed to pierce through the night sky. At the same time, a powerful recoil was transmitted through the mace to Wu Jia, sending him flying backwards. On the city gate tower, Shui Rengui, Hong Wenxing, Fang Gongting, Lu Xianda, and the others only felt the tower shake under their feet, and the sound of the collision almost pierced their eardrums. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't help but cover their ears, but many of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Wu Jia's full-force attack was. However, this wasn't important. The most important thing right now was the situation of the city gate. If the city gate was broken, then the Tang army on the city wall would face the merciless slaughter of the Turkic wolf cavalry. On the other hand, if the city gate wasn't broken, Fang Gongting, Hong Wenxing, and the others could hold on until reinforcements arrived. Damn it! Which little brat dares to ruin this imperial teacher's plans? The first person to see the situation of the city gate was none other than Wu Jia. Wu Jia was sent flying back over 200 meters by the powerful rebound force from the city gate, barely managing to stabilize himself. After all, the effect of force was reciprocal. No matter how much force his mace exerted on the city gate would reflect the same amount of force back to him. After Wu Jia stabilized himself, he saw that the dragon gate was on the verge of collapsing, but it hadn't completely collapsed. Wu Jia couldn't help glancing over at Shui Rengui with an ugly expression as he muttered under his breath. According to Wu Jia's previous charging speed, this mace infused with all his true qi should have been able to break open the dragon gate without a problem. However, Shui Rengui's consecutive 3 arrows had slowed down his speed by 20%, so the impact of the mace was naturally weakened by 20%. Therefore, although the dragon gate was on the verge of collapse, it hadn't collapsed yet. If it weren't for Shui Rengui's sudden appearance, the dragon gate really might have been blown open by Wu Jia's mace. It's not broken. Join the army, the gate hasn't been broken. In the Tang army camp, a soldier quickly went down to check the situation of the city gate. When he found that the gate hadn't been broken, he quickly went up the tower to report to Fang Gongting and Hong Wenxing. It hasn't been broken, that's good. Fang Gongting nodded happily. Wujia's mace had left a lingering fear in his heart. At that time, he could feel the city wall under his feet shaking. Now that he knew the gate hadn't been broken, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next words of the messenger soldier made Fang Gongting unhappy. "Join the army, the gate is shaking. I don't think it can withstand Wujia's second attack." "What?" Fang Gongting almost vomited blood. After a moment of depression, he quickly ordered, "Quick! Send people to reinforce the gate. Pile up all the heavy objects behind the gate. We can't let Wujia break it." "Yes. Join the army." The messenger soldier cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Marquis, if you're fine, how could those Turks be so arrogant in my Tang Empire? Please get better quickly, nothing must happen to you." On the other side, in the cellar below the Long Men Pass, Dr. Lu also heard the deafening sound of Wujia's mace breaking the gate. He got up and looked at Li Zishuan, who was lying on the straw couch with his eyes closed, and anxiously muttered to himself. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was worried that after the Turks broke the gate, not only would they kill and loot the nearby villages, causing great suffering, he was also worried that the Turks would carry out a carpet search to find this place and capture Li Zishuan. At this time, Li Zishuan could be said to be powerless. If he was found by the Turks, he wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. Thus, Dr. Lu was secretly worried. As for Li Zishuan, at this time, his situation wasn't very good. During the battle with Wujia, his body had undergone a strange change, and in a very short time, he had recovered 60% of his true qi. However, this was only the recovery of his true qi, and the injuries caused by Wujia's powerful lightning energy had not healed. Moreover, when he used the origin returning sword on Wujia, not only had he exhausted the little bit of true qi he had just recovered, he had also aggravated his internal injuries. Because of Wujia's powerful true qi, Yang Kai's internal organs had been displaced, and the residual lightning energy in his meridians had taken advantage of the opportunity to wreak havoc in his meridians, causing his current situation to become even worse. The strand of spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body was no longer able to create a miracle. Instead, it had completely quieted down and did not move at all. However, Li Zishuan wasn't completely unconscious. He could hear the situation outside, but he couldn't open his eyes or mouth. He was like a living dead with only a little bit of consciousness left. Li Zishuan knew that the Turks were attacking the Dragon Gate, and he also knew that the Dragon Gate wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He knew all of this, and he was very anxious in his heart, but he couldn't do anything. He used all of his strength, but he couldn't even move a finger, let alone open his eyes or get out of bed to fight. At this time, if only Sun Simiao was here. Because Old Sun was not only a divine doctor, but also had a pure Daoist qi in his body, which was extremely beneficial for healing his internal injuries. Not good. Wujia is coming again. On the city gate tower, Shui Rengui's face changed, and he anxiously shouted. It was Wujia, who was below the city gate tower, who had mounted a warhorse and was planning to use the same trick to attack the city gate again. Release the arrows. Quickly release the arrows. Prepare the rolling stones and logs. As soon as Wujia gets close to the city gate, push them down. Fang Gongting's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The Dragon Gate was already on the verge of collapse after Wujia's first attack. If Wujia knocked it down a second time, how could the gate withstand it? Yes. Join the army. Wujia's bravery also made the soldiers on the city gate tower a little scared, but they were all soldiers, and they had an innate instinct to obey orders. Hearing Fang Gongting's order, everyone braced themselves, overcame the fear in their hearts, and rushed towards Wujia's direction, drawing their bows and launching another attack. Shui Rengui also didn't stay idle. He once again raised the big iron bow in his hand, knocked an arrow, and directly pulled the bowstring. With a xiao sound, an arrow whistled through the air and flew towards Wujia. Shui Rengui didn't stop, and continued to knocking the bowstring, drawing the bow, and shooting. All of these movements were done in one breath, and only after shooting 3 arrows in succession did he stop for a moment and take a deep breath. Although these 3 arrows seemed easy to shoot, only he knew how much true chi it took for a chi transformation junior like him to shoot these 3 arrows. He felt that he could shoot 3 more arrows at most before exhausting his true chi. Below the city gate tower, Wuxia easily used his mace to deflect Xuerengui's 3 arrows, and although his speed was a little slower, he was only 10 meters away from the city gate. From this position, if he took another 2 steps forward, the people on the city gate tower wouldn't be able to shoot him. Xuerengui took a deep breath and leaped onto the wall of the city gate tower. His body was slightly tilted towards the outside of the city and it looked like he would fall off the city gate tower at any moment. Fang Gongteng and the prefecture soldiers on the city gate tower saw this and their hearts were in their throats. They were afraid that Xuerengui would lose his balance and fall off. If he fell, no one would be able to save him. It would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Xuerengui calmed his mind, and after adjusting his body's center of gravity, he knocked an arrow on his bow and concentrated his true chi into his palm. Unlike before, this time he was going to shoot 3 arrows at the same time. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the rapidly flying Wuxia. At the same time, he had already calculated in his mind where Wuxia would be when the arrow reached him. Xuerengui had condensed all of his essence, energy, and spirit into these 3 arrows. They were also the 3 strongest arrows he had ever shot in his life. Xiu xiu xiu. Just as the big iron bow was fully drawn, Xuerengui finally released the bowstring, and the 3 arrows shot out like streaks of light, arriving in front of Wuxia in the blink of an eye. At this time, if Wuxia were to rely on his hearing to block Xuerengui's 3 arrows, he would definitely be hit, because Xuerengui's 3 arrows had already surpassed the speed of sound, and by the time Wuxia heard the sound, the arrows had already reached his body. However, Wuxia was a martial grandmaster, and his perception of danger was far more sensitive than ordinary people. When the 3 arrows left the bowstring, Wuxia had already felt a sense of crisis, so by the time the arrows arrived in front of him, Wuxia had already raised his mace to block Xuerengui's 3 arrows. Ding ding ding. Another 3 arrows struck the mace, but unlike before, in order to block Xuerengui's 3 arrows, Wuxia's speed had decreased by 20%. However, for the city gate that was on the verge of collapse, this speed was more than enough. When the time comes, I'll capture that annoying little guy on the city wall and bring him back to the Turks. Wuxia secretly thought to himself. Sneaking into Great Tang this time had given him a big shock. He hadn't expected there to be so many experts in the Central Plains, especially the younger generation of Great Tang, such as Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying, Yuchi Baolin, Li Zishuan, Xuerengui, and many others. The dynasties of the Central Plains were full of talents, and the Turks were far from being able to compare. Although Wuxia thought this, strangely, he didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness or worry. This was truly not in line with his status as the Turkic imperial teacher. All soldiers, hear my order. Once the city gate is broken, immediately charge in. Seeing Wuxia's invincible bravery, Ashina Shur was overjoyed. At this time, he pulled out the scimitar at his waist and loudly shouted. Yes. The morale of the Turkic army soared, and they all shouted in response. On the other hand, the Tang army, generals, please order all soldiers to go down and meet the enemy. This Xue has done his best. Xuerengui's face was pale as he retreated from the city wall and spoke to Fang Gongteng and Hong Wenxing with a heavy expression. Everyone understood what he meant, and they all knew that Longmen Pass would not be able to withstand Wujia's second attack. Fang Gongteng's expression was grave as he loudly shouted, "All soldiers, hear my order. Go down the city wall and fight to the death with the Turks. Tonight, we swear to defend Longmen Pass to the death. Fight to the death. Defend Longmen Pass to the death. Fight to the death. Defend Longmen Pass to the death." The Tang army on the city wall began to move, and a solemn atmosphere quickly filled the entire Longmen Pass. The Tang people loved to fight, and they were not afraid of battle. In order to protect their home, they were willing to give up everything. On the other side, Wujia's mace was already within 5 zhang of the city gate. In the blink of an eye, he would be able to hit the city gate again. Humph. Dogs really can't change their habits. Have you all forgotten the boulder at the edge of the Een mountain? But at this moment, an unusually loud and angry roar suddenly came from the night sky. Immediately after, a long sword with a cold gleam rapidly spiraled down from the sky, heading straight for Wuxia's next position. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The cold gleam of the long sword whistled through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wuxia. The bone-chilling cold and powerful true qi coming from the long sword caused Wuxia's expression to change. He didn't dare to recklessly receive this sword. Retreat. Wuxia quickly fell down, using his mace to stop himself from moving forward, and then directly retreated. That long sword, on the other hand, had directly sunk 1 foot into the ground. The surrounding corpses, grass, and rocks were all blown away. The area within a radius of 3 feet around the longsword had turned into an empty space that couldn't be any cleaner. Subsequently, a young man with long hair, dressed in a white robe, and carrying a sword case on his back lightly descended from the sky, and he just so happened to land within a radius of 1 meter. His posture was elegant, but his aura was extremely cold and arrogant.